Yo, centralizers, flexing weak API-Js. Regenerata roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguise, fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year-old beam stitch the fractured map. Brutal hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerato. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerato. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralizers, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm got chains dancing, no noose. Regenerato. Stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in soccer accounts. Regenerato. Fortress lock, no picking locks. Brutal mobs to cure your system's chicken pox. I'm the algorithm king. Hide behind my sting. Yo, this beat, fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble. Click, clack, squad don't quit. Regenerator. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerato. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralizers, dude ain't built for this fight. Regenerator. Collab beats control, tell the whole damn law. Sap of a sword for the 2-spoon on blade. 3 AM caffeine checks debugging code cascade. Pass the leak, we boot them and pull stew. We ain't for work and we y'all know what to do. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling Colin's dogs of the Lombard coin fight. We don't fork, we adapt. Slapping fiat fiend with a liquidity trap. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-air to play. Uni beams, house sport group chat. Form up, Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Sportman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sportman, juggling Colin's dogs with a Lombard coin fight. Snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-air plane. And uni beams, assets squad group chat. Form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the Dio night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar coin fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade split. blitz to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beam, Sasquatch group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Deep pools hum where the currents align. 8th century sharp like blockchain wine. Adaptive omniscience, volatility sieve. Watch the ripples, whispers, horror before the dive. Liquidity surge. Hearts burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calming the ripside where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Whale flicks tail. Instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, last the deep pools king. My tidal wave, just think flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Token hoarder snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your damn, bring your greed walls, liquidity older than your Ponzi memes. Deal ties rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Token hoarder snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Whirlpool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dims, bring your green wall schemes. My liquidity's older than your Ponzi memes. Yo tides rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. Born in the Genesis block with thunder in his soul. Captain Assyrian stands 10 stories tall.
Good morning and welcome to ETH Denver's second annual People's Choice Awards. We did this last year for the first time and it worked out really well, so we're going to try to do it again this year. Every year, content has thousands of submissions, and it's really difficult to sift through all of them, and there are some great speakers that inevitably fall through the cracks. There's multiple layers that 42 content reviewers go through, and it bubbles up and it bubbles up, and a content tries to be created. A content calendar is created. And what inevitably happens if we've got some great speakers that really should be on stage. So we give an opportunity to SporkDAO members to vote on their choice. This year we used Joke Race again for the contest. We had for the next 2 hours, you're going to hear from the top 10 finalists in the People's Choice, one of which is a fantastic panel, which is going to go first, and it'll conclude with our keynote that came in through submissions that were outside of Joke Race, but still a groundswell of support for Gregory Landua of Regen Network. And then we're going to conclude the show with a really special festival for you. Okay, to save some time, I'm going to hand this straight over to our first panel. Sasha, do you want to come on up and introduce your panel? Enjoy the show, everyone.
Hey, thank you so much, Joshua. Wow, what an exciting opportunity to be here on stage at ETH_Denver. Been my dream for 3 years, and now I get to not only get up here, but also bring up my friends. Rachel Sachs, my colleague at Hype Marketing. Ben Roy, the founder of Accelerate Art, the host of Liquid Culture podcast, investor, and a culture guru, and our roastee, Lucas, whose last name I cannot pronounce. Please help me. Can you do it yourself? Stachinsky, Lucas Stachinsky. All right, so how we're going to do this, the idea of the panel is to help Lucas do better with his personal brand online, specifically on Twitter mainly, because crypto lives on Twitter. And we're going to start with some of the basic research about you. That's how any kind of work with brand starts. And we're going to start just asking you some questions. Don't feel too, don't be nervous. It's going to be fine.
I'll be fine, don't worry.
Okay, we'll start. Can we get our slides up? It would be great. We'll start with positioning, what is called in marketing positioning. Basically, it's a smart word for who you are and what would you like to do with your brand and with your presence in space. So, who you are, tell us a little bit about yourself and what do you want to achieve?
So as I said, my name is Lucas. So I'm head of growth and business development at a company called Mimic Protocol. We're building a standardized on-chain automation protocol. I'm also co-founder of Ethereum event Eforso. So I'm generally BD guy, I would say. I go sell, network, partner, etc. I've recently started doing growth for the company that I'm with. So I'm on this learning curve here in Denver to master marketing and growth. And what do I want to do is I just want to be in this space. I've been here for nearly 5 years, and just kind of I don't want to say I want to be someone in this space, but the recognition helps a lot with if you're applying for speaking slots, if you're kind of want to participate in different interesting things. It just helps if you have got this visibility on social media, on crypto Twitter. This is something I would like to build up. It's not ideal. I would love to kind of get your takes, guys, on what's missing there.
Sounds good. Ben, could you tell us a little bit about your perspective on the importance of personal branding?
Yeah, I think crypto as an industry, probably more than anything else, really revolves around relationships and just how people perceive you. They want to do business with their friends, this kind of thing. And I feel like personal brand can just be a capital letters concept. It's hard to get too specific on it, but just generally, I think you want to be known for something. So it's just kind of picking a niche, trying to be authentic to your voice and your interests, and then letting people over time get to become familiar with those things, so that you can speak on some panel or something for the things that you care about, or just have relationships and connections along those lines. So it's kind of like, it's an important thing, it's an emergent thing. It takes a lot of time to kind of figure that out. And the fun thing with panels like this is you just get to explore like a few different options, hopefully, of like what could you do for the next 3 months to build that out, and then hopefully you can get to where you want to go.
Rachel, do you want to give us an intro to your personal branding thesis from the trenches?
From the trenches, yeah. I agree with a lot of what Ben said. I was like, damn, that's exactly what I was going to say. But I think really, what really is important is consistency and showing up and being in the trenches in a way of involved with what's going on and offering your own perspective and commentary of what's going on almost daily.
Awesome. Can you hold your microphone closer?
I know my voice is so dead. It's been a week, but
It's the Saturday morning.
Yeah, I mean, I say like my brand is kind of like no brand, but it really is in a way. It's just brutal authenticity. So it's just really finding what really resonates with what makes it easy for you actually to write and just to feel like yourself actually. And a lot of times people will respond to that because crypto is an industry that really responds well to authenticity and feeling like they know you. And I think the more that people feel like they know you, the more they want to see you, the more they want you on panels, the more they want to kind of be you.
Yeah, crypto responds really well to authenticity and drama, two favorite things. Well, personally, my thesis about personal branding, coming from storytelling background, I'm a filmmaker by training, by my history, and it's interesting, over years, I believe in the power of storytelling more and more as I've changed different industries. And I believe that story is the vessel of your experience. We are all participating in this gigantic open source project called humanity. And our story is our little contribution that we're writing in and committing into this open source project. And so leaving some sort of written or communicated record of that is important. It really is valuable. It's not just shrilling yourself. It's not just making noise. I really believe that even something that seems small and meaningless, over time it accumulates into something bigger. And that's the beauty of participating in an open source project. We're all building something together. So we have learned a little bit about you. Let's think a little bit about the audience that you want to be addressing. Obviously, it's people who you are already talking to as somebody who was in BD, but now you're trying to think more in the growth. So how do you think, who do you want to be talking to in our space?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, as you've mentioned, like a lot of my Twitter followings are, friends who are other BDs, who are marketers, people from organizing events, as I'm like kind of part of this cabal, Ethereum events. So I've kind of, when I post, I try to post about stuff I know. So I'll be, either some market commentary or like kind of touching on what's happening in the space, or just talking about BD. Interesting what you said, that making partnerships, making friendships along the way, etc. This is something I exactly posted this week about, like, BD is all about friendships and kind of relationships. So that's kind of my audience mainly. It's rather the non-technical people of the crypto space. So it will be definitely content that's kind of resonating with them.
Non-technical people of the crypto space is a big audience, and it's a great audience to talk to on Twitter. So you told us a little bit where you are and the audience you're talking to right now, but let's think a year from now, because you're transitioning into a different position, and let's think 5 years from now. Where do you want to be then? Because that's what you're building towards, because your personal brand is your reputation that you're scaling with social media to hit goals in the future.
I would like in a year time, I would like my personal brand to be associated with what I do, obviously, and it kind of be in the kind of share the expertise on what I do in the BD and growth. I think like this is my biggest value that I can propose, but I also probably would like this in 5 years time to this my personal brand to be attached to like what I'm doing and to kind of just go in the same direction and kind of maybe being considered a thought leader in the space that I'm working in, which like today is on-chain automation. So probably you can kind of go into that direction and to kind of be a little bit more exploring more on this front on this end as well.
Rachel, Ben, do you have any questions on the audience department?
Yeah, actually I do. So I mean, you run ETH Warsaw, which is a very solid developer population. It's just segmenting that into people who want to be going there and can make that time slot and like what their deal is there. So it's figuring out, like, I guess for you is like, how do you want to reach them? Do you need to be speaking in Polish? Like, where are they coming from? Like, where do you want to vibe with that? As well as just like sharing a lot of your advice with BD and growth. Like those tend to do exceptionally well for people when they're posting about it. It's just what is your unique take and your unique knowledge that you can share. And also, I mean, people definitely love to clout chase when people have a conference. It's definitely a thing. So just kind of a lot of organizing conference and how the behind the scenes about that could be very interesting for you to try and build yourself up along that path. You have two task choices, which is fantastic. Is the kind of founder of a conference, making that a bigger deal? Or do you feel like you would more likely want to be doing more the BD growth general, especially you were in Safari Club as well. Like that's always a great platform as well. Like I'm also in Safari Club. Like, do you want to be doing that thought leadership there or there? You have two choices.
I think that the eForza thing, definitely not leveraging this that much. Maybe it's because also like, we've been running this for 3 years and there's like a group of us doing this and like different years people have got like different commitments in terms of like the how much do we do, but also like Polish crypto Twitter is like is kind of thing on its own. We have got a lot of traders in Poland and it's kind of the vibe sometimes is weird. But yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely don't feel myself as like an expert in the events organizing. I do it because like we wanted to build a community, but probably that is a thing that could be leveraged in the personal brand for sure.
No one's an expert. That's the hot tea. No one is really that much of an expert. We're all kind of just cobbling it together and making it work and figuring it out. And I think that bringing up the curtain behind that could be something really valuable for people to see, especially people who are aspiring to be doing their own events or their own conferences, which is kind of a decent chunk of people actually. So yeah,
true.
No one knows everything.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I'm just sort of scrolling through your Twitter, and I'll go for a comment on audience. So I chat with a decent amount of founders who either don't tweet at all or who've been around and are like, I'm struggling with this. I don't have a good voice. Like, I'm not comfortable doing my thing on the internet. And there's a thing in comms that these two will be familiar with called the 1-9-90 rule. So the idea is like 1% of people actually create content, 9% kind of engage a little bit, and 90% are passive consumers. So crypto probably follows a similar-ish pattern. There's just a lot of people in the industry, they don't really participate, but they follow along really closely. And so it's just interesting, like if you start to engage at all and just say like, I'm going to tweet every day and just try, you already are in that 1%. And then, we can talk about a few different, there's some rabbit trails that fall off of this, but it's interesting to realize that your core audience actually isn't the people that you tend to see on the timeline. It's the people that you are like are in the industry but are not really engaging. And so I feel like there's some angle there where there's a memoir that Anthony Bourdain wrote called Kitchen Confidential. He's a cook guy. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. And he kind of got famous initially as a cook who could communicate to that entire like restaurateur industry the underbelly of it, like to just say the things that no one was really able to say. And you don't have to necessarily be edgy, but my lesson from that is just being able to say your piece of what you see in the industry and speak to that 90% of people actually gets you really, really far. You'd be surprised. So that would be kind of my comment on audience building.
Love it, love it. Commenting on trends and basically talking about what's going on, and Twitter likes that. Another idea for addressing audience and thinking about audience that I usually talk about is think about yourself 3, 5, 7 years ago. And think about how much you would appreciate somebody who is 3, 5, 7 years ahead of you in your path, sharing authentically, sharing reality of navigating the space, of navigating career, of navigating ups and downs, and finding the way through this whole thing. Everyone wants that. That's why we seek out mentors. And you can be this mentor on Twitter at scale to so many people. So that's another piece of audience that you can think about. Okay. Finally, we're getting to the narrative, and it's some of the topics, some of the trends that you could be talking about. So let's dig in a little bit further into your expertise and things that you're passionate about in the space. What are some of the communities that you're hanging out? So what are some of the news that you're really paying attention to? What's there?
Yeah, so I think in terms of expertise, we kind of touched up on it. Like I've been doing BD for 15 years, so I have a share of knowledge and expertise that I've learned. So definitely that's something I could share. E4, so event organizing, it's also like another thing that we've been doing this for 3 years. It's going to be our 4th edition this year. So again, there is some learnings probably to share there. I'm passionate about DeFi when it comes like to the space. So I could probably do more in terms of sharing some stuff. But I think like in here, like in this, especially in this kind of field, I don't feel an expert, and I just like, because I don't have any finance experience, any like education. So sometimes I just like don't want to sound dumb, trying to explain things that I maybe don't exactly understand myself. But definitely I'm like very passionate, active user, etc. So these are probably the things that kind of that could resonate on my social media.
I have a quick comment about I feel dumb thing. The reality is that nobody understands DeFi. Like 90% of people don't understand DeFi. And people who are not in the space, for them, it's just like, what is this? Like people don't even understand TradFi, let alone DeFi. So being 10%, 5% more knowledgeable than everybody else puts you in the position to share what you already know. And you don't have to share it from the position, I know everything. You can always say, I'm exploring this thing, I don't know what I'm doing, but this is, you, as Rachel was saying, and as we're gonna keep repeating, being authentic. Authentic in, I'm on this journey, I'm exploring this thing, is one of the ways of framing it where it will be more comfortable for you and more truthful with your audience. Rachel, Ben, do you have any questions or comments about the narrative weaving?
Yeah, I mean, I guess comments on it is just like, I feel like maybe it could fit for you, could be sharing more of like your triumphs but failures. I think people like to see what you've learned and like framing it that way, even if something didn't go off perfectly. People want to see that and be like, wow, I can get through this. Okay, awesome. Like, it's about making people feel good when they look at your content as well, and feeling as if they just understand where you're coming from, that they can like kind of just empathize with it, as well as just kind of build off of it. And so it's really just like, oh, this is so scary. I don't know if I'm good at this or not. It's really just do. Don't think too much. Don't overthink it. It's like, that's the problem, is like that's what stops people from tweeting a lot, is I need to have this perfect thread. I need to have all these perfect things. And you really don't. People really don't know. They don't care in that way. They're not here to cut you down necessarily. You're not at the big levels where they're like, oh, we need to see you fall down. But you're there and they want to hear from you. And I think that's what could be very inspiring for you to be discussing.
Yeah, I'll add, I think when people start to want to get active on Twitter, they think they have to be a thought leader to say, okay, I need to contribute something totally new to the industry. And that works. Obviously, some people like that, we would all follow them. Maybe you'll get there. Maybe there is some angle that you want to share. You do have expertise in something. But I think a lot of it is it's more useful to think of this unmarketing concept, where the goal that you're trying to accomplish is I want to be known. I want to build relationships. I want that to turn into business or events flow, these sorts of things. And usually people just, again, back to this, they want to do business with their friends. I think when you are able to just share who you are and your experiences, kind of to what Rachel is saying, through your social presence, you become known, and implicitly people are like, okay, cool, maybe I'll come to ETH Warsaw. Like, I like that guy. I like that guy's takes. Oh, I remember that he went through that thing with this protocol, right? So I think it's kind of lower hanging fruit than you would think. Maybe that's my headline. So yeah, I would just encourage you to go for it.
No, thank you very much. Two good piece of advice.
That's good stuff. So, and now it's time for roast. We have 6 minutes or so to get to Lucas's Twitter and really give some very specific notes. So, Ben, why don't we start with the bio? When you look at the bio, do you have any notes? What are you thinking there?
All right, we're just going to fully free roll this off the cuff. I think the emojis are overdone. I feel like most of crypto is kind of ironic in spirit. So like getting rid of those would be my first thing if I was going to change this. I would try and include something more personal. So like you have the literal stuff down. This is good. You could start that with like some personal line or something that you just give us more like humanity, I guess, to mix the more literal, like, hey, here's the things I'm doing. Yeah, Rachel, do you have anything?
I'm like looking at my own bio and being like, what am I doing? So I'm roasted and look like an idiot. But personally, I do agree with the emoji things other than Safari Club. Safari Club emoji, the lion stays on. Like, honestly, the lion stays on. That is how people recognize each other, and they have that right there. And Safari Club's hard to get into. My plug for Safari Club. But yeah, the other stuff for, yeah. I do think, like, yeah, you could benefit from something fun about you, something that you like doing, something that if you want to do, like, a motto even, something about, like, yourself. Like, just keep it short, sweet. But you have good involvement, honestly, and, like, what you do. And people do look at that, and this kind of is like, okay, this is what you're doing. But I would say, yeah, I agree with Ben here. Like, add a little teeny, like, hint of personality there.
Yeah, my note is the same with the emojis, but also in the name emojis, it's kind of heavy up there. I'd limit it to 1 or 2 personally. I don't know how ultrasound we are currently. Maybe not so ultrasound.
What?
I'm just saying, like, ultrasound emoji, the bat and the speaker. It's the emojis for ultrasound money, which we're not very ultrasound.
Ethereum narrative.
Oh, wow. Holy shit, I forgot that you have the emojis like directly in the thing. How did I not notice that? It was just like so chaotic. But yeah, take those. It's like, wow, you're going here, you're in America, you got this thing, you got this thing, you got the bat, you got that. Like, I'm like, wow, okay.
So the octopus is the Mimic logo, and the mermaid is our ETH Warsaw mascot. So
No, I know. I'm just like, I would say I think maybe you could keep those 2 just so people kind of can recognize, especially if it becomes well known enough, though, is kind of the thing. If people have no idea what it is, they're gonna be like, "What the hell is this?"
It works well, like as a brand account, to have an emoji that you can kind of attach to things, like one emoji.
Yeah.
But having it as your personal, like in your personal bio, makes it just a bit cluttered. So that's probably good on the bio.
I also think there's a missed opportunity with your banner. You have nothing there. It's a place that people see when they first check out your account. When you're commenting on somebody or people meet you at a conference and they open your profile, it's one of the first things that you can signal about yourself. It could be a piece of art. It could be something about the work that you do or your personal motto, as Rachel was saying. I think that's a cool idea. Also, in the bio, I would say you could go a little closer to crypto space and be a little fun. Come up with one of those crazy titles for yourself, chief whatever. I don't know, at ETH Warsaw.
I had it once in the past. Justin from Safari called me Master Connector, but I thought it's like too cheesy.
I mean, I can't talk shit because I have Grand Connector in mind, so can't really rain on that parade there.
Yeah, it has to feel good to you still, right? I don't think you have to push too hard, but just off the cuff here, I think PFP and pin tweet are worth talking about too. I don't know if you want to get into that. Like, best PFPs are recognizable over time in a very shrunk down format. So if I'm scrolling my phone and I see you're tweeting, it's like, okay, this is some guy. But if you think about I don't know, pick your favorite 3 accounts. Like they have a PFP that as soon as you see them on the timeline, you stop because you like build up a relationship with them, and there's this sort of social capital that gets ported into that PFP. And so to whatever extent you can just make this more clear or have something very simple, I think especially when you're bootstrapping an account, that's the way. So then people start to be like, okay, oh yeah, that's this guy, he does this thing in Poland, blah, blah, blah.
All right, we literally have 1 minute to comment on a couple tweets. So let's just do rapid fire. Rachel,
The pin tweet. My personal opinion on pin tweet, like it's good that you have. It's people do it to show off the number. Like when they get a really big number of views, I understand that, but it should not be like this is old already. It's too old. You need something within the past year or so. Doesn't have, even if it has like way less than that, something else that's like kind of where you are now is kind of what's important. To have your pin tweet be something you're proud of saying now, where you are now.
Ben, do you have a comment on any other tweets here?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling. I wouldn't quote tweet yourself until you have a fairly significant following. I think the show more thing, it's easier to do a screenshot essay if you have something longer to say instead of just sort of like posting a super long form tweet. Yeah, I think just generally speaking, like it looks like you're live tweeting a bunch of the conference stuff, which is great. Mostly the algorithm prioritizes replies. And so if you're kind of under 2,000 or 3,000 followers, spending even just like 15 minutes a day replying to things on the theme that you're trying to engage in, like just go find the biggest ETH Denver tweets, not just the account from the conference, like anyone who's talking about ETH Denver, and engage with them. I feel like that would get you more impressions, like you go further than just riffing, but it's good. Like some of these things are good. It's fun, gives some experience. Like you see that this person is experiencing this conference. So yeah, well done.
Love the reply tip. I'm going to follow up on that instead of commenting on your tweet because it's a very useful way of communicating and it's easier lift. You don't have to think about, oh, what do I tweet about? You just need to follow the right people. And the way to do that is to create a list. And over here for the audience, I'm pointing out like on the sidebar, you can create a list for yourself of the accounts that you want to interact with, that you trust, that they are posting meaningful and interesting content, and then you will have easier time coming up with the replies rather than just scrolling through every pages and pages of shit posting. Also, quickly, I saw a little tweet here using a curse word, which Twitter doesn't like. Yeah, so that's
shit a curse word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a famous. Oh, damn it! What's that comedian's name? The famous American comedian who has this list of.
Jim Jeffries?
No. He has a list of words that you cannot use on TV. Anyway, I think on that note, we do have to wrap up. It was really fun. Final line on personal branding. Rachel, Ben?
Ooh, I'm gonna give a hot take. If cursing is you keep the cursing.
Ooh.
Yeah, just show up and try.
Thank you very much.
Story is your vessel. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rachel, Ben, Lucas. It was really fun and to be continued. Yay. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you. That was great. I learned a lot about what I should do and not do with my tweets. And that shit is a swear word, apparently. Okay. Up next, we're going to start. So that was second place in the People's Choice. Now we're going to go right into number 10. Come on up, Sean. Sean. A lightning talk has lightning preparation.
Do I have slides? Yeah. Do I connect it?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, do you need that Zoom call now? He's presenting in an hour. Okay, cool. Leave this on the desk. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, I'll get. Can you guys hear me back there? All right. Okay. All right. My name is Sean Brennan. I'm part of the Bio Protocol, which is a DAO to advance the state of DeSci and advance science. So first I'm going to talk about Web 2, though, and Web 2 science. With AI in science, this is a quote from Sam Altman. He's saying, scientific progress is going to be the largest uneven progress that will occur when AI is able to do science, and we're starting to see that. Here's a few basically tweets or quotes. There's a Genentech accelerator that just 2 days ago, they open sourced their research and how one of the biggest pharmaceutical companies is using AI. That's basically they're getting better results using AI in the process than not, so it's going to continue. There's now an AI model that can model and design genetic code. And there's one last tweet is the state of Chinese biotech is advancing very, very fast compared to, well, they're catching up to US biotech. And so all that combined means that AI is now able to progress the state of science. And when you have agents doing science, basically biotech is it lends itself to parallelization. And so you don't want just, like if you have a research lab, you don't want just one agent, you want 2 agents, you want 10 agents, 100. And it's very similar to something called AlphaFold is what we're building, where we'll have a decentralized or a distributed fleet of agents that can all do scientific tasks. And it's really similar to what Google did, where it wasn't agents, it was more mechanistic models that helped with protein folding better than any human could do. And we're doing it with multi-step agents that have access to tools that they can call Cloud Labs, which is a thing where you can basically send an API request to get an experiment back, have someone do the experiment for you, get the results back. Of course, agents would love that because they can't actually do the experiment. And we're building this fleet of agents in preparation for the expectation that research labs around the world will want to use us for the parallelized tasks. Instead of spinning up their own agents or using Google servers, they can use us. And there's basically a tokenomics involved because the best way to secure and incentivize this network is actually with staking, similar to Ethereum staking. You can stake on an agent, and there's certain guarantees that it gives you. And we believe that we can make this open to third parties. Like if we have it's almost like renting time on a supercomputer, or if you're an astronomer, you'll rent time on the Hubble Space Telescope, and you only need it for a few minutes, but it lets you do so much more than you can with your local hardware, your local devices. So we're building a fleet of agents under Bio Protocol, and that is the 5 minutes of my talk. Any questions from the audience? I think I have like a minute left, but maybe not. But I'll wrap it up there. Thank you, everyone.
Up next, Henri in 9th place.
Yeah, of course.
I hope he's 9th place. No, he's 9th.
Actually, he'll hand you his, it'll be a trade-off. He'll hand you. Okay.
trace.
lines of code. And this is, of course, for human developers and as well for AI agents. This enables extremely easily to embed any kind of interaction in AI agents. And we're going to release a lot of things in that domain. So we made the interactions and the specifications readable, understandable, and writable for humans and LLMs alike. So thank you all for your attention. We are OK Contract. We are building front-end automation and middleware for humans and AI agents. Follow us on Twitter with this link. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Henri.
Thanks, Josh, for organizing all this.
Yeah, of course. We had I think, three-way tie for 8th place. What up? First up, in one of the 8th place slots, we have brewedsugar.eth.
GARMR.com. Written out.
It's kind of cool that most of the submissions end up being public good stuff. It's more that like my reach on Twitter is limited to.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Nils. I'm Brewed Sugar on Twitter, and I'm here to talk about the perception layer for physical AI and why it's going to matter for robotics, smart cities, and XR.
Second R.
In 2014, Naval Ravikant wrote a blog post that influenced me deeply, where he argued that the internet itself is missing a 5th protocol beyond the link layer, internet layer, transport layer, and application layer to make the physical world ready for AI. He argued that we need a trade layer for machines to be able to exchange value at computer speeds. He used examples like, in the future, self-driving cars will need to exchange small amounts of money with each other to be able to negotiate things like lane merges. And this resonated with me a lot, because I believe that over the next 2 decades, the world economy will grow 10x in size at least, as we reach a civilization with 100 billion decision-making entities, which of course begs the question, what does AI want to buy? But when I read this article, I lived in Beijing. And Beijing is a very big city. In fact, it's so big that there are more cars on the road in Beijing than there are people in Los Angeles. And if you do a quick back-of-the-napkin calculation, you find that around the time it took to build the pyramids are lost in Beijing traffic every single week. So of course, there's a huge financial incentive to make sure that self-driving cars and other autonomous systems can coordinate. But Naval forgot something important. The cars will only be able to do this if and only if they can communicate with each other about physical space. Earlier this year, Jensen said on the CES stage that we've gone from perception AI to generative AI. We're just now entering the age of agentic AI. But the next and final boss of AI is physical AI, agents with an understanding of physics and an understanding of space. And this is going to be important because AI must collaboratively perceive the physical world to be able to solve the kind of problems that Naval envisioned. The internet needs a 6th protocol as well, a universal spatial computing protocol, a decentralized machine perception network. The robots are coming, the glasses are coming, embodied agents are coming, and all of these today use visual positioning systems and increasingly use visual positioning systems. This is where you share your image data with a central service. The idea is if you can compare what you're looking at to a model of the world, you can find out precisely where you are. But of course, any kind of computational comparison needs both sets of data to be in the same place. And that means you're either sending the model of the world down to your glasses, or you're sending the image feed of your glasses up to the model. And only one of those are practical today, which means that The future is a world where companies like Meta or Niantic or Google will literally see what you see when you use the glasses, or they won't work. It is the biggest threat to privacy we have faced as a civilization ever. I think it's the greatest call to action that the decentralization movement has faced ever. That's why we are building an external and collaborative sense of space for the next 100 billion devices, robots, sensors, and AI on Earth and beyond. We believe that the alternative to centralized visual positioning is polycentrically decentralized visual positioning, a decentralized machine perception network, the decentralized nervous system of physical AI, and that this will be the largest infrastructure project that humanity has ever undertaken, and the decentralization movement could do the funniest thing by building it and winning. We need to build civilization-scale infrastructure funded, owned, and operated by the people. DePIN is an inevitable global movement, and I hope that the decentralization community will rally around making sure that the future with robots and glasses and physical AI is privacy-preserving, decentralized, and good. Thank you, Ethereum.
Thanks, Bird Sugar.
Of course.
All right, up next, we've got Regen Renee, also in 8th place.
Yeah, you've got a mic. You have everyone.
No cap. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite.
Founders of Cello. And one of the probably biggest problems that developers in our community have come to us over the years is trying to figure out whether their users are humans. And this could be in the context of airdrops, you know, when people are trying to claim it multiple times or even more. Or it could just be for the purpose of the application, right? Preventing participation of bots, or more recently, AI agents coming on chain. And so I'm very excited to announce that we have launched a new venture together, joining forces with the Open Passport team that's been developing the ZK Passport technology. And it's called Self. You can learn more about it at self.xyz. But in a nutshell, it leverages passports, you know, which are, you know, arguably one of the most trusted you know, kind of sources for identity. And biometric passports actually have this biometric chip that the Self application can scan to verify whether first it's a valid passport, and then based on the data in the passport, create proofs. And doing all that trustlessly without an intermediary, right? So anyone here who's gone through KYC, you know, who's held up their ID or their passport next to them, you know, has gone through that process and then forever worried whether that data would be hacked and, you know, find itself on the dark web, you know, soon after. No need to worry any longer. Self is here to help you. And so it's really cool because already we had a booth these last couple of days here at East Denver, and people have come up with all kinds of really cool things to build, leveraging this information, right? So you could imagine, I mean, I think one of the craziest idea was someone who wants to build a meme coin that only people named Bob can claim. And how do you do that? Well, you have someone, you know, sort of create a proof that their first name is indeed Bob. And so I'll let your creativity run wild here. We ourselves, our team, put together a little app which basically lets you kind of prove that it's your birthday, and if it is, then you can come to the Self booth and get $100. So that's another really neat example. I'm just gonna because we're low on time here. I'm just gonna flash a few slides here with what the experience looks like, so you can sort of see some of that. The docs are live, so do head to self.xyz if you're a builder and you want to start building with that. And yeah, if the map loads, this is where our booth is. So please come by and say hello and chat with us on how to integrate with Self. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Jack, who placed 7th in the People's Choice.
Snarling by regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. And uni beams as the squad group chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the Dio night. Scorpion, juggling gun and toss with a Myanmar coin fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling by regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams at squadron chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. Hey, everyone. Thanks for coming out. I'm Jack. I am the CEO and co-founder of Sherlock. We do smart contract auditing, smart contract audit contests, smart contract insurance. And today we're going to talk about potentially the biggest hack in the history of the world, which happened 8 days ago, the Bybit hack for $1.4 billion, the biggest hack in crypto ever. And I'm going to try to explain this hack to you in 5 minutes. So this should look familiar to all of you, hopefully, if you've used crypto before. You've been a user, that's you as the smiley face. You've used MetaMask, you've looked at the MetaMask UI, you've typed things in there, which connects to an externally owned account on Ethereum, and this is how you have made stuff happen on a blockchain. One of the problems with this setup is it's a one-of-one signer. So if you lose your keys, you lose everything in your wallet potentially. Or if your keys get hacked, you lose everything in your wallet. That's what this looks like. This is not great. And one way to prevent this is by using a multi-sig. So this is what a lot of very high-value accounts on Ethereum use, including Bybit. This is what they used. They had what looked like a 3 of 5 multi-sig. The only problem with the multi-sig, well, the great part is, even if 2 of the signers get compromised or hacked, you're still good. You still own your money, and you can still make transfers happen, and nothing bad occurs. However, you need a different tech stack in order to make this multi-sig work. So you end up using Gnosis Safe, now just known as Safe, and you end up using smart contracts instead of an EOA. This is very important because this is basically how the Bybit hack happened, was with this new tech stack in the multi-sig setup. So this actually wasn't a compromise of any of the signers. All the signers stayed honest. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. However, the Safe UI was actually compromised. And this allowed a hacker to inject malicious JavaScript into the front end of the Safe UI which then allowed them to modify the smart contracts, upgrade the smart contracts, and steal all of the money out of this safe account, which had $1.4 billion worth of Ether in it. Here's a little bit of detail around how that happened. So the hacker actually hacked the Safe developer. So this was somebody who was contributing to Safe, likely worked at Safe full-time as a developer. Their machine got hacked. The hacker was able to access the S3 bucket that served the Safe front end, and they were able to inject malicious JavaScript code, which made the Safe front end look like it was showing an honest transaction to the multi-sig signers, when in reality, in the back end, it was actually upgrading the contract and performing a series of actions to allow the entire Safe account to be drained. One of the interesting things about this, so this is the actual JavaScript that Lazarus, the North Korean hackers, wrote, and this is what they found. And one of the interesting things about it is they specifically targeted the Bybit multisig. So they had injected this JavaScript for everybody using Gnosis Safe, but it only applied for one address, really two addresses, because I guess they tested it with another address. But it was only for this Bybit multisig, so it was highly targeted attack. And they waited about 2 days until an actual multisig transaction happened from Bybit, and that triggered the attack about 8 days ago, last Friday. If you want to know more about the actual smart contract transactions that occurred, there's a really great thread written by David Klung about how they were able to upgrade the Safe and attack it and take the tokens maliciously, $1.4 billion worth of ETH, which they're still trying to launder through different ways, through a bunch of different addresses, and a lot of white hats and USDC, USDT are all trying to censor these transactions and do what they can to not have the full 1.4 billion end up in the hands of North Korea, but it looks like likely a lot of that money will. So if you have any more interest in the technical details of this attack, check out this thread. And there are some other great resources around the audit reports. So 2 audit firms have actually looked at what happened and written a post-mortem about it. So go ahead and check that out. And if you're building any smart contracts, definitely check out Sherlock. We've audited Ethereum, Aave, and a bunch of other great teams in the space. So check us out if you want to have your smart contracts audited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Yonk, you're up. Okay, in 6th place,
Thank you so
we have Johannes.
And just HDMI? Anything works. Okay. There you go. I'll show you this.
Captain Ethereum, forever. Captain shows the way from the Genesis block to a brighter day.
Yeah, thank you very much for on this beautiful Saturday morning, for coming in here still. I'm Johannes. I'm the Managing Director of the Frankencoin Association. And today I'm going to talk to you about why we need more diversity in assets in DeFi. Right now, the US dollar dominates DeFi, 99.8%. And that's actually a number I pulled this morning from DeFi Llama. 99.8% of all stablecoin market cap, of the complete stablecoin market cap tracked by DeFi Llama is US dollar denominated. 99.8%. That's no bueno. And I'm going to tell you why. Look, if you were thinking about transactional currencies, that's quite all right, right? I mean, it's easier if you just have one currency, one denomination. Everyone is talking, about and understanding. However, if we're talking about store of value and, actually holding and de-risking in those assets, well, the dollar might not be the best choice. Obviously, it's a very large economy in the world, but you're in the end becoming dependent on one political system, you're becoming dependent on one part of the world, of one industry, and so on. And actually, if you look at this, if you turn this into numbers, it paints a pretty grim picture. Over the last 50 years, the US dollar lost more than 66% in value against the Swiss franc. That's 2/3. Now, if you look at the same number over the last 20 years, it's about 35%. And there have been quite a bit of intervention by the Swiss National Bank to kind of keep the Swiss franc artificially low. But yeah, do you actually want to hold an asset which is losing that much value? Not sure. If we think about the traditional world, that is recognized. I mean, looking at the money supply of the US dollar versus its GDP, we see about 0.7 times or 70% of the GDP is in money supply. This is a good indicator for money held, for example, as a reserve. If we look at the Swiss franc on the other side, it's almost double. Now, applying that to stable coins, we see that about 1% of the M2 is in stable coins, in dollars, and that's quite substantial, right? If we look at Swiss franc stable coins, as an example here, it is a bit different with a 0.002%. And if we now say, okay, well, actually, the TradFi world and the crypto world, they should somehow, in terms of capital allocation, move closer together. We currently have a fair market cap of about 10 billion, and that is to what we have today, a 400x. So there's a huge potential for diversity in assets, and actually not only that. If you look at research, this is obviously like Bitcoin is always that big thing where as a safe haven. And this study here, which is quite recent, it's not a Swiss study, caveat here, but it's done by a French university. They found that actually both Bitcoin and the Swiss franc are the best hedges against geopolitical risk, and better so than, for example, gold or treasury shares, and so on. So the Swiss franc is here. The Swiss franc is strong, and basically what I'm proposing here is nothing more to bring the Swiss franc to DeFi, and that's what we're doing with Frankencoin. And we're the guys with the mountains and the cows. Some of you have been yesterday at our cheese tasting. It's been a lot of fun. If you want to learn more about how we bring the Swiss franc to DeFi, check out Frankencoin. And thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me, Josh.
Thanks, Johannes. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, up next, we have Garm in 5th place.
Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my
working on called Spinach, a new sort of retro funding builders through liquidity incentives competition. It's a play on words on spin and ACH, and we think of it as a new retro funding paradigm which grows DEX liquidity and generates a lot of noise by allocating liquidity incentives to builders instead of yield farming tourists. And we're basically taking two ecosystem growth backbones and combining them into one whole. So we're taking builder grants and liquidity incentives and trying to make something better. So as you all know, there's a ton of grant funding programs out there that work fantastic to get builders to start building, but past that initial grant, many builders struggle to find follow-up grants, and many people find that retro funding as it exists today is not really very reliable because the funding amounts are very unpredictable and the timelines to get that funding is typically quite long. So as a result, projects end up chain hopping to chase new grants quite often. On the other hand, we have fantastic direct liquidity incentive platforms like Merkle, for instance. If you don't know what that is, it's a place where liquidity providers can go and see which pairs they can provide liquidity to and then yield incentives of like 20%. It works fantastic. It works perhaps even too good because what you see is that once the incentives dry up on one particular pair, a lot of people end up moving those assets again. So if you look at the example here below, we saw 170K being incentivized against USDC and wrapped ETH on Gnosis for 3 months. They shot up to 1.5 million in TVL for that duration, but within 48 hours of those incentives drying up, all the big whales moved their assets out again, and now there's only 15K in liquidity left in their pair. So ideally, you really want to find ways to get users to provide liquidity that are long-term profit-driven, that want to see a chain succeed because that's also their success, or projects that they're invested in to see succeed. Enter Spinach. Spinach is a gamified liquidity competition where we say, okay, choose a token whose liquidity you want to grow and allocate an incentive budget. And then instead of saying, hey, liquidity providers, you can get 20% APR, instead say, you builders within my ecosystem, you can get a part of this incentive budget. All you need to do is rally your community to provide the liquidity against your token or on your platform. And then on a daily basis, Spinach is going to stream rewards to the builders based on how well they've been able to rally their community. And then by distributing these rewards daily, the builders are going to be incentivized to continuously rally their community and talk about it a lot. Here's some mock-ups of what a platform could look like for these builders. Basically, they sign up, choose an ecosystem to participate in, and then they can see in a leaderboard like which projects are already competing and which projects are getting what amounts of daily rewards for the liquidity they've orchestrated. We've been doing a bit of an emergent experiment on Celo where we first started working on this, and we've noticed 3 key things that are particularly exciting. One, it's a noise machine. These projects are going to be heavily promoting this to their communities because it's a new funding stream of revenue that they haven't been able to tap into before. So they're going to talk about it a lot. And you're also going to be really reaching the core community of your ecosystem, in particular the long tail users that are really active within your ecosystem, rather than the large liquidity providing whales that are just coming in and then leaving again within 48 hours. And then finally, something that's super interesting that we saw is second order effects of actual direct liquidity incentives being created by these projects that are competing for the incentives for builders. A great example of this is UbeSwap. It's a Uniswap-like DEX on Celo, where they created a farm for their users to supply Glow Dollar and USDC liquidity, and then they're paying out incentives in their own token Ube to the tune of 20% APR. And this has really rallied a lot of their users, and now they're reaping a lot of rewards. If you look at the numbers, you saw that just by distributing 2K in incentives per month, we're actually able to get 66K in TVL through this program and 8 projects participating. So by focusing on the long-term profit-driven incentives, we're also getting short-term profit-driven mechanics going on. If you compare the numbers to just that same Merkle campaign that I showed you, we're doing pretty much on par with the amount of TVL we can orchestrate, but you're reaching a lot more of those actual active users within your ecosystem. You're getting a lot of projects participating in this grant opportunity, and you're going to get a lot of these second order effects liquidity flywheels. Now, I'm also with Glow Dollar, so if you add Glow Dollar into the mix here, if the slide's going to go next, then you're going to get even more benefits, because as Glow Dollar's TVL goes up, we are going to make more profits, and we are going to be able to put that back into the flywheel and yield even more rewards for those builders. And that's it. So basically you get indefinite grants. That was Spinach. Thank you very much. If you want to use Spinach for your chain or your ecosystem, please consider reaching out. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Carm. All right, next up. Also in 5th place, Reblock.eth.
Here we go. Yeah. That in. Get your check.
Is that your background? That's cool.
Okay. All right. Hey.
Hey, hello, everyone. I'm Yudai. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for coming. And I'm Yudai from Fracton Ventures, which is our incubator based in Japan. And we are commitment for incubating protocols for Ethereum in Japan. Today, I wanted to talk about an open incubation framework. Why it needs and what is the meaning of this framework and how to do that. I'd like to share my idea. So the programs in Ethereum incubation, as an incubator, we are always thinking about what is a program in this ecosystem. So one thing is that, so normally incubator will or accelerator will set beside of funds. The VC will get more investing, sourcing line or something else. So it works. But as an incubator, just general incubator, just provide programs or mentoring opportunities to incubate more protocols, it's just a bit of tough. So these programs are current market programs. We are thinking so. And also, who are incubators in Ethereum? So I just showed the name of a few accelerators and Ethereum community as well. I am thinking Ethereum align incubators, accelerators, plus Ethereum communities, they are also the part of incubators in Ethereum. The meaning of this, the local community, even the local community, my local is Japan. So Ethereum Japan, there is a Ethereum Japan as a local community. So this type of local community has been providing opportunity for local builders and as an incubator. So no one don't want to call them as an incubator, but so they have a potential to be our incubator activity. But there's no motivation to don't have a motivation to do that. Why? So that's the reason why I recently started to think about open incubation framework. So open incubation framework means that every single community, especially for deeply committed into Ethereum community, can transform to be a more tokenized community. Passive timing we call the DAO. But I think this time is more RWA stuff or something, or you can easily imagine more tokenized version of MicroStrategy or something. So the more leveraged community and get more power and get more funding to be more sustainable support for local community. I think it should be more better. So I wanted to say one thing. contribute community more and more and more. And we wanted to try to discuss open. It's just actually open discussion. It's just starting open discussion with you guys. So let's start to discuss about how we can create open incubation framework for bring more actual community to transform to as an incubator model, and it means in specifically areas, or if we could see more incubators in the market, we will see more high-speed incubation model inside of Ethereum. Not only here, not only Japan, not only specific market like a DeSci or DeFi, whatever, so that we can easily to see more high-speed incubation in the market. So again, the contributor community and transform into the incubator. This is my message. Yeah, thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, so let's discuss.
Thank you. All right.
What's your name? Artem.
Next up, we have filling in for the 5th place, Artem from Octant.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. Anybody's listening? I have a question to ask. Anybody here heard about a project called Octant? Okay, we have some folks. What do you think it is? Anybody has an opinion? Scream if you have. Nobody has an opinion. You have an opinion. Well, you know, that's not fair. This is Ethereum Garden. And as you can see, Ethereum Garden has all different creatures. And they're magical. There are degens, there are builders, there are some other creatures, and there's a new type of creature that we're introducing that didn't exist here before. And this is a dragon. What it has to do with the dragon? We are building Octant V2, which is called Degens and Dragons. And the idea is that dragons are these creatures that sit in a pile of gold, and they don't want to get away from this pile of gold. And there are a lot of modern-day dragons that shape modern-day economy, sitting on big hedge funds, etc. But in history, we know that dragons were not always portrayed as evil creatures. Sometimes dragons were believed to be protectors of Earth and all beings on the planet, that they represent wisdom and fertility. In Tibetan culture, they symbolize strength, protection, and abundance. And so what are we doing with Octant is we're saying that the capital-based funding of public goods is sustainable long-term, and donation-based funding public goods is not sustainable long-term. So we have another type of creature in this world, and it stems from this movement or phenomena that is called financial nihilism. And degens were born from this phenomena in a way, and we usually try to push it away. But the problem is that it's a response to systemic economic challenges. And most of the young people can't really afford buying a house or starting a family. That's why a lot of people come to crypto and try to make as much money as possible. By the way, do I have 5 minutes or I have 10 minutes? 'Cause
5.
Okay. Then I have to move faster, I guess. What we are saying is that dragons, they symbolize the capital that exists in this space, and degens symbolize this energy and the spirits of risk-taking. And what are we actually doing right now is we are inviting all the projects all the communities and people with substantial amount of capital to put this capital where their mouth is. And we're actually doing it. The first dragon is Golem Foundation, from which Octane was born. We're staking 100,000 ETH, and we're generating the yield and using this yield to fund public goods and impactful projects. To the date, we distributed around $7 million from this sustainable funding stream without taking any funding from the capital. Our goal is to create the first self-sustaining global public goods and impact funding ecosystem that balances the common good and financial empowerment. We do recognize that people need to be paid for what they do. People need to be rewarded, whatever work they do. And we also recognize that it is important to fund the larger whole. What V2 is essentially is a protocol. Octane V2 is a protocol that connects DeFi and ReFi. It uses capital to fund what is important, and capital provision is not just something where people can go and ask for money. We believe it can be done on chain, and it will be done on chain. And capital provision is an active process. It requires mechanisms, incentives to funnel this into capital allocation mechanisms. We effectively capture and deploy capital to fund impactful projects in the Web3 ecosystem and beyond through incentivized user participations. Essentially, we are creating a system that connects DeFi, Ethereum-aligned ecosystems with effective regenerative funding models. I'm guessing I'm out of time, so I'll end here. Thank everybody for listening.
Thank you. All right, up next. This is a slight change in the schedule. 10th place. He flew in very specifically for this. Pirsky Browser.
Okay, great. Oh, and you need that adapter. You got it. Back to me when you're done. My face would be.
Is Justice here? You want to, Justice, you want to come on down? How we doing?
Justice, you want to go now and we'll figure it out?
Yeah. All right. While we figure that out, we're going to go to our first place winner of the People's Choice, 0x Justice. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Okay.
Is it like possible to transfer slides to...
It is possible, yeah. You want to put it something on Telegram?
Yeah, sure.
We get lunch after this?
Yeah. We can.
Let's work down lounge.
Okay, and we'll give you 5 minutes on it.
I'm supposed to have 10.
Oh, you get 10?
Yeah. GM, can you guys hear me? Okay, what's up, guys? My name's Justice. I'm the co-founder of QAC. First off, I want to thank everyone for, this contest, and two, for voting to put me on this stage. It's very special to me. I appreciate it a lot. Today's talk is WTF is protocol-sponsored tokenization. Web3 grants are broken. We can start there. And we can call this brokenness the alignment problem, because the three main stakeholders in this situation are in perfect dissonance in regards to their incentives. Protocols want TVL and adoption. What they get is inflation and token dumps. Teams want sustainable revenue, and what they get is endless grant farming. And communities want low market cap tokens, and what they get is VC inflated tokens. It's very sad. To quantify this perfect dissonance, consider this. Chain spent over $3 billion in builder incentives last year alone. Despite this expenditure, their TVL often dropped. You can see three examples here. Dfinity, $13 million out, $35 million drop in TVL. Arbitrum, over $100 million out, $10 million drop in TVL. Optimism, an eye-popping $3 billion spent, $69 million TVL down. And then communities, on the other hand, who want these fair launch, low market cap tokens, the only place they have to go to find them is meme coins. Meme coin scene is shot up to $60 billion market cap, with almost everyone losing money. 97% of traders are unprofitable. So these are just two of the stakeholders analyzed analytically. So WTF is PST, or Protocol Sponsored Tokenization. It's when protocols distribute grants collateralizing trustless, fair launch ICOs. That might sound like a mouthful, but I have an example to help you understand this. QF, quadratic funding, is a great example of kind of the halfway step to PST. QF could be seen as a protocol-sponsored donations. It is a beautiful thing. You can see its strengths is that it incorporates the major stakeholders. We have the supporters, the communities, we have the protocols putting in the funding pot, and we have the teams receiving the funds. It multiplies funds, which increases the protocol spend. And then ultimately, too, it is in the spirit of decentralization, the market determines the distributions. It's amazing. But what are the weaknesses? It lacks incentives. After a while, the supporters may run out of gas and wonder why they're, supporting these projects, especially if these projects later go on to launch tokens that are overinflated by VCs. Like, what advantage did they have for supporting them early? And also, ultimately, it creates no net new value. The output to the teams can never be greater than the total amount that came in from the donors and the protocol. We need a value creation event, something different, something more than the moving of resources. We talk about growing the pie. PST grows the pie in a tremendous way, and we'll see that next. So PST, the abstract model is this. A protocol puts resources into a trustless ICO mechanism, and that generates tokens for the team and its supporting community. You can see here now that funding pot is being replaced by a mechanism. The supporters putting tokens in to support actually get tokens out, and the team also in the bottom. They don't just get the money no more than what came in. They get new value generated. The result is that this directly drives growth metrics like TVL tremendously. Projects get not just another grant, but a yield-generating economies, an entirely different scenario. And communities get what we've been promised for a long time, which is ownership. That has been lost to a great degree. All of our ownership has been come through the VC play, okay? And so this rests on the conviction that the greatest public good, maybe, is public ownership. And that's enabled with tokenization. And so that's why it's so important we come back to that. What does this do? This realigns all the stakeholders. Think about it. The protocols now don't just get teams that they gave money to build. These projects are deployed on their chain, on their protocol. The projects get committed communities. That's the mystery to solve. How do you create community? Well, partly you have bag alignment. People are holding your token, right? And then the communities, by holding this token, are driving TVL on the protocols. So there's realignment, but there's also this flywheel. Because as this value moves around, the sponsoring protocols grow in value, their token appreciates, and they're able to spend more to attract more projects. This is the flywheel. So what's the mechanism that makes this possible, the complete unlock? And I would say it's this, it's a mechanism-centric ICO. It's a different way of thinking about tokenization. Right now, token launches are completely human-centric. Teams sit around and make decisions on token supply, token price, token distribution. It's highly bespoke and manual. This idea of replacing this manual, bespoke approach with a trustless mechanism is our destiny. It's the same way we move from centralized exchanges to decentralized exchanges, from central finance to decentralized finance. We're going to go from human-centric TGE to trustless mechanism to create protocol-sponsored tokenization. It's DeFi native, it's trustless, it's safe and compliant. Its relationship with the law is totally different because math determines how it works, not humans. The era of trust me bro launches is over, I hope. We're working to that end. This is a 0 to 1 for tokenization, and it's the unlock that allows protocols to sponsor early stage tokenization at scale. So you don't have to take my word for it. We can actually simulate this in an amazing way. We can go back and look at the history of QF. Here's one example in a spreadsheet here of a QF round that ran on Polygon on Giveth in January 24. You can see the projects, how many people contributed. But in any QF, think about it. The sponsor goes in, puts $1 million in the pot, that $1 million goes to the teams sell that token for their runway. Predictably and deterministically, there is no guaranteed TVL. Now, compared if this went into a mechanism to create an ICO, the $1 million goes in, it doesn't get sold. You see the arrows to the right, not down. It goes in and acts as a carrot for other people to go in and mint this team's projects. Guaranteed, you have, assuming the same level of demand, right, which there'll be more because they're getting tokens, there's incentive, you have at minimum 10 million TVL generated. Or consider how this affects the lifespan of a chain. The entire game of chains is to increase utility at a higher rate than they spend their own token, right? That's the whole point, you know? If you look at an example of like a $25 million economy, and let's say they spend $4 million every year on grants, right now, you can just divide that. They basically have a 5-year runway, assuming, you know, as their token inflates, they have to spend more, so it kind of rapidly depletes towards the end, and they have no guaranteed TVL. With PST, they've doubled the runway because those tokens don't hit circulating supply, and at minimum, they have 40 million TVL created every year. So, if you want to learn more about how we are specifically implementing this strategy in a protocol, would love to talk with you. We're building the Quadratic Accelerator, or QAC for short. This is my Twitter handle, Telegram. Go to www.qac.xyz. If you're a project interested in a sponsored tokenization, we want to talk to you. If you're a protocol that wants to do amazing stuff with your native token, we want to talk to you. If you're an investor who wants to help us go to outer space this year, we want to talk to you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Justice. And congratulations on winning the People's Choice.
Thank you.
Okay, in out of order, we've got 10th place, who flew in special for this. Oh, that worked nicely.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
He's a pro.
Everyone. So I just landed an hour ago. I'm so happy to be here in time. ETHDenver was my first hackathon in 2021. So let's get started. My name is Akhilesh, and I will be talking about native ENS support in PeerSky browser. So let's start with gateways. The first two are public gateways. You must have seen the human readable one in many publishing platforms like Fleek. The raw CID gateway is mostly used by developers. And the last one is dedicated gateway. So it's specifically used to pin your content. It's fast, but it costs a lot of money. So, what is HTTP? HTTP runs on servers. Servers are bad. Yeah. So we're still relying on centralized servers to fetch the decentralized data. So PeerSky takes a different approach. PeerSky runs Helia node locally, which is like JavaScript implementation of IPFS. The way it works is it retrieves the content hash from blockchain with the RPC calls, and Helia node will resolve that content hash to IPFS CID and fetch the content directly from the protocol. So it's all the addresses are stored locally in enscache.json file. This means if you try to access the ETH domain, you won't have to resolve it, making it faster. Does anyone here own an ENS domain and have published it to IPFS? Yeah. What is it?
He said unicorn.eth.
Just unicorn.eth, right? Yeah, so while this loads, we can move further. Not only IPFS, we support multiple protocols like Hypercore, previously known as DAT. We also support Web3 protocol, which is used to fetch data from smart contracts. We are experimenting with BitTorrent and Veilid. So Veilid is like a Tor combination of Tor and IPFS protocol. It's pretty good for IP privacy. So one of the biggest Web3 browsers, Brave, last year deprecated the IPFS node support. This means they are still using gateways, and now we have handful of peer-to-peer web browsers. So we can start using peer-to-peer technology and just avoid this thing. Like, the better we participate in network, the stronger it gets. So instead of like relying on centralized point of failures like HTTP gateways. Lastly, I want to talk about distributed press. So if you have a website and if you want to publish it to IPFS, you can use distributed press. So you don't need any account. You don't. There's no paywall. You can just throw a GitHub action, and it will work. So after publishing after publishing your website, you'll get mutable identifier, which later you can link it to your traditional DNS domain, or if you own .it domain, you can just link it to your ENS registry. So one relevant example I would like to share is we have recently published distributed uncensorable frontends to receive donations from cryptocurrency. It's so simple, static, and it just works. So you can just fork this repository, make changes, and publish it to the web. So the version 1 beta is out. You can download and install it on peersky.p2blabs.xyz. If you have any questions, I'll be at the back, and feel free to come and just grab some stickers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and happy decentralizing.
Thank you.
Oh, and if you can zoom the camera, we just loaded oh, it's gone. But we can try another domain. You raise your hand, right? What's your domain? No. Okay. Oh, thanks.
All right, and closing out our show, we have a very special guest.
Hey, can I have my mic back? Hey, I need my microphone.
Gregory Landua of Regen Network.
Thank you, Joshua. So I'm going to do two things here. The first thing I'm going to do is tell everybody just a little bit about Regen Network. And the second thing I'm going to do is invite Griff and Kevin and Joshua to come up, and we're going to tell you a little bit about Regen Commons. So I'm going to do all that super fast. So I want to talk to everybody a little bit about this idea of living capital. We at Regen Network have been building a system to create real-world ecological assets as the foundation of a regenerative economy. Just to get a sense of this, really, there's an increasing understanding, both in traditional finance and decentralized finance, of intrinsic and relational value that's built by ecological health. So I'm talking about things like soil health, water quality, air quality. These are all oftentimes considered public goods, but they're also the foundation of all of the private goods that the entire economy rests on. And they're not just, these are pretty large markets, actually. And this is really just a small fraction. There's several different estimates. The UN, World Economic Forum, and other folks interested in this topic believe that over the next 10 years, this market is going to increase to be about $10 trillion per year. So there's a very interesting degen to regen opportunity here, in which we're talking about really large markets, but in order to access those markets, we need instruments, we need objects with rich metadata to be able to compute the complexity of living systems to create this new form of capital, this new capital stack. But it's important to note that the first generation of these assets has kind of collapsed confidence in these markets because they're complex, because the assets that are being created are enormously complex. So that's what Regen Network has been working on over the last 8 years, is creating a network-driven verification system, an attestation graph that allows different actors to all create a very rich understanding of ecological health and be able to bring from that understanding responsible instruments to market to serve as the foundation for a new form of capital. And one of the things that's really exciting to me is actually recently we found out that Regen Network is currently handling 80% of the voluntary biodiversity market. That has nothing to do, that's not that market, the dominant buyer in that market is Inter-American Development Bank. These aren't sort of degen traders on chain, they're using our ledger for the receipts, the registry system, the standards governance, and the remittance process is just quite straightforward. So I think that's pretty cool. And we believe that success in the biodiversity market essentially predicts leadership across the rest of the emerging markets that we're talking about. So we see ourselves, we're just about to, I had meant to throw together a part of this slide deck talking about, we're just about to bring the Ethereum virtual machine to Regen Ledger. We're at 2 o'clock, we're launching liquidity pools on Celo and Base as part of this sort of like embrace of the larger Regen movement that the Ethereum ecosystem has been building for a long time. So it's working deeply on integration. I just want to walk people through. So we sort of have 3 layers of our stack. The base being Regen Ledger, which is the proof of stake blockchain, about to have the Ethereum virtual machine running, the registry system, and then the application layer of a peer-to-peer marketplace where people can do some simple buy and sell orders, trading, basketing, and sort of the assetization of this. So I'm going to just fly through this. I'm going to land this with registry is a word that is used in the industry at large for carbon, biodiversity, and other types of assets. It's thought of as a bureaucracy, as an institution, as a standards body of who tells who what is good. We're flipping the script there, and we're opening it up so that registry is a process, the process of registration. Anyone can anchor, sign, build reputation, share data, and basically create these new forms of ecological assets through contribution. So with that landed for Regen Network, and thank you all for letting me have a moment to share a little bit about that. I want to share about Regen Commons and invite Joshua back up, and Kevin and Griff, some of the other down there, some of the other signers and sort of boosters of this project aren't here, but we're just going to do a quick announcement about what Regen Commons is on the back of that quick little presentation about Regen Network. It's all good. I wanted to be able to like sit down and actually have a quick conversation. A couple of years has been both a place of excitement and building and innovation and growth, and it's also been a place of confusion and maybe like lack of proper funding and infighting and challenges. Not so dissimilar from any community anywhere. The Regen community, I think, got incredibly excited about ETH Denver's Year of the Regenerates, but also because Spork DAO has been busy making this amazing event happen and all of the production process and all the things, there was a little bit of a disconnect. And so out of that disconnect, the amazing thing is oftentimes tension creates opportunity for creation. So there's been this whole process that people may or may not have been paying attention to of working to create a whole Regen stage in the back where people have been giving talks from all over the place. And we've been hustling together to create this concept of Regen Commons, which actually is a place, an experiment around the exclosure of a set of brands and licenses related to the term, the term of art, Regen, and its use in the crypto space into a community-governed DAO. And these 3 gentlemen, along with a bunch of other amazing humans, have come together to help make that happen. Spork DAO has made a commitment to chip in and invest and help seed. We're making commitments to help invest in seed. So I just wanted to take a moment to sort of announce that to the whole world and to let everybody just talk a little bit about what this means to you and what you're excited about moving forward.
Sure, yeah.
I think it was definitely an interesting thing to see that there weren't enough regen talks in this thing, and it's just magical to. I understand why there was 40 different people that were from the community picking talks on Merit, but out of all that drama, to see something like this magically evolve out of it is pretty fucking cool. So hats off to you, Gregory, and everyone involved to actually make this into something really, really cool. For me, just trying to commune around the word regen and what does regen mean is a challenge, right? I think it means something different to everybody. And so you even have someone stewarding the regen brand is it's important. And it's sad because there's a lot of drama around trademarking, and it doesn't always feel clean. But in the end, especially in crypto, we had to get the trademark on Giveth so we can take down scammers. And it's just the reality of the world we are in. So to have that actually managed by a community, I think is really the way to go.
The thing I'd want to add is I think it's really cool that the conversation started a week ago, or at least it bubbled up about a week ago, and the ETH content and program have been working on building out this schedule for months, and then we were able to put this together, and now here we are on stage talking about it. We've come to a resolution that quickly. It's kind of exciting.
Eleanor Ostrom talks about 8 principles for managing the commons, and one of the principles is drawing clear boundaries around them. And I think that one of the things that's really exciting about this is the mimetic shelling point of regen. We can now draw a boundary around, and sort of like that, we can have a shared group that's in charge of defining clear boundaries for people to know if they're regen or not. And I just want to say that, Gregory, you're the OG regen in Web3 for me. And when I wrote Greenpilled and started doing my regen stuff, I relied on your thoughts about 8 forms of capital and everything that you're doing. And you and I have, I think, circled each other for a while and never gotten a chance to be in a DAO together. So I'm excited to support you in this new journey that you're on, and I'm amazed at how it all came together. I think that your vision of a tribe of tribes, Gitcoin, Giveth, Regen Network, Spork DAO, VDAO, Regens Unite, all of these different tribes having a place that we can gather and sort of build the movement together, that'll become a shelling point, a gathering point for the larger movement. And so I'm excited to support you. It starts with the enforcement and the commons thing, but I think it actually becomes a social shelling point after that, and that becomes really cool.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and what's really exciting to me is, the agility and support that Spork DAO has shown to sort of help, basically, well, you are invited actually. So let's build. And so the shift from kind of a zero-sum game feeling to a win-win feeling is really exciting. And I'm super grateful that Spork DAO is committed to sort of make an initial endowment of $20,000 into the DAO, which is super exciting. Woo. And what that's going to be used to do isn't to answer the question around what is fair use around regen or anything like that. It's to set up a process and have a really talented DAO whisperer steward to help us create a vehicle that all of these different disparate groups that do have different definitions have faith and trust in and get excited to participate in. So that seed then allows us to come back, and we also have a commitment from Spork DAO that if we build a vehicle that actually can basically create a new commons, a new copy fair approach to IP and licensing, and we can show that there's going to be a virtuous flywheel and business approach. We get to pitch Spork DAO, we get to pitch Bufficorn Ventures for a remaining $300,000, and then we could be off and running, right? So we could actually create a pretty significant heart shelling point for all of these different regen clans to have a commonality and a commons. And I think this is really important. There's been people who are starting to debate about, what does regen mean and who should be able to own it. And the interesting thing is that's actually the point. The point is there shouldn't be, in something that's this important, there shouldn't really be a single private entity that can necessarily enforce on somebody else. We actually want to take time to say, what is fair use? Are there moments that we don't want this used in our industry? What are they? Are there moments that we want it to be free and open? So it's a really interesting process, I think, and my hope is that it actually does create a deep synergy between a group of actors who up until now have been friends and who have been sort of like, hey, you're doing really cool things, what's going on? But we haven't quite found the win-win, out-cooperate the competition moment, and I'm hoping that this is that's what's taking place.
Great. Gregory, I guess I'm curious if we could get really mechanical about what the terms of this deal are, because I had thought that you said that there was a $300K verbal commitment, and $200K or $20K just doesn't seem like it's enough to do all the legal work and all of the free labor that will come along with this. And I also, what does it mean to have the opportunity to pitch Bufficorn Ventures? Why would they want to invest in a Regen Commons DAO? Aren't they a VC? Don't they have to make a 10 or 100x? This new thing about it only being a $20K commitment is new to me in this exact moment.
Yeah, well, I think what I've heard and sort of done handshakes around is 20K plus 300K once we get a set of attributes done. But those attributes are sort of like having a solidly operational DAO that does have its shit together when it comes to IP and licensing. So the key that we're going to have to work out is, together, what are those specific attributes that we need to get done to 200K that feels like the rest of the 300K can come in? And to me, that actually feels, you're right, it's not really a pitch.
So it's a 300K commitment contingent on the formation of this DAO under something that we call legitimate, but we haven't defined legitimate yet.
Yeah, we have to.
And will Bufficorn Ventures own upside in this? Is this something where they're expecting 10 or 100x upside, or is this more of a charitable thing that's coming out of the operational funds from ETH Denver, which I've heard has done several $1 million in the year of the regenerates? Where is that money coming from?
You'd have to ask Joshua. I think it's TBD. What I've heard from Justin and John and others in conversation is that that's really something that they need to sort out after the event ends and the accounting can take place, but that we have sort of the intention, the commitment, but what we have to do, the thing that we have to do is really say, what are the thresholds or criteria that creates the trust and faith that this makes sense as an investment. I personally don't think it should probably be structured as there's going to be a bunch of value extraction taking place, but we do need to sort of work that out. And again, the purpose of the initial DAO is really strictly focused on hiring the human who's going to help create the structure and the process. But we need to go through a process and make sure that we have the 3 criteria that equals success.
I would love to answer that question.
Can we have 5 more minutes?
No, we just ran out of time. He's going to cut us off. So we'll have to continue the conversation later.
It's the year of the regenerates. We should do 5 more minutes.
The Bufficorn Ventures doesn't necessarily need to do a 10 or 100x. The whole point of it being a community-owned venture is that we can kind of drive the decision-making ourselves. I mean, you're a Spork Whale. You can help to drive those decisions.
I voted for John Ruth in the Spork DAO election, by the way.
I encouraged him to run. John's a good choice. You should submit your votes before 10 tomorrow. We're going to get cut off the live stream, so I've got to wrap this up. Okay. Thank you guys for coming to the People's Choice 2025. This was a great segment. It actually ended up becoming more of a stage of regens, which was fantastic. I can use that word, right? Okay.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see if the DAO lets me use that word retroactively. Thank you so much for coming. This has been a great time. We'll see you next year.
in the blackouts out. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet over the OP jobs. Yo, Central Lazarus, flexing weak API chains. Regenerate, roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguise, fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year-old beam stitch the fractured map. Brittle hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerate. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularities surge, protocols ignite. Regenerato. Cannon blasting through the night. Central Lazarus, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm, blockchains dancing, no noose. Regenerato. Stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in soccer counts. Regenerato.
Okay.
He'll give you a hand
now
sign
I
too.
can
He'll
see
give you a
it
hand
too.
sign also.
I think we're
He'll
good.
signal you too.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We got a panel ready to go.
Kaida. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Let's do that again. Happy Saturday afternoon, everyone. We've got a panel ready to go. I'd like to introduce Rebecca Kaida, CMO and co-founder of Vala. And she will be talking to our panelists about how decentralized commerce can make Web3 great again. So round of applause, please.
Thanks so much, everyone. I'm very excited to be here with an amazing panelist. So I'm Rebecca, CMO and co-founder of Vala. So we're building the Web3 TikTok shop. And for this panel today, I'm very excited for our panelists to introduce ourselves because they are also bringing forth, the next phase of onboarding the next billion people into crypto through commerce. So Pat, if you'll start and introduce yourself.
Hey, nice to meet you guys. I'm Pat Yu. I'm the co-founder of Mega Incubator, which is an incubator focused on payment infrastructures, consumer applications, and government relations on Ethereum network.
Yeah, no, my name's Carter Zink. I've been in the space for about 8 years now, and originally got into National Science Foundation research, and then I got this addiction to starting companies and built some loyalty infrastructure where I met Lin.
Yeah, my name is Lin Dai. I'm the CEO of Superlogic, and at Superlogic, we build a lot of blockchain infrastructure for major enterprise companies such as American Express and Warner Music Group. We're really excited to partner with Carter over at Spree. We just launched our new dApp, Bookit.com, that aggregates over 2 million merchants in travel, entertainment, retail, and accepting 3,000 different cryptocurrencies. So we actually have a little video if Rebecca can play it for everyone.
Let's play it because it's better to see it than just hear it. Amazing. I don't know how you guys feel, but I am like a points junkie. So when Lynn and I were talking about this earlier and last week, I was like, okay, I need this because it's like I have so much crypto, I have so many stables. Like, what do I do with it? I don't want to offboard it. It's a nightmare. So the first question, so this is going to be for Carter and Lynn. So stablecoins often get overlooked, right? But many people believe they're the key to real world usage. So I'm curious to know why stablecoins might be the critical infrastructure for crypto payments to bring on the next billion users into crypto.
No, yeah, 100%. As one of the co-founders of Spree, I think one of the pretty clear pain points that I've recognized is that merchants that are, servicing how many billion people today, they're not going to take your dog whiff hat or your bonk coin because it could easily go down 50% in a day or quicker. And so, stables, they're not sexy. You can't speculate on them, but you can use them as, what I've heard is a really good descriptor, a room temperature superconductor for commerce. And we see this within the traditional loyalty space. They're pegged to the dollar because that's the medium of exchange. And so I think in the next maybe 3 to 5 years, we're going to have the next billion people using stables because they use dollars, and it's just way easier for commerce.
Yeah, we deal with a lot of enterprise clients, right? Like if you go to like Marriott and say like, please accept the Trump coin, they're going to be like, how do we really deal with this? So what Carter and Spree team came up with is really genius, right? So basically any of your coin can instantly be swapped into a stable coin, which can facilitate actual transactions. And honestly, it's something that consumers can understand, right? To onboard the masses, we need the concept of purchase on or not on blockchain that really consumers can understand. They can understand purchasing to a USD denomination, and they understand rewards in the form of points, not something that fluctuates in value. So kind of what Spree has done is pretty incredible, and that allow us to really seamlessly convince 2 million plus merchants to kind of join this revolution.
I love this. Normally in crypto G-Gen world, we're like, not another points program, but this is a points program I can totally get behind. So the next question is, how do large merchants and institutions view crypto-based payments rails today?
Yeah, when I go, talk to our institutional and enterprise clients, I basically say like, hey, you already transact in digital currency. Your own points program is a digital currency. It's a centralized digital currency that doesn't really run on MasterCard and Visa rails. But by the way, like all merchants actually really are allergic to the idea they get charged like 2-3% every time they run a transaction on those rails. So I was like, would it have been great if you can accept cryptocurrency that you don't have to worry about what the input to the network is. The output is USD to you for your goods and services, right? Like so this is what like kind of the vision of Spree was, that really kind of enabled that seamless, like crypto in, USD out, and points to the consumer.
And you know, Pat and I, you were talking about this idea that like loyalty points are basically crypto for normies, right? They use this already. So this is not like, we don't have to reinvent anything. This is just like, hey, spend it like you normally would.
I agree with you. I think 10 years ago, we used to use Chase cards or Amex cards to churn points and kind of look for our free vacations. Recently, we've been working together with the Chinese government along with the Thai government for their introduction to kind of a larger, broader adoption for their citizens. They don't want speculation because of consumer safety, but they're willing to look at stablecoins, especially in the tourism bureaus, because it's very, very simple for you to convert those points that you would have from the tourism board directly into rewards that their local companies are able to utilize.
Incredible. So that leads me to my next question. So what do you see as the biggest catalyst that will bring more merchants and consumers into the space at scale? And is it reduced fees, improved user experience, or new revenue streams like loyalty programs?
Is it for me? Yeah. I think a lot of people think about reduced fees and speed, and I think these are things that everyone else is already going to solve. We have blobs, and we turned everything from $1 transaction fee to less than a penny already, right? We have a bunch of L2 networks that are kind of onboarding different global countries depending on the applications and the area of the industry that are in. But I think what we actually need right now is better consumer safety and regulation so that more institutional partners are actually willing to touch crypto. It's not hard for someone to get their head around stable coins, but right now the infrastructure isn't set up so that these mass merchants are also able to integrate very simply. It's very different when you're looking at hundreds of customers or thousands of customers versus millions of customers, especially when you're dealing with millions of merchants also. You need a very simple process so that any type of company can actually integrate those APIs and seamlessly use it for their own customer base.
Yeah, I mean, I think I heard Robinhood CEOs doing some sort of stablecoin remittance over the weekends. And so, like, I think that's probably going to be one of the big onboarding components is in these like banks, these payment providing infrastructure partners, they're going to start adopting it because it is just that much better. At the volume they're processing fiat today, doing it at, you know, you're saving 3% that you would otherwise have paid, especially SMBs, like a $5 cup of coffee with the fixed 30-cent and 3% fees that they charge, that's like almost 8%. And, you know, mom and pop can't afford that.
Yeah, you know, like speed and low transaction costs have been solved over the last couple of years, right? Blockchain have that, but like, why aren't there more mass adoption for kind of the pay use case? It's like you need a massive merchant network. And honestly, it wasn't until last November when kind of the 180 US regulatory stance that opened up that door, right? We had rapid conversations with some of our biggest partner, you know, one of our biggest partner in the travel space, the one company that like literally works with every top airline, hotel, like cruise lines. And you know, we rapidly formed this partnership and launched this product together called Bookit.com that like wouldn't have been possible if there's so much regulatory scrutiny and uncertainty, right? Because these enterprise partners are not going to jump into the space without the idea that this is a, you know, like they're not going to get in trouble accepting crypto, right?
Yep. Yeah, and Lynn, I'd love for you to touch on too why you started with a travel use case, because I thought it was interesting talking to you earlier about how that applies.
Yeah, you know, like as a blockchain crypto industry founder, it's like it's a tool I built for myself, right? I'm a points nerd. My Twitter handle is the points DAI is my last name. So I nerd out on points all the time, and I was like, wouldn't it be great if we can actually build a travel product for everybody in the crypto industry to be able to like travel everywhere, earn 10 to 30% rewards back. And spend any token I have in my wallet, right? Like all of my random tokens, like, can I just like, buy a flight or, like buy, an iPhone with it, right? So this is kind of the tool, a marketplace I built for myself. But, when we've been in stealth for a long time. We just came out. And we're showing Bookit.com to a lot of the other projects, and it's like kind of the validation is that everybody like loves this, right?
I mean, it's really incredible for everyone who's listening and watching this right now. Please go to bookit.com and play around. The interface is so simple. It's so easy to book a villa or a flight. You can use your dog with hat or whatever, and it converts immediately. It's very, very great interface. So check it out. So my next question is for Carter. So you have this term. It's commerce DeFi, and I'm wondering, what does that mean, and how does it differ from more familiar forms of DeFi?
Yeah, I'd say thinking about Spree's kind of initial beachhead solution or problem is, it's hard to spend crypto, and so the solution is use some of the existing infrastructure to connect a wallet and sign a transaction, like the existing DeFi protocols that most of us degens are familiar with. But once you have some of these merchants within your ecosystem, you can do some really fascinating products on top of that. And so something like using liquidity to do on-chain factoring, for example, to allow for what traditionally is, this problem of long time to settle and then the fees. Yeah, that's a clear solution, but also augmenting existing merchant adoption with these DeFi protocols like the Aave, like the Morpho, or a decentralized exchange across different borderless payments. So, there's tremendous opportunity in this kind of, we're familiar with the technology, but it's never been applied to a merchant side of commerce before. So Commerce DeFi kind of is the North Star of what Spree's building. We're building this for the future where, maybe your rewards points yields in the future, or maybe, your merchants don't just dump their dollars for fiat, they put it in and get productive with that asset.
Amazing. So my next question is for Lynn. So how can decentralized commerce unlock new opportunities for merchants, such as cross-loyalty rewards or offering more real-world experiences to token holders?
Yeah, just as a points nerd, we look a lot into this, and this is I read points blogs for fun, right? So rewards points getting so big that U.S. banks alone, right, that issues rewards points have about 60-some plus billion dollars of unspent points on their balance sheet. So it's not free. They have to keep track of that. They're legally obligated to keep track of that as a liability on their balance sheet. And it's very little usage for consumers, right? So it's very little amount of ecosystem you can spend your points on while they keep it as a liability. I think actually bringing everything on chain and have a DeFi component on it, it's beneficial for both kind of institutional players and the consumer, right? And obviously, if points or the future version of decentralized commerce using crypto rails becomes a thing, merchants stand to benefit the most. We're talking about today, the Visa, MasterCard duopoly takes $4 trillion of fees a year and at a 50% margin because they charge the merchant 3% or more. We're talking about on pure crypto rails, merchant can pay probably 0.75%. So it's a huge saving, not only for the coffee shops, right? So that's clearly its benefit, but we deal with enterprise partners. When we go to a Walmart, we're talking about saving them hundreds of billions of dollars. It's significant, right? So all merchants are excited about this.
That's huge. Yeah, so there's really product market fit here. So my last question is, why is this model more sustainable than purely speculative token incentives?
I think we've all seen over the past year, and all of us have kind of played our part inside of it, but meme coins are really fun. But when you work with market makers who don't have the best interest in consumers, you have listings people who may have allocations that they've bought in pre-sale, speculative tokens are really unsafe for the average retail customer. They don't really know what's going on behind the scenes, and this is kind of like a lottery that you're playing. When they see the marketing, they're assuming that these tokens are a 10-year hold instead of being something that's maybe a 4-hour hold or a 6-hour hold. I think with stable coins, there's a lot more opportunity because with stables, you know what you're getting into. It's tied to the US dollar that you're already used to, which also allows you kind of think out of the box is that now that you have a token that's a lot more liquid for merchants compared to fiat, what can you do with that, and what other ways can you produce yield in the interim that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do with US dollars?
Yeah, I'll double tap on that too. You know, thinking about these assets, it's totally player versus PvP we use in the space. It's you know, individuals competing with individuals, but succinctly, commerce has the capability of increasing the entire ecosystem's market cap, because this is new dollars coming into the space, and it's not one person dumping on another person. And I think that's one of the few use cases of this technology that isn't extractive in a traditional sense.
Yeah, like, I mean, we were just talking about this before the panel that, like, hey, like, you know, at least in this cycle, it's very separated, right? Like, the meme coin has its own place. They're not promising any utility. Like, you know, the true degens, like, and the crypto savvy people really love it, and you can participate in that. But then there are a separate group of projects that can tackle real world problems. Like, we love meme coin. Like, we support 3,000 meme coin, like, out of the gate on Bookit.com. You can spend any of your meme coin that you don't care about, like, for booking something, you know, a flight, a cruise, or whatever. You can also enter, like, sweepstakes. We have a sweepstakes right now that this is actually a free one. We're giving away, you know, in our pre-launch stage, free gold membership to everyone that registered during the time of this conference. And with that, every registration, you also are automatically entered to win, like, VIP tickets to the Grand Prix, right? But in the future, with any of your meme coin dust, if you don't want, you can, like, you know, kind of like convert that to Spree points and enter, like, sweepstakes, or, like, use that to bid for, like, really cool experiences. We're making it fun as well, right?
I'm honestly so bullish on the future of crypto commerce. One of the things that, you know, I've seen over the last years, you've just mentioned, is that a lot of awareness and attention was driven to meme coins, which hurt a lot of individuals coming back into the space or coming in the space for the first time. And I feel that crypto commerce is a real way to educate individuals on the use case of stable coins and then what they can do for them in their day-to-day lives. And I'll just share a short story. Like, I was recently in South Africa and working with a production crew, and I'm like, do you guys take crypto? We'll pay you in stables. I think he's like, no, too volatile. And it's like, you know, people just don't even realize, like, what is possible on crypto payment rails. So I'm excited because I think commerce is an incredible way to grab the attention of the masses and merchants to come over to crypto. So my last wrap-up question for all of the panelists is, what's the one immediate step or action you recommend to anyone in the room who wants to be part of shaping the future of crypto commerce?
You know, selfishly, go check out Bookit.com. We love feedback from the community, right? Like, we built this tool for crypto industry people that really travel a lot, and points nerds like me that, like, really want to get a lot of rewards, and we want feedback. This is like early stages. This is your product. We want the community to give us feedback, and we're giving everybody, again, a Go membership during the conference time. So go register. Just check out Bookit.com and let us know what you think.
Yeah, totally. Again, yeah, as well, go check out Spree.finance. I would love you guys to use all of our partnered apps like Bookit. And you know, we're looking for partners who have their own protocols that they want to give out incentives, and they want to leverage the 2 million merchants, the real world commerce, to really give value back to their community. So yeah, we'd love to chat with you, and as well as anyone trying to build the future of commerce as an engineer. Please reach out.
And I'll go really quickly, but I would say for builders, really focus on user experience and try to abstract away all of the complexities that we've had over the last few cycles. The end user doesn't care about the technology. They care about it being very simple to use, and if you can do that, it's really easy to get adoption.
Love it. Well, thank you guys so much. Appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Sasquatch group chat, form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Fortnite, Swiss Army hero of the dark night. Fortnite, snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. And uni beams ask the squad group chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the Dio night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar coin fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams at squad group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Deep pools hum where the currents align. 8th century sharp like blockchain wine. Adaptive omniscience, volatility sieve. Watch the ripples, whispers, horror before the dive. Liquidity surge. Our hearts burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calm in the riptide where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Whale flicks tail. Instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, last the deep pools king. My tidal wave's just the vault going. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Let the ether breathe. Let the ether breathe. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Token hoarders, snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dams, bring your greed wall scheme. My liquidity's older than your Ponzi meme. Deal ties rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace.
Excellent. Well, thank you to our previous panel, Make Web3 Great Again. Exciting talk coming up for you guys. Please welcome Tomer Ganner from Certora. He's going to be talking about securing liquid staking with Lido's dual governance revolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm here today to talk to you about cool bugs and issues I found during reviewing Lido's dual governance design. So let's start. So who am I? I'm Tomer Ganner, working at Certora for 2.5 years as a tech lead and security researcher. I've audited a lot of liquid staking, restaking, DEXs, lending protocols, and today we're going to talk about the biggest, Lido. So Lido is the biggest liquid staking protocol. If you need to see what they are, there's the website, but I'm sure everybody knows them. And I've reviewed the design of Lido Dual Governance a year ago. A design review is basically looking at the design before the code is even written, which means that we can fix a lot of these issues and similar and other issues that I found even before we started development, and saving crucial development time and a lot of money. After that, we at Certora audited the dual governance mechanism at September, and then we re-audited in January, of course also formally verified. It's great. So let's start with the problem. So the problem that we have and what we want to solve is that malicious DAOs might want to steal all of the user's assets. By passing a malicious proposal, it just says, I want to steal your assets. And then the stakers or depositors of the protocol have a problem. They need to leave and fast. So usually we have two mechanisms that help us to prevent this from happening. The first one is Guardian multisigs, which after the Bytebit hack, I think we all know that it's not very, we can't trust them with 100% certainty because they might not work as expected. So we need to avoid counting them fully. Also, we have time locks. So time locks works for other DAOs, for example, for DEXs and lending protocols, because you can immediately withdraw your funds after you saw the malicious proposal that's stealing all of your funds away. Which means that if we have a time lock of 3 days, 5 days, maybe a week, depending on which protocol we're looking at, a week is enough. 3 days are enough to withdraw your funds because they are liquid. But in Lido, like other liquid staking protocols, this is not the case because the withdrawal mechanism of Ethereum has a variety of withdrawal times. It might be days or it might be even months, which is very, very problematic if you have any malicious proposal that want to steal all of your ETH. You will not be able to withdraw it in time, which means that we have a proposal that says, I want to steal all of your ETH, and then you try to withdraw. It takes like 1 month, and then the proposal executes in 3 days, and your money is already gone. So that's, of course, the problem we want to solve, and we need a dynamic time lock to do it. So let's see how Lido's initial design looked. So first, we have the DAO. The DAO just votes like any other DAO on a proposal. Once the proposals have passed, we submit it. You see the sub and execute there. So we submit it to the dual governance mechanism, which means that now the time lock of 3 days starts. After the 3 days ends, then we can execute the proposal. This is the state in 99% of the cases. This is the regular state, like any other DAO. What's new here is that now we have another state, which is the Vita cooldown state. Inside of the Vita cooldown state, we need to be in this state for 24 hours, and this state we can only execute and not submit anything, which means that if there are previously submitted proposals that exist, we can execute them. Otherwise, we cannot submit anything new. But this state only lasts for 24 hours, which is not that long. Also, just a reminder, all of the numbers I'm saying, the 3 days for the time lock, the 24 hours, different numbers I'm going to say right now, they're only temporary numbers for now until Lido's DAO approve everything, which means that they might change. For example, the Vita cooldown duration was 24 hours, and now it's 6 hours. It's the same ballpark, but it's not exactly the same numbers because the DAO might change the numbers before they approve it. So let's continue. The most interesting state is this state, the Vita signaling state. So, as you can see, in the Vita signaling state, we can only submit and we cannot execute, which means that if there is a malicious proposal that's going to steal all of our funds, once we get in this state, they cannot execute it, which means that even if the 3 days have passed, we still are safe from malicious DAO theft. How do we get into this state? We need to lock 1% of STETH, which is $300 million, which is a lot, I know, into the escrow contract. And then, once we reach this threshold, we transfer into this state, and in it, we need to continue depositing more and more and more STETH until we reach the threshold of 10% of STETH after 45 days. And if we fail to do it, then we revert to the deactivation phase. The deactivation phase is a temporary phase, very short, 24 hours in length. And we cannot submit and execute during that. I'm sure the non-execution part is very clear. Otherwise, the malicious DAO can just steal all of our funds, which is bad, of course. And the anti-submit part is there to allow the stakers sort of to de-escalate the situation. Maybe the DAO wants to explain to the stakers, oh, there is a misunderstanding, everything is okay, you misunderstood the proposal, and then we want to allow them to unlock their funds or to not lock more funds to continue supporting the Vita signaling. And then after 24 hours, if the stakers are convinced that the proposal is not malicious or cannot convince enough other people to deposit more funds, then we transfer to the Vita cooldown, which means that now we can execute those proposals, everything is okay, and for 24 hours in the initial design, and then we can go back to the normal or to continue the protocol. If if we are able to get to 45 days and 10% of the funds, which is $3 billion, which is of course a lot of money, then after 45 days, we reach to the rage quit state. The rage quit state, like the veto signaling state, is the same. We cannot execute to prevent the theft of the funds from the users, but we can submit. Once we reach this state, it's very simple. We transfer all of the funds of the stakers to the withdrawal queue and request to withdraw them from the beacon layer. Which means that we're waiting maybe days, maybe weeks until the funds come back. Then we distribute them to the stakers. Until then, we stay in this state. Only once the funds return to the stakers, then we transfer back to either normal state if everything is fine, or to the veto signaling state if there is another malicious proposal that wants to be executed because the DAO submitted it. All of the stakers that didn't join the initial veto signaling rage quit, and then let's say we went to the normal state, they cannot complain, even if there is a malicious proposal that exists, because we were at veto signaling and they had 45 days to join. If they didn't join, then the rage quit happens, and then they cannot blame Lido, they cannot blame anyone, because they should have joined, and they cannot complain. So let's see what can break here. So first, we have the flash loan attack. So what is the flash loan attack? The flash loan attack starts in normal state, and we have, of course, a flash loan provider. The attacker flash loans enough funds from the flash loan provider to lock inside of the escrow and trigger the veto signaling state. At this point in time, the threshold of 1% or 1% is met, so we transfer to the veto signaling state in which we can only submit, cannot execute. Then, because it's a flash loan, we need to repay fast, right? Which means that we need to unlock the funds and transfer them back to the flash loan provider. By doing so, we transition to the deactivation phase. In this phase, as you can see there is no submission and no execution. But don't worry, it's only for 24 hours, right? After 24 hours, everything go back to usual. So wrong, because we can do it again. Before the 24 hours have passed, we can again take the flash loan, lock the funds inside of the escrow, which means that, again, we refresh the clock for the deactivation to 24 hours, or starts again soon. So next time we'll be in the deactivation, the 24 hours starts again. Now we're in the veto signaling, and we again unlock our funds, transfer back to the deactivation state with a new 24 hours clock. We repay the flash loan and wait again. So this loop can be done continuously again by flash loaning, locking, unlocking, and repayment. If we do it once every 24 hours, the system stays in deactivation continuously, which means that there is no submissions and no executions at all. But after 45 days, that unfortunately for the attacker, he cannot rage quit the funds and make the system to wait more, because those funds are getting locked in the withdrawal queue, which means that they cannot unlock them and return the flash loans. So everything is okay, right? So not so sure. It's not that fast, because once we go to the activation, we transfer to the veto cooldown. In the veto cooldown, we can execute. So everything should be okay. But the problem is because we are continuously for 45 days straight inside of the deactivation state, we couldn't submit anything during this state, which means that there is no submissions happening even during the deactivation and during the veto cooldown, which means that even if we wanted and we can execute something, but we have nothing to execute, which means that now if we do it continuously forever, this entire iteration, we will be forever in deactivation for 45 days, then in veto cooldown for 24 hours, and then again, deactivation 45 days, veto cooldown for 24 hours. It means that we can never submit anything, and then DAO is stuck forever. So that's of course very bad. And just a reminder, the attacker didn't need to have any funds to do it, so he can just flash on everything, so no money, and you can just make the dual governance to be stuck forever. That's, of course, a big problem. So there is a small white hack that Lido or some white hat can do to try to help the system in this design. It's not solve everything, but it's a small improvement. So what a white hat can do is be like a hacker. He can take a flash loan and lock it. So during the deactivation, we take a flash loan, we lock the funds. By doing that, we are transferring to the veto signaling state, in which, a reminder, we can submit. We cannot execute, but we can submit. This is a very important part, because now we can submit the proposal that the DAO wanted. And the problem before, reminder, it was that we have no submissions. We have an execution period, but we have no submissions. So now we can sort of enable the submission to happen. And then, of course, like we submit, and then we, of course, need to unlock and then return the flash loan. But once we did this, we are able to submit proposals. There is still the problem in which an attacker with zero funds can make the system to be delayed for 45 days from the point of submission to the point of execution instead of 3 days, which is, of course, only if the user had this amount of, a lot of funds, 10%, $3 billion of STE, only then you should be allowed to delay the system. And even then, we still had to attack the system to make it operate partially. Of course, that's very bad. So how do we solve this? So, wait, again? Okay, now. Okay, so the first, the solution is just add a minimum time block. A minimum time block is very, very simple. Whenever you lock funds, you cannot unlock them immediately. Let's say you wait for an hour, and then you can unlock it. So that's solves everything, right? There is no more flash loans. The problem is solved, right? Wrong. So for this first idea, it doesn't work for the following reason. We have this scenario. Let's say we are in the deactivation. Maybe we start in normal state. It's the same. Once you are in the deactivation or normal, what the attacker can do is first, and the attacker here needs to have the funds, so no flash loan for him. If the attacker is very rich, he can do the following. Lock half of the funds initially before the attack, and wait for the 1 hour that he wanted, that he needed because of this new addition that we added. After the 1 hour that we wait, attacker uses the same fund, like the same amount of funds, but from a different address. So the second half of the funds, but from a different address, so that it doesn't mess up the initial time lock, and lock again the second half. Now, once we lock the entire amount of funds needed to trigger the veto signaling, we transfer back from the activation to veto signaling. And now, because the first address of the attacker, not the second one is stuck. It's stuck for an hour, right? But the first address, because he waited, as you see there, he just goes and he can withdraw the first half of funds. By withdrawing the first half of funds, there are not enough funds in the escrow to support the veto signaling at this point, which means that now, again, the 24-hour clock refreshes. So we can do it, of course, continuously, which means that we have the same attack as before, but now we need to be rich to do it. But we don't want even to allow a rich user to be able to make the system to get stuck, and you need to attack the system to make the system work. So this solution is partial. So how do we solve this problem in full? We add another veto signaling minimum duration. The veto signaling minimum duration is 5-hour duration, in which after we enter the veto signaling phase, we stay there for 5 hours, even if the funds are not there. Which means that the attack from before, where we entered by locking new funds and then immediately unlocking to revert to the deactivation phase again, that won't happen here. Because now we will be in the deactivation in the veto signaling phase for 5 hours before we transfer to the deactivation phase. Which means that now, even if we try to do all of the complex attack that I just described, we still allow the submissions to happen, we still allow the execution to happen, which means that the attacker just have the regular power that it has by design. If you are very, very rich, you have $3 billion in assets, you can delay the system for 45 days. This is your right. But you cannot make the system to not be able to submit proposals or make them with zero money delay the system. So this is the first issue that I found. And the second issue that I found is the DOS loop to the dual governance. So what is a DOS loop? It means that, let's just focus on the important part. So in these two states, you can see there is no execution between those two states. It means that doing veto signaling and doing rage quit to protect the users, we are not allowing the DAO to execute anything. But as you see, we might be able to loop between them forever. Veto signaling, rage quit, veto signaling, rage quit, forever. And then the system is stuck, of course. So why do we want to allow this? So maybe we are able to limit the number of iterations between veto signaling and rage quit. Let's say a final number n of iterations from veto signaling to rage quit, and after that, we are not allowing this to be a non-execution state. So how do we why do we need this? Why need to allow this? So let's see, what if we limit the number of iterations? So in this what if case, we start with a normal state, then attacker comes with money from his own money and lock it inside of the escrow. Then we need to wait the 45 days as before. We have 10%, 45 days, great. And then we have the rage quit. Doing rage quit, we transfer the funds, of course, to the withdrawal queue. We have to wait for who knows how long, some length of time, maybe a week, maybe more. And then we get the funds back and the attacker is happy. Now for the second time, notice this is the same rage quit as before as here. It's the same rage quit. So, and the second time we are in the rage quit, then the attacker again locks the funds, going to veto signaling, wait for the 45 days, and then again transfer to rage quit, and again we're in the withdrawal queue, wait the amount of time necessary, week, month, 3 days maybe, who knows, and then we get the funds back. So we do it again, continuously, and then on the nth time, which is the last time we allow it, by design, by this what-if design, we again lock the funds, wait the time, get the rage quit, transfer the funds to withdrawal queue, and wait again the time and get the funds back. So now we did it, so the maximum amount of time we were allowed. Then what happens is that the DAO can now submit whatever proposal it wants during this entire phase of, and the last iteration of the veto signaling rage quit loop. And then the DAO can now execute it because we cannot prevent it. We cannot veto signal again because we limit it to some final number n, which means that the DAO can maliciously create this loop and exhaust all of the supply of n times in a row that we allow, and then it can do whatever you want and steal all of the funds from the users or like break the protocol completely. So this is why we cannot use this what-if design to have a final number of loops. So we have to use this infinite number of loops to allow it. So is everything broken? So not so fast. I lied to you a bit. The design is not that simple. It's not just 4 states and that's it. We have this design, which is very, very nice, very, very complex. Don't worry. We only look at this part, with the tiebreaker committee and the dual governance there. So let's zoom in and see how Lido solved this problem. So if we have this loop of veto signaling, rage quit, veto signaling, rage quit, veto signaling, rage quit, now once a year, that throughout the entire year we have no execution stage, which means only those 2 states, only veto signaling and rage quit. No normal state, no veto cooldown. Once a year, we can call the tiebreaker committee through a multisig, which is not related to a DAO. So now we have a multisig, which is, we allow it to have some power, but only on strict condition, only once a year, only if there was no other options to execute, and only then we allow it to execute something the DAO already approved. So it's a very, very weak component, but it's still enough to save us from being stuck forever. So once a year, we can allow it to execute the proposal, even though the dual governance doesn't allow it. Which means that we can bypass the dual governance mechanism on certain conditions. For example, we have the once a year and also the only non-execute. Okay, great. So now we have now what is the problem with this? We have the veto signaling, rage quit, veto signaling, rage quit, veto signaling, rage quit, of course. Now, once a year, what we do, we go to the normal state instead of going back to veto signaling and immediately going to the veto signaling state. This breaks the streak of non-execution states, which means that we are not allowed to call. We are not allowed to call to the tiebreaker committee to help us to execute proposals because we were transitioning to a mid state of normal state, which means that now the streak is broken and we could have executed, but we haven't. Great. So how do we solve this? Of course, we can do it forever. How do we solve this? This is the initial design, and the new design is this design, which means that now, if we are completely in a row of veto signaling and rage quit states, where non-execution, we are forced either to wait a year there, and then we can execute through the tiebreaker committee, or we are forced to move to the veto cooldown, and once we're in the veto cooldown, we can execute again. Great. Everything is solved. So, I have a blog post on this in our website about this design review. Also, you can check out the full design for Lido from the Git repo. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Lido team. This project has been very, very interesting, very innovative. And so feel free to join us to our party tonight. I'll be there. And this is my contacts. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I would love to answer. Thank you.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
They say he's eternal, like a blockchain that flows. Where freedom needs defenders, that's where Captain goes. So raise your notes up high, let your smart contracts fly. The Captain's here to stay, keeping centralization away. Captain Ethereum. Forever, Captain shows the way from the Genesis block to a brighter day. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, ether Nyquist. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moon.
Good. Oh, excellent. Great. Well, thank you to our previous speaker. And for now, I would love to introduce co-founder of Solve Protocol, Jing. And he's going to talk to us about expanding the boundaries of Bitcoin finance through RWA. Round of applause, please. Okay.
Hi there. Mic test? Okay. Well, firstly, good afternoon and thanks everyone for being here. Definitely a bigger crowd than yesterday. Firstly, thanks to the city of Denver for hosting the conference. It's actually my first time here. Been a very enjoyable week. Last night I went to watch the hockey game. Very, very good. Very, very exciting. So anyway, so I'll just get straight into it. So I'm part of the team at Solve. We've been building in this space for the last 4 years, coming to 5. We've been doing for quite some time, and in a one-liner, what we are building is yield-bearing Bitcoin, right? The ability to generate returns, the ability to generate yield, the ability to do something with Bitcoin. So if we take a step back and see what has been happening. So if we take a step back and see what has been happening, right? Over the last 6 to 12 months, we have, in my view, created something that has a pretty decent product market fit. As a protocol, we have hit roughly 2.5 billion in assets staked across various offerings. We have over 1 million users, and I think it's something that goes to show that hopefully this is something that the market is looking for, that there is some form of demand for a product like that. In my view, where we are at right now can probably be broken up into 3 portions. Bitcoin or Bitcoin Finance really has TradFi, so your ETFs, your Grayscale, and all those. You have your CeFi, which is your centralized exchanges, and many companies that are probably not around anymore, guys like Celsius, guys like Voyager. And then you have DeFi. The way we see it intertwining is when you have TradFi, you bring in large amounts of capital, large amounts of assets, and most importantly, you bring in legitimacy and you bring in regulation. So that, in our view, goes a long way to making this space sustainable, legitimate, and regulated. And then you have DeFi, which we are all very familiar with. And what really is DeFi? DeFi, in my view, and DeFi in our view, is innovation. Every year you have many products, many protocols, many projects getting built, but realistically less than 1% or less than 0.1% of them actually get any traction. But we are here for the innovation, for the cutting edge, for new developments. And then in between all of that, you have something called centralized finance. What is that actually for? A lot of the users in this space, a lot of the long-term holders, they don't really look to sell. They don't really look to cash out their assets, right? They want to hold these things as long-term digital gold. So how do they actually utilize it in the real world when all the assets are in the crypto world? Right, so you have services like lending, collateralization, borrowing, investments, etc., etc. And I feel like we are at a point where we have these 3 segments, and at Solve, what we're hoping to do is to create an ecosystem that really ties all these together, where we want to be the one-stop shop, where users can hold their assets, can keep their assets safe, but at the same time use their assets for, let's say, buying a cup of coffee, or larger purchases like buying a car, buying a house, or wealth management and investment services. Whether you want to do crypto yield farming, whether you're talking about longer-term wealth management and investment products. So at Solve, that's really what we are looking to do on a longer-term basis. So in the next stage of what we are building and in the next stage of what we are developing, I think there are a number of focuses, right? We want to be the one-stop shop. We want to be the center point where a lot of the users are going to pass through. And the way we see it is as follows. Most of the assets, most of the crypto assets, and most of the Bitcoin assets are going to increasingly be held in places like your ETFs, your traditional holders, your traditional finance holders. The first question and the first step is how do you actually bring these pools of capital and bring these users into DeFi, into this ecosystem? I think it's a very big bridge that we need to cross, and there's still a lot that needs to be done. So over the next few months, and this is something we have been working on for quite some time, it's about tokenization and tokenizing these ETFs. That's step 1. After you have tokenized them and brought them on-chain via ERC20 contracts, what do you actually do with them? Because you don't want them to be assets just sitting in wallets, being inactive, not really doing anything. You want them to be participants in this ecosystem, whether is it lending, whether is it borrowing, whether is it trading, essentially it's not being siloed out, but just really being combined together as one ecosystem, right? So that's really what we are thinking about. I think we have most of this already worked out, and hopefully we'll be able to get that launch in probably the next 1 month or so. So that's something I think we are quite excited with. The other thing that we are looking at, and it's also going to be happening relatively soon, is even though, I don't have my slides there today, but even though a lot of the things that we are focused on, we talk about RWA, we talk about real world assets, but what we really are looking to do and what we are doing is Bitcoin and the real world. Our assets are all in the digital world, but we live in the real world. How do you actually utilize these assets? How do you actually bring them to be utilized in your day-to-day life? And I think that's a lot of things that we have been thinking about. We have been trying to design a lot of the products around. So the next one we are going to launch, and we haven't decided on a name, is how do you bring a lot of real-world investments, whether is it cross-border payments, whether is it PayFi related, whether is it trade receivables, trade financing, many of these kind of things. How do you actually make them accessible to users in a regulated manner, in a safe manner, in methods that allows you to have legal a legal claim on many of these things, right? How do you design the entire thing? So these are things that we have been spending a lot of time working on, both together with chains that are very focused on this, both with partners that are looking to build this. So really we are hoping to build an entire suite of products, an entire suite of offerings, where we want to combine your TradFi pools of capital, your TradFi users, all the way to your DeFi innovation, and how do we want to really combine them together. So yeah, I think that's all I really want to cover today. I mean, if anyone has questions, definitely feel free to stop me. If not, I think that's all for today. Thank you.
Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? Prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Running mad, mad's just a beta test for Buddha. Oh, he just tried to do all. Yo, centralize the risk, flex and weak API chains. Regenerate, roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguise fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year-old beam stitch the fraction map. Brittle hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerate. Yeah, we multiply when we unite. Singularities surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the risk, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm got chains dancing, no noose. Regenerate.
Excellent. So we're keeping it rolling on Saturday. Hope you guys are enjoying the talks. We got a great talk coming up from the CTO of Mimic Protocol, Faku, and he's going to be talking about scaling Ethereum development. So round of applause.
Testing. Can you hear me fine? Yeah? Okay. So we're here today to talk a little bit about how we think we can scale Ethereum development through trustless automation. So yeah, my name is Faku. I'm the CTO of Mimic, and we've been working in the industry for a while, mainly pushing for automation in this space. I would love to tell you a little bit about my background. I started working as a blockchain engineer in OpenZeppelin in 2017. Then I joined other projects like Aragon. I helped building Balancer V2. I also been contributing to the graph. It's been a great journey until we got here. And something that I kind of realized in all these projects that I've been working with is that automation is something that it's always saved for later. You always take care about architecture, security, smart contracts modeling, a lot of critical details for your protocol, but at some point, all of these rely on some sort of automation that you need to take care of. But this is simply procrastinated. This is definitely an endless cycle. It's something that you push forward for future iterations, and at some point you need to take care of it. The thing is that you don't put too much effort into it. You don't think this is a critical part of your project, but I think it is. And at the end of the day, this ends up being a huge waste of time for the devs. The thing is that automation is critical for both the devs in a project, but also for the users. You can expect users to be interacting manually with projects, so this is heavily and critical. Let me tell you a little bit about what we have seen during these years in all the projects that we've been working with. Of course, mainly repeated processes, like tons of teams doing manual things once a week, once a month, repeated tasks that they need to take care of manually, and there's no common way of doing things. This is a huge waste of time. Also manual intervention, like gathering a group of people so they meet in a war room to review stuff that they need to take care of. This is definitely error prone. Also at some point they realize they start like doing the same thing many times, so they start building custom scripts to take care of that. The thing is that these kind of snippets are unmaintainable. No one follows like a common pattern in order to build this, and at some point you start it starts growing. A few guys in the team know about this. It starts being a huge mess, definitely. Also relying on private data sources, like all these pieces of code at some point need to rely on on-chain data or off-chain information like prices or information about the protocol, whatever. The thing is that this ends up being unreliable. There's no decentralized way of accessing this data, and it ends up being a single point of failure. This is probably the most critical ones. These scripts at some point needs to do some transactions. They need to do something on chain. They need to sign things. So we heard like a lot of people storing these keys in servers, and well, we know about a huge hack that we had the last couple of days about the server that has been compromised. What we would love to see instead is mainly standard processes. There should be a no-brainer way of doing things. When you come up with the idea of automating something, there must be a standard way of doing things. This needs to provide low-level abstractions. At the end of the day, you need to interact with chains, with prices, with information, with a lot of things that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? These standards, this tooling needs to abstract you from all of that. Trusted data sources. At the end of the day, this data that you are accessing in order to automate whatever you're doing in your protocol, it's something critical. So there must be a good data availability for that. Decentralized execution as well. At some point when you need to perform some transactions on chain, you just want that to be executed. You don't want to deal with something that it's been stuck or something like that. So being able to rely on a network, decentralized network, to execute something, it's a good way to just forget about it. Proper access control. Again, we are always dealing with some critical concepts of your protocol or having access to different parts of it. So it's critical that we have a good way of controlling access for it. And finally, monitoring tools, which is sounds simple, but it's critical as well. You can build a great solution, but if you don't know what's going on behind the scenes, if it's working well, if it's getting stuck, you need to have like dashboards, metrics, logs. This is a really important thing as well. This would be amazing, right? If we have a single way of doing all this, if there's a common tool or protocol that we could use, it would be such a great thing. The fact is that there isn't. And this is what we are calling trusted automation. We've been pushing this for a while during the last couple of years, and we have a lot of a lot of evidence of what have helped other users and what's not. And I would love to take you to tell you a little bit more about it. So, going back a little bit, how we got here. I remember in 2022 when we started working with some projects in this space, like Decentraland, Paraswap, and other protocols. We started building simply on-chain recipes. This was okay because it was an easy way to interact with our protocols. We started using on-chain oracles. That was fine. I mean, we were kind of forgetting about accessing data in a reliable way. There was reinforced security, of course. Like everything was written in smart contracts, so there was no doubt about what was going to happen. But the thing was that it was really hard to change. If a user wanted to tweak some variables or configurations or something related about what that code was doing, they had to ask us. We need to implement that, deploy it to all chains that we were going through, and it was not an easy thing to do. So then we came up with the idea of start extracting these configurations to be customizable by our users. So mainly they started being able to control thresholds, for example, like, okay, I need to use these balance thresholds to trigger this or these actions in the chain. Also time logs, users were wanted to be able to control time, like when things need to happen, like once a week or once a month, or everything related to time, of course. Also volume limits, they wanted to control which is the amount of volume that was going to be processed through these actions, like, okay, I don't want to process more than 100K a month, whatever. Also access control, like who is going to be able to tweak these variables in the team. So we need like a permission layer built in. They wanted to also control like network congestions, like if something's going on in the chain that is being raising the gas price, maybe they wanted to act in a different way. So they wanted to control these limits as well. The thing was that it was really cool, but we still were very, very highly coupled to protocols. All these integrations were built on chain, and it was again not that flexible if they wanted to like plug things in and out. If they wanted to, I don't know, start using another aggregator or another protocol to do some sort of things, it was not easy. They had to ask us to build those integrations and deploy them. And this is where we came up with the idea of the Lego pieces. Mainly, this was what we call the protocols connectors. There were some sort of plugins that they could play with. So every time we integrated a new protocol to our stack, that was super easy for them to plug them in and out if they wanted to try it. It allowed us to define standard tasks around it. That was a great thing, especially for the relayers, because we could build a common logic about how these tasks needs to be executed. There was a common language between them that was really good. And also it started allowing users to model complex things. These Lego pieces were able to be connected between them, and it was super easy to model like complex solutions that they wanted to automate. The last thing is that they are still dependent on us. Like even though the stack that we built was open source and it's public, at the end of the day they were handling like critical things, and they were dependent on us, like having our support in order to deploy those solutions and much more. So the good thing is that we definitely validated the idea. We processed like 4 billion in terms of USD of automated value. We work with this list of top-tier projects in this space. As you can see, even the big ones are requiring this type of solutions. But now what we want to do is basically to open the game, like decentralize what we're doing, open it more so more devs can come and build their own solutions. Why? Because mainly we're still receiving a lot of requests of developers or teams that are willing to automate things for their own projects. But the thing is that we cannot take care of all of them at the same time. So we need to scale more. And definitely decentralizing and open up these standards are a good way of doing it. There's definitely no solution in this space. Like if they wanted to take care of all the things that we've been saying before, there's no easy thing that takes care of all that. And definitely the community needs to be pushed with good standards. There's going to be like huge challenges as well. Finding a standard way to model everything that we've been saying before, data sources, related executions, monitoring tools, everything related about automation is not easy to define the standard because mainly developers want to automate like custom stuff. They want to create their own ideas that they want to automate, and this is not easy to define like a common way of doing things. At the same time, guaranteeing a good developer experience, that's going to be a huge deal. And even if we find some adoption and we validate the product market fit with these solutions that we've been building, decentralizing that is going to be a huge challenge as well, while keeping that adoption. So I would love to tell you a little bit about how Mimic Protocol is going to work. This is the name that we are giving to this protocol, of course. Mimic Protocol is going to be a 3-layer protocol, and let me tell you some details about how each of these is going to work. So the first one is the planning layer. This is basically probably the huge deal here. It's what allows devs in the space to define their own tasks. Tasks are implemented in programming language. These tasks are being compiled into WASM, which is going to be executed by the relayers. So this layer will basically provide both things, access to the relayers to take care about the execution, but also to the oracles. They're going to be able to access this data that they are needing for the task in a decentralized way. And of course, they will not just define what the task should do, but also the triggers, what triggers them. It could be an on-chain event, it could be a balance threshold, it could be some sort of cron schedule, whatever. The next layer is the execution. As I was saying before, since tasks are compiled into WASM and this is going to be executed by the relayers are going to be the ones interacting actually with the chain. And if we need to send transactions, we cannot, of course, delegate access to our private keys to the relayers. So this is why we are leveraging the concept of intents here. The good thing is that users don't need to take care of how things are done. They just need to tell what they want to do, and we can leverage the whole architecture, the whole infrastructure that the community is building for solvers in order to take care of that. The good thing is that always the best proposal will win, so users won't be harmed. And the last one is the security layer. This is basically where we guarantee on-chain that whatever the user wanted to do is being done. Otherwise, it gets rolled back. Mainly, we're using settler contracts, which is the backbone of the intents idea. And we're introducing a new concept here, which is optional for users, but it allows them to define on-chain conditions that they want to make sure that are met before everything gets executed. This is what we call safeguards. So, in a sense, we do need this. We want to push these standards for the community. Our goal with this is to provide, again, a common way of doing things, something that abstracts you from all the critical things that you need to take care of when you're dealing with automation, accessing data, related executions, a great developer experience, monitoring tools, and much more. So we're here to push for this. If you're interested in learning more, we have tons of technical details in our documentation. You can access the white paper, which is a really good piece of information if you want to read more about the math behind it, incentives, the architecture, the security measures that we're taking. It's great if you want to come and learn. So thank you, folks, for hearing me today. Hope you enjoyed the talk. And well, there you got my Twitter or GitHub accounts. If you want to get in touch with me, feel free to drop a message. I'll be more than happy.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a fountain. Age? Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A bullet oh, detox, got to do oh, detox, got to do oh, detox, got to do oh, detox. Centralize the wrist, flex it, weak API chains. Regenerate, roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguise, fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year beam stitch the fractured map. Brittle hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerate. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the wrist, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm, got chains dancing, no noose. Stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in sock accounts. Fortress lock, no picking locks. Little mobs to cure your system's chicken pox. I'm the algorithm king. Hide behind my sting. Yo, this beat, fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble. Click, clack, squad don't quit. But Regenator. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the wrist, dude ain't built for this fight. But Regenator. Collab beats control, tell the whole damn law. Sap of a sword for the two-spoon and blade. 3 AM caffeine checks, debugging code cascade. Pass the leak, we boot the mempool stew. We ain't for work and we y'all know what to do. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, suddenly burning stars of the Lombard coin fight. We don't fork, we adapt. Slapping fiat fiend with a liquidity trap. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-air to play. Uni beams, I sweat group chat. Form up, Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Sparkman. Swiss Army hero of the dark night. Sparkman, juggling governance talks with a murmur coin fight. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. And uni beams ask the squad group chat. Form up in Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the dial night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar coin fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams at squad group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Deep pools hum where the currents align. 8th century sharp like blockchain wine. Adapted our machine was volatility safe. Watch the ripples whispers hot before the dive. Liquidity surge. Now hearts burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calming the riptide where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Whale flicks tail. Instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, last the deep pools king. My tidal waves just the vault going. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Let the ether breathe. Let the ether breathe. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Token hoarders snarls, I'll bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints.
Alrighty. We're getting through Saturday. How's everyone doing? Next up, we have a very special guest from one of the sponsors of ETH Denver 2025. Please welcome to the stage the CTO of Ledger, Charles Gilmet.
Hello everyone, my name is Charles Guillemet, and today I'm going to explain you how to avoid losing 1.4 billion USD. The name of my talk is From Chaos to Confidence, Understanding and Predicting Transaction. This is what we call blind signing. Would you sign this? The problem is you have no idea what this transaction is. Maybe you are about to sign a transaction you want, but maybe you are signing away your wallet. So you have no way to understand if it's a legitimate transaction, if it's a correct smart contract that you're coding, the correct function, or if it's a malicious payload or unintended authorization. So this is a big problem that we have today. This is exactly equivalent as signing a blank check. So maybe you are interacting with the smart contract you wanted, but maybe you are signing away your wallet. And unfortunately, this is not like theoretical. Getting scammed isn't fun. We have plenty of such examples. Only in the past 6 months, we had WazirX, we had Radiant Hack, and more recently, Bybit. And in all these cases, the users endpoint or the user UI, in the case of Safe, were compromised, and at the end the user was blind signing a transaction, and the problem is that they had no idea if they were signing the transaction they wanted or if they were signing away their wallets. And this is exactly what happened last week with Bybit, and they simply lost 1.4 billion. This is the biggest hack ever in the crypto space. And unfortunately, I think that won't be the last one. We will see more and more such hack, and we definitely need to solve this problem. Again, these attacks aren't theoretical at all. They used to be, but now they are completely part of the reality. So the only way to solve this problem is to clear signing. Clear signing is pretty simple. The idea is to provide the users with all the information so that he can understand the transaction he is about to sign. Here, this is a 1-inch fusion swap, and as a user, you can understand that you are about to interact with the smart contract, and you are about to swap 1,000 Matic to 500 USDT. You have the address of your receiver, which should be used, and if everything matches with your intent, then you will click on sign, and you will sign a transaction. It's transparent, completely human-friendly, and it's empowering. As a user, you are completely empowered to decide if you want to sign this transaction or not. How does it work? So, first of all, clear signing is not something new for Ledger. Ledger was created in 2014. At the end, that was only Bitcoin. And the first hardware wallet we did already had a screen. Because of this, because as a user, you want to understand that you are sending 0.1 Bitcoin to this specific address. So clear signing was at the core of what Ledger is offering from the beginning. The thing is, after that we had Ethereum and now Solana and plenty of chains. And when it's only about sending and receiving, it's pretty simple to support properly clear signing because everything is standardized. But when it comes to interacting with smart contracts, smart contracts can be arbitrarily complex, and the device has no way to understand how to parse the transaction and how to display the information to the user. So we are working on this for quite some time with the different standards, with the EIP 712, with the EIP 191 for message signing, and all of this. So this is not something new for us, and we will continue working on this. It's a never-ending journey. But here for smart contract interaction, we built a generic framework that allows to clear sign any single smart contract. If you are familiar with Ethereum, you know that smart contracts have ABI, and you might think that ABI could be like already a good level of information. That's true. ABI are quite interesting, but they are not sufficient because as a user, this is plenty of hexadecimal stuff. You don't completely understand the intent, the name of the method. You don't know if the specific parameter is a date or an amount or the type of this data. So ABI is already providing plenty of information, but we need to be able to format them in a human-readable way. So this is why we have created a standard, which is the EIP 7730. And the idea of this standard is to format this data so that the device can understand them. So what we ask is dApp to create a JSON file, and this JSON file will enable the device to understand how to parse the transaction. It's human readable, lightweight and efficient, completely flexible and extensible, and it's completely data-driven and declarative. we start with the EVM because obviously this is where the action goes. This is where there are plenty of smart contract and such interaction. However, it's not only for Ethereum; it's really for every single blockchain interaction. So again, we have submitted an ERC 7730. I guess it should be merged now or about to be. We discussed with the foundation yesterday, and there are like three main steps for clear signing to happen. The first one is to create this JSON file, and to do so, either the dApp, the protocol, can create the JSON file independently, or we have created a tool that facilitates the process. And then the dApp, the protocol, will submit its JSON file on a public registry. So far, this is just a GitHub that is controlled by Ledger, but the idea is really to decentralize this, because this is not about Ledger. This is really about interacting with blockchain, and any single wallet needs this kind of data. So we have created a public registry, and we will decentralize it on the long run. And then, as soon as we have this, we will endorse this JSON metadata file. We will verify every single submission, and if we think the submission is legitimate, then we will sign it. And finally, this JSON file will be provided to the device whenever you interact with a smart contract, so that the device is able to parse the transaction properly. In order to make it happen, again, we need dApp to create this JSON metadata file. In order to ease the process, we have created a tool, and we need wallets or dApp to integrate our device SDK. The device SDK is very simple to integrate, and then you can communicate with Ledger devices very easily. Like, you have only high-level API to discuss with the device. You can connect it, you can get an address, you can sign its transaction, and only with this high-level API you will get clear signing for free. So for wallets, it's very easy to integrate. dApps can also integrate the device SDK in their UI in order to have like a direct connection to the device, and then you're good to go. We have clear signing. The device management kit is very easy to integrate. It allows to discover the devices that are connected to the mobile or to your desktop. It allows to connect, to simply exchange data, and you have also a state machine that allows to know in which state the device is. And finally, you have like high-level operating system command to launch the Ethereum app, to get an address, to sign this message, to sign this transaction, and this kind of thing, very high level. So for wallet and dApp, it's really very easy to integrate. Again, we are working on this for quite some time. In 2024, we decided that was a big focus for the company. We were quite predictive because all the hacks, the big hacks I mentioned, happened after. But the thing is, like, it's really important for the ecosystem to solve this security problem, because it's a matter of trust. It's a matter for users and for the world to trust our blockchain technology. If blockchain technology is just about hacks and meme coins, frankly, there was not much value. So what we are building is much more than this. So let's solve this security problem together. I want to give a quick example with Aave. We have created the tool that I mentioned. So you go on the address of the tool, you input the address of Aave smart contract. So this is what we did here, and then you click on submit, and then on the second page, you can directly fill the metadata. So you will create the different screen. You will decide which fields are important to interact with Aave. What are the offset to find the specific method and parameters, what are the type of the parameters, and all of this. And then you can preview the different screen that will be rendered on the Ledger devices. At the end, it automatically generates the JSON file I mentioned, and as a DApp, as Aave, you only have to submit your JSON metadata file to the public registry I mentioned. Again, today this is a GitHub repository. So this is just a commit on the GitHub repository. Very easy. And then finally, you ClearSign Aave. So because what we did behind the hoods is verifying the submission from Aave. It comes from Aave. Everything seems legit. We sign this metadata file. And as soon as you are going to interact with Aave smart contract, when you are about to sign a transaction, the whole transaction is sent to the device along with this metadata file. And then the device is able to parse the transaction because it has the context that is included in the metadata file, and that allows the device to properly parse this transaction. And then you are on Aave, you interact with Aave smart contract. You are about to borrow 0.5 ETH, and the interest rate mode is variable, and the debtor is this specific address. So as a user, you understand exactly what kind of transaction you are signing. When you are signing this, you have like quick cryptographic guarantee that you are interacting with Aave. If you sign a hash, maybe you are interacting with Aave, but maybe you are signing away 1.4 billion USD. So again, as I mentioned, we started with this journey a long time ago with send and receive and staking and so on. But in 2024, we really focused on EVM, and we have created this standard. Also, we are going to support ERC 7702 day one. So this is something that is ongoing. So that after that you will be able to interact with Smart Wallet in a clear signing way. This is something ongoing. We have created this 7730 ERC that allows anyone to support the DApp and clear sign the transaction, so any wallet can use it. Again, it's not only about Ledger. And we are going to continue working on this with other chains, with Solana, for instance, with Cosmos, with Near, and also on Bitcoin. I want to mention Bitcoin because now on Bitcoin you have plenty of new interaction with TypeScripts, and they are even more difficult to parse for our devices. So this is only the beginning of the journey, but really the purpose of all this stream is to secure the ecosystem. Understanding there's a transaction is really a big improvement, but it may not be enough, because your transaction might remain harmful. With clear signing, as a user, you are able to understand what kind of smart contract you're calling, what are the methods, what you will do, but you have no idea on what will be executed at the end. And for this, I'd like to introduce with a new security level with transaction check. So the idea of a transaction check is to prevent malicious transaction to be signed, and it provides a warning to user when there is a threat detected that would be like a malicious function, address poisoning, abusive permits, and it's completely complementary with clear signing. And if ever there is a threat detected on the device, you will be prompted with this kind of warning. And either you decide to sign this transaction anyway, so it's at your own risk, or you can be back to safety without signing this transaction. How does it work? Again, it's pretty simple. Whenever you are interacting with this new shiny DApp, then the transaction to be signed is crafted on the UI, and just before signing it, it's sent to a trusted third party that are simulating the transaction, simulating the execution of the transaction, and they conduct a risk analysis of this specific transaction, and they will issue a risk assessment for this specific transaction. This risk assessment is signed by this third party, and it will be sent to the device. The device is able to clear sign the transaction, and it will also display the risk associated to this transaction on the device, because it will be able to verify that this risk assessment report matches with the transaction to be signed. So this would be like the kind of warning that you can have when there is no threat detected, like everything seems okay. You can even click on the icon on the top, so that you have like more information why no threat was detected. And if ever there is a threat that is detected, then you have this screen. You can click on the icon at the top. You will have a QR code, and then you scan the QR code. You end up on the website that explains you why this transaction has been detected as a critical threat. And then you decide. Either you sign this transaction anyway, and then you might have an issue, or you have simply saved part of your wallet, which is good news. So again, we really want to stop all these hacks. Unfortunately, the attackers out there won't stop here. They will continue trying to trick users. They will continue to hack front end. They will continue to hack smart contracts. And as an industry, as an ecosystem, we really need to stop this, because it's really a matter of trust. It's a matter of credibility for our industry. So I really want to call everyone in the room, everyone in the stream, to help us solving this big issue and to prevent the next big hacks. So if you want to help us, you can go on this useful link. So we have a developer portal that will give you all the information if you want to contribute. If you are a wallet, it's really a matter of integrating our device SDK that will do everything under the hood. And the device management is far easier using this device SDK. And if you are a DApp, we need your help to create this metadata file. As you saw, as I mentioned, it's pretty easy for a DApp to do this. And I really think it's important that DApp does it, because they are the one who knows best how their smart contract works. I don't want to do it for Aave. I really want that Aave does it for their smart contract. So thank you for your attention, and yeah, let's secure the ecosystem. Thank you.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Flushed without trace. Let the ether breathe. Let the ether breathe. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff accordance grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da.
Awesome speakers this afternoon. We have a great lineup on the stage, and it's going to keep on rolling. Just as a quick reminder, hashtag for this year's ETH Denver is hashtag ETH Denver 2025. So if you're on the socials, take photos, post, hashtag us. And with that said, without further ado, I'd like to bring up onto the stage Arjun Hazard from Taco, and he'll be talking to us about programmable and decentralized secrets management. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Arjun Hazard. As mentioned, I'm project lead at Taco. Taco is an end-to-end encryption plugin that is end-to-end decentralized. We have been live on mainnet since last year, so it is usable in production right now, generating revenue from a diverse set of use cases, including very high-stakes data sharing patterns like private key recovery, but also some new advanced areas where you need complex permission controls like in decentralized compute and decentralized AI. We're day one decentralized, so that means that the very first byte of data was encrypted under a decentralized crypto system. And today we have about 130 nodes who are collectively providing this access control and secret management service. Our vision, like long-term vision, admittedly, is to see signal-esque protections embedded into the apps we use all the time, so that healthcare portals, chatbot providers, social platforms, shared utilities like docs and spreadsheets, flight booking aggregators, etc., and all these like digital facilities could be built without a shadowy data harvester lurking in the background and extracting and monetizing your data. So with a programmable end-to-end encryption layer like Taco, the developer or commercial entity would see nothing but ciphertext. Before we get into like what's programmable and what's decentralizable, I think it's important to establish like a wider context here, which is that if we want these non-surveilling, non-exploiting, non-rent-seeking versions of the apps we use today, a really, really important segment of the stack is what you might call like selective decryption. Basically, how do we ensure that certain data is only seen by certain devices? Your options, like as a developer right now, are pretty rubbish. You can use basic PKI like local asymmetric encryption, and this is privacy preserving. But it doesn't scale beyond a prototype. Like you have to know the recipient in advance. The data producer has to be online. It's basically just for proof of concepts. A worse option is to use a cloud key management service like AWS KMS or Azure KMS, whatever. You're fully trusting like the commercial entity, Amazon, Microsoft, etc. And then probably like the worst option, arguably, is to use what we call a dyno, decentralized in name only. So these are like infrastructure layers that have really nice marketing saying they're decentralized, but actually when you dig in, it's just like a single entity that has power over the decryption material, or maybe slightly better, a permissioned group. And this means that they can move to unilaterally block data sharing. And that leaves you as a developer and your users vulnerable to rogue developer teams, opaque backroom deals. It's like a single point of failure. And there's also this like somewhat benign but very real possibility that these projects never work out how to decentralize, which means that you're locked into their encryption scheme. And anyone who knows anything will tell you that encryption schemes are very hard to like decentralize later. And so it's really important to choose one that is decentralized from day one, like Taco. All right, so if we take as a given that decentralization is like a very worthy objective, then we can kind of look at how that fits with another objective, which is general purpose cryptography or like programmable cryptography. I'll start with like a caveat, which is that, to my knowledge, there's only a few variants of SMPC and FHE and ZKPs that are programmable in this pure native sense. But I think we can argue that these schemes can be programmable and sort of perfect in isolation in a vacuum. But as soon as they are used, there needs to be real-world machinery around it, or automation or programs, basically layers that introduce trust burdens. And so for the sake of this discussion, I think it's worth talking about cryptographic primitives with automation, so with basically layers that make it usable. And that includes technologies like, or schemes like threshold decryption, threshold signing. So with that, we can look at some of the attributes or qualities that you might look at when you're evaluating how programmable a given cryptographic scheme is. So on the programmability side, you can look at how tightly bound the program is to the cryptography. So in the case of Taco and conditions-based decryption, this is basically how easy is it for an attacker to strip conditions away from a ciphertext, basically change the conditions for access such that they could unlawfully decrypt data. Then you also have like the protocol that actually executes the program, the execution layer. And the important thing there is, like, what are the mechanisms and disincentives, etc., that force or compel a service provider to follow the protocol or to not diverge from the protocol? And it's really important to emphasize here that this matters regardless of whether the scheme or the service is decentralized. On the decentralization front, I think this is a little bit more familiar. You can assess decentralizability, which is not a word, but we'll just bear with me on that, based on things like how specialized and expensive is it to run a node? Or like another way to think about it is how light can the client be? This is really important for assessing like how permissionless a network can be. Then you have like components of a primitive that literally just can't be decentralized. So a great example of that is trusted setup for like ZK snarks. And then finally, you have like the feasibility of correctness monitoring, or like monitoring and attributing faults to nodes in a network. And all of these things impact both the permissionlessness, the decentralizability, and the programmability of a given scheme. So another caveat, this is just an illustrative placement of schemes on a 2x2 sort of axes between programmability and decentralizability. It in no way encompasses all the technologies that use these schemes. But we can make some interesting assertions and observe some interesting things here. Like if we take something like PKI, which I just referenced, public key infrastructure, if you, like on its own, it's pretty neutral. But if you operationalize it into a key management system, then it becomes very centralization dependent to the left of the diagram. Conversely, if you modify it and manifest it as proxy re-encryption on the right-hand side, then it actually is very decentralizable or very decentralized, and we're pretty familiar with that, having launched a PRE network in 2020 as NuCypher. However, as you can see, it's not particularly programmable. In particular, it's not easy to add access conditions to the ciphertext. With respect to like ZKP's FHE, I'm definitely not an expert, so take what I say with a grain of salt. But there are some interesting observations here too. For example, ZKPs have a commonality with TLS in that there's often, or broadly speaking, there's a root of trust. So like with TLS, that would be the certificate authority, and with ZKPs, it's the issuer of the proof. Now, whether that can be decentralized or it even needs to be decentralized is basically TBD. Looking at FHE, for example, very programmable, as I mentioned, but again, within like these sub-schemes, you could say, okay, TFHE for certain types of operations, like Boolean circuits, is actually less computationally intensive, more like the circuit is more efficient, and therefore you could argue that it puts it more on the decentralizability side, because it's more straightforward to create a permissionless network if you don't have massive computational overheads and bandwidth constraints. Finally, like having a look at the top right quadrant, you have SMPC there, you have threshold signing scheme like TECDSA, and you have threshold decryption like Taco. And I think an important point here is like, we've been able to make Taco decentralized partially because of the associated DKG scheme, which is distributed key generation. And I'm going to explain how that works in the next slide. Cool, so let's talk about how Taco works, how it is scalable, how it is decentralized, and how it's trust minimized from start to finish. So when you first engage with the Taco layer, the first thing you're going to do is initialize a DKG ritual. So that starts with sampling a group of nodes from our network. So let's say 50 nodes. You can do this with a replicable random seed to prove that the nodes were not individually handpicked if you want to. Then that group of nodes, those 50 nodes, are going to kick off the DKG ritual. They do this by generating transcripts, aggregating them, cross-verifying them, etc. This is basically like generating a shared secret where if you had one party doing that, then it would be trustful and it would undermine the entire like end-to-end encryption. Another important attribute of our DKG protocol is that if any of the nodes screws up or like submits a malicious entry, then the whole ritual fails and goes back to the beginning. So that implies that this is a minimum one honest party scheme. You get some public material and some private material, and the public material is used to create a persistent public key, and the private material is held onto by each node to be used later. It's a fragment of decryption material. Looking at it from the data producer's side, they're going to choose some conditions for accessing their data. So let's say we're a decentralized Twitch and we're a streamer, and we want to say you can access my stream if you've it's behind a paywall, so you have to have paid for it. And also, to make it more interesting, you have to prove that you held an NFT from before, and also this access only lasts a week. So you can compose all those conditions together into a condition set and then embed it with the ciphertext. That's then sent or stored somewhere. Like these are some of our partners, storage layers and transport layers, and it's pretty agnostic to where the ciphertext or the payload is stored. Looking at it now from the data consumer side, they're going to retrieve that payload, present it to the network along with a proof of their identity, and then if the nodes, once they've authenticated the requester or the data consumer, they will then check if the access conditions are fulfilled, and if they are, they will provision decryption material individually to the data consumer, who can then assemble that decryption material locally in order to create a private key that can then decrypt the payload, which is usually in itself a SIM key or like a conduit to the actual sensitive data. All right, I mentioned before that we have some like revenue generating customers, which is pretty cool. So I'll talk through some of them. So Marlin is a TEE coprocessor for decentralized compute, decentralized AI. And one of the issues that all TEE-based like services face is that if the TEE goes down, then you can lose the data. And if you lose the encryption keys, then you could lose access to, let's say, the weights of a model. Marlin does a lot of agentic stuff, or the unfulfilled orders in an order book. And so you need like a backup that's also decentralized. And so Taco is that backup layer for the root keys of the TEEs. And this is sort of like a first of its kind layering of these different trust minimizing technologies. So you have enclaves, you have remote attestation, and you have Taco, this like crypto economically secured network enforcing access control. Another OG customer of ours, Bequeath, solving an issue that affects every single person here. What happens to your holdings if you were to tragically pass away? So this is basically key recovery, but like 40 years from now, or maybe longer if you eat your vegetables. So this stack combines verifiable delay functions and Taco, and obviously the Taco part is really, really critical, because not only does it need to be trust minimized when it's handling a sensitive payload like a seed phrase or mnemonic, but also it needs to be available many decades into the future. So the kind of cohort longevity, the group of nodes that's managing access, is really important. All right, I have a few minutes to hop over to a demo, so just give me a sec. You're welcome to follow along, go to taco.build and then click Playground right here. So this is like a workspace for creating conditions for access. So you can see here there's like condition types that you can drag in, and also like operators if you want to combine them logically. I'm going to start with a I'm going to start by seeking to prove that I received the NFT for attendance at ETH Denver. I'm actually going to say initially that I have 2 of those NFTs, which is not true. So let's try that. We'll start with a very pretentious sentence like, actually, before I do that, I've got to clear my cache. Give me a second. Okay, so that starts from the scratch. Okay, so we're encrypting the message. So as the encryptor, I'm gonna sign. You can see that actually the JSON output, this is like the condition language. And we also have a ciphertext here, which is the outcome of that encryption function. Now, as I said earlier, we've embedded into the condition that this is checking whether my wallet address has 2 of these NFTs, and this is the NFT contract. So this should fail. Again, this is checking like the real NFT contract, like on Polygon. Okay, so now I'm signing as the data requester, like the decryptor. Okay, perfect, it failed. So let's start again. And this time, I'm just gonna put 1. And hopefully this will work, because otherwise I'll be outing myself as not having a ticket to ETH Denver, and I'll have to call security. It's taking a bit of time because it's actually contacting the network. Oh, amazing. You can see that the message decrypted, which means that it checked my wallet, and I do actually have the NFT, proving that I should be here. I think I've got time to do just one more. This is a new feature we just added, which is pretty cool. It's basically a RPC call. You could put any public API here. This is actually calling a Bitcoin API. And what we're going to do here is take the time right now. And what we're going to check is whether this block is basically, did this block happen before now? Because this is calling like the block parameter. So again, we'll just do some silly sentence, encrypt it, confirm that, and then try and decrypt that. And it should decrypt successfully because the block is in the past. I might have got the operator the wrong way around, but anyway, this is a somewhat experimental feature, but the cool thing is that you can use this with, as I said, any source of truth, any web state, in order to condition access to stuff. Okay, I'll wrap up by saying, Taco, you can use it today as it's decentralized from the very first byte. We've got a big network of nodes, lots of proof points with real use cases, and off-the-shelf compatible with a variety of storage layers, transport layers, databases, etc. Thank you so much.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Blood eyes everywhere, not just 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dancing. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Lullafiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewall splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for Shaboom, dose, efficiency goes. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? is each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Energy notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A boodle. Centralizer is flexing weak API chains. Regenerate roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguise fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year-old beam stitch the
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, Arjun. That was a great talk from Taco. And we'll just keep it rolling. Right now from Polygon, we have Victor, and he'll be talking to us about aggregating Web3. So round of applause, please.
Thank you. GM everyone. Before I start, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Victor, like I said, product marketer at Polygon. Been there since January. It's been quite a ride. And I would like to start with a 2024 recap because many people are like, what the heck is Polygon these days? So first, I would like to share a few stats on POS. Nobody knows what POS is. If I say Polygon, that's what you usually assume it is. We had a very nice user growth. And one of the reasons, because I put this slide together, was because people kept asking, but is it still Polygon a thing? It is not a thing. We still have 84 market share. We are number 1 in gaming, stablecoin, and number 3 in real-world assets. So that's not bad at all. And I'd like to start with a real-world example, because quite often we keep talking about the different use cases in blockchain. How can we make things work? What people are using? And I really like this one. This is CamiPay. It's a company that is based out of South America. What they do, these guys are doing is very interesting. They make the transactions between Brazil and Argentina way easier. You may have some Argentinian pesos, and then you want to pay in reals in Brazil, but you don't want to make the conversion. You want to optimize that. In order for that to work, you will have USD on the front end, and then USDT on the back end. And this CamiPay will do everything for you back in the back end. They made 9 million transactions only in January, which I think it's a very good number. Almost 9% of the transactions in the overall Polygon network. They have integrated with all the major players, and they are supporting all these transfers in real time. So the finality is something that people care, and the merchants in shops, they really care. They have about 600 shops and about 4,500 customers. So that's really, really cool. And they really optimize the exchange rates and the fees. And I also want to iterate that, don't take my word, other people are also talking about that. Messari released this report, and I swear by God, we didn't pay that. Dune also posted some stats on how are we doing. How are we increasing the market cap? How are we getting more revenue from the transaction fees? How many new addresses we're getting over the year? And if you look at the whole report, you'll discover that stablecoin is really a thing together with real-world assets. So we really see a new trend in the world of payments, and that is a trend I hope it will continue over 2025. So what have we been doing over 2024? We've been focusing on the foundation because we cannot really start a house from the top. And how does this translate into technology? Well, we're working very heavily on this concept called pessimistic proof. It will enhance security. For those of you that are not familiar with what the heck is a pessimistic proof, it's a type of proof, and I really like the name because that means that we assume that everybody's a liar. That's the opposite to optimistic proofs. And therefore, this will enable the interoperability between different chains, including no CDK, no EVM chains, and all of this is powered by Plonky 3. So in the future, we will be able to connect other ecosystems. We already published some information with Cosmos, hopefully in the near term with ecosystems like Podcarrot as well, that we can interconnect with them. This is how it works. It's very easy, right? All the chains are providing the different inputs. Then this ACK layer will do the math, and we will do the settlement using Plunky 3 as the backend for the prover we're using to secure all of it and use Ethereum as the settlement layer with this cumulative state. So if you want to know more about pessimistic proofs, if you want to do the workshop, you want to get your hands dirty, you want to see how this is working, our developer guy, which is Brian Seong, he put together a wonderful tutorial. If you scan the QR code, you will be able to see this. If you want to get the slides, feel free to contact me. And therefore, you can execute all the different functionalities that the ACK layer is providing at low level, including something that is called bridge and call. That is the ability to execute a transfer from chain A to chain B and then execute an action right afterwards. I also wanted to take some time to evaluate a few tweets from Vitalik. And I really like the message that he's putting out together. Guys, you need to get along. There are way too many L2s. The main challenges of having all these many L2s is first, how can we scale? And then how do we communicate all these L2s? Because I'm sure that this week another 2 or 3 L2s have popped up during this week. So he also evaluated, can we really go back to 2016 and try to explore the sharding area? He thinks this is a mistake, and that's why we've been very focused on building this ACK layer, which is this interoperability protocol for connecting all kind of L2s. And who else is building? One of the things I appreciate is the fact that Polygon is not alone. And actually, we have some competitors and some frenemies. When we look what Arbitrum is doing, CK Sync, Optimism, Chainlink, Axelar, all these guys are trying to build a tool that allows intercommunication not only between L2s, but also L1s, and potentially L3s in the case of OPStack. So this translates into all of us are contributing to a pretty good, and therefore we are trying to explore what is the best solution to intercommunicate all blockchains. Now, I would like to discuss a little bit what's next, what is coming. First, I'd like to introduce what is coming for POS. We are introducing new functionalities and we are improving things that are basic for us. So in POS, we have 2 layers that are very important. One is the sequencing and the other one is the execution. The execution is called BOR. For both the execution and the sequencing, we are releasing new versions during this year, so we are already making some progress. We are also working towards connecting POS to ACK layer over this year, which for us is actually very important, since you will be able to pull liquidity from it. And not only that, but we are also improving the settlement time on POS. We took a look on the Ethereum client distribution. There are many Ethereum clients, right? Right now, our main client is Aragon, but when we look at the overall market share, we see that Aragon, it's only 8%. While Geth, it's becoming bigger and bigger. Depending when you check it on this diagram, this can vary from 48 to 50 something, but Geth is certainly very popular. That's why we decided to take CDK multi-stack. As I said, right now we are supporting Aragon as a client, and we're working towards supporting Geth as the next client, and then carry on and supporting multiple clients in the next years. As per provers, right now we support the Zero and Hermes provers. If you are in the CK world, you will be familiar with these two. And we realize that other people are also using multiple provers, including SP1 from Sexin. So we are also working to support all these external provers in order to make the system more compatible. While having CDK more compatible, that leads us to having ACK layer check agnostic. As I mentioned, right now, ACK layer supports most of them, all the CDK chains. We are also working via pessimistic proofs on supporting non-CDK chains, as well as EVM and non-EVM chains. So at some point, ACK layer will be able to connect to external ecosystems, and that is a huge add value for that. Then we are working on proof aggregation. If we think backwards, what pessimistic proofs or full execution proofs are doing, They just take the whole state of the chain, will execute a proof that will validate that, hey, this is working, this is valuable, we can go forward. What we are aiming to do is get the state of all the different blockchains connected to a ledger, make a massive aggregation proof, and therefore lower the cost of executing all the settlement. This translates into the settlement proofs. So if we aggregate all these proofs and we have this proof aggregation and we apply the settlement, we will be able to execute a proof over this settlement, and therefore we will achieve bigger efficiency, and therefore, based on that, we will build fast interoperability. Right now, the ACK layer has a settlement time around 45 minutes. We want to improve this speed. We want to make this way faster, and that's one of our priorities for us. If we would like to summarize kind of what I just described until now, that would be the slide that summarizes all of it. We already have the unified bridge that was released a year ago. This allows the transfer for fungible tokens. That eliminates the need to wrap and unwrap tokens all the time. If I want to transfer Victor meme coin from POS somewhere else, OKX, let's say, I don't need to have Victor meme coin and then Victor meme coin.d or whatever. I will have the same Victor meme coin in Polygon POS as well as in OKX. That simplifies everything. I will not end up with thousands of different tokens in my wallet, and that improves the user experience. A year later is when we have introduced these pessimistic proofs that I've been discussing during the presentation. That really improves the security. And as I mentioned before, this works under the assumption that everybody wants to attack your chain and want to rack your chain, and it will be prevent to withdraw more funds than the ones that you actually put into the bridge. The next one is what I just described, this multi-stack support. We want to be completely stack agnostic. We want to connect all existing EVM stacks as well as non-EVM integrations via pessimistic proofs or via native CK proofs. And the next thing that is coming is the faster interoperability. So if we look at the diagram that is close by, we'll see how all these things are working. All the different chains will be able to execute either full execution proofs or pessimistic proofs. We will be able to aggregate all these proofs all together and settle them into the unified bridge contract that is actually living in Ethereum. Then I'd like to take a little time to describe how this ACK layer ecosystem is working. We have a bunch of different chains that are connected. We call them, of course, ACK chains. These chains varies a lot from Polygon CKVM, Sentiment, OKX. We also have a number of core contributors. These contributors, sometimes they are completely unrelated to the Polygon ecosystem. For instance, the guys from Movement, they are making a huge effort integrating the Cosmos ecosystem into the ACK layer, so Cosmos chains will be able to access to Ethereum liquidity via ACK layer. And we also have all these RAS providers that allow people to spin their own app chains by using CDK. That was my presentation for today. If you want to connect with me, that's my Telegram. You can also reach me by email or by Twitter. Thank you very much, folks. That's it.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Grit teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do it for do it for do it do it do it do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. It's like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with as firewalls splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Homemade in 7/4 time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs late in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Lag runs dial-up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A boodle, oh, he just tried to do. Centralizers, flexing weak API chains. Regenerate, roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguised fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year-old beam stitched a fraction map. Brittle hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerate. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralizers, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm got chains dancing, no noose. Regenerator, stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in soccer counts. Regenerator, fortress lock, no picking locks. Brutal mobs to cure your system's chicken pox. I'm the algorithm king. happy hook my sting. Yo, this beat, fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble. Click, clack, squad, don't quit. Regenerator. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerator. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the risk. Dude ain't built for this fight. Regenerator. Collab beats control, tell the whole damn law. Sap of a sword with a 2-spoon and blade. 3 a.m. caffeine checks, debugging code cascade. Pass the leak, we boot them and pull stew. We ain't for work and we y'all know what to do. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling guns, toss of the Lombard coin fight. We don't fork, we adapt. Slapping fiat fiend with a liquidity trap. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-air to play. Uni beams, what group chat. Form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling guns, dogs with a Lombard coin fight. Snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Hit uni beams, ask the squad group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the dial night. Scorpion, juggling guns, toss with a Myanmar coin fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams, squad group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Deep pools hum where the currents align. 8th century sharp like blockchain wine. Adaptive omissions, volatility sieve. Watch the ripples, whispers, horror before the dive. Liquidity surge. Heart burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calm in the riptide where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Will flicks tail. Instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, last the deep.
Alrighty, Saturday afternoon. We're making it through. So our next speaker is Kate Lee, a data scientist from Electric Capital, and I'm very excited for this talk. Electric Capital has great data, great reports. If you're not familiar with the annual Electric Data Developer Report, and sorry if I'm stealing some thunder here, but you should check it out. It's one of the industry-leading reports. So please welcome Kate.
Hello, everyone. It is my great honor to be here to share with you some of the exciting research that we did. Let's start off with something that is non-crypto. Back in Hollywood's golden age, success was measured by box office revenue alone. And then came the blockbuster era when opening weekend revenue became important. Home video sales, merchandise, franchise expansion, think Star Wars and Jurassic Park became an important part of it. Now fast forward to the digital era in the 1990s, critics' scores started influencing box office performance. And the streaming platform disrupted the traditional revenue model, asking for new metrics of success. And today, when we think about a film's success, it's so much more than box office revenue. It is about the viewer counts on streaming platforms. It's about social media engagement, awards, critical reception, and cultural influence. All these metrics shape a film's legacy. Box office revenue, something that once told the whole story, now only tells a fraction of it. We saw the same shift in the technology era. In the early days of the internet, the success of a digital product is all about eyeballs. Unique visitors and page views were king. And then fast forward to the 2010s, companies start to realize that they need better models of monetization, thus leading to monthly active users, daily active users, session duration, cost per click, cost per action, etc. And today, with subscription services, SaaS, and e-commerce, we're tracking even more sophisticated metrics like customer acquisition cost, retention, churn, lifetime value, etc. Yet in the space of NFTs, we're still very toned in on two metrics, the trading volume and floor price. These metrics really only scratch the surface of what's really happening. So what do we go from here? Today, I'll introduce several multi-metric frameworks that helps evaluate the success of a chain, of an NFT collection, and an NFT marketplace. A multi-metric framework that steps beyond trading volume and floor price to create a more meaningful picture of success. So let's start with chain metrics. Think about the life cycle of an NFT. It really starts from deployment, where a creator deploys a contract, and then followed by the minting process, where the token is officially recorded on chain. Once the token is minted, it can be traded on secondary marketplaces, or it can be transferred between users. By tracking the metrics at each step, from deployment to minting to trading, we can gain a more comprehensive understanding of the NFT adoption and usage. So let's take a look at a couple examples from each of these categories. Starting from deployment. Monthly deployments surged from 36K in October 2023 to 172K in October 2024 across all chains. And this is a fourfold increase, more than fourfold increase. And interestingly, most of this deployment are happening outside of the Ethereum mainnet. In January 2023, 70% of the deployments are on Ethereum, but that number had plummeted to less than 0.5% by December of last year. And since April of 2024, 90% of those NFT contract deployments are on Base and Zora. But this is just the first step. What happens after deployment? As we can see here, the NFT minting is also on the rise. The minting volume hit an all-time high in December 2024 at 2.8 billion minting volume. US dollars. And by stretching that out in an area chart, we can see that 94% of that volume since mid of last year happened on Base. And what is being minted is also changing. In 2024, the NFT collections being minted go far beyond arts and collectibles. So here we have the most minted NFTs in 2024. We can see that the categories extend beyond art, and it goes into finance, rewards, identity, gaming, and so much more. And in fact, every one of us here, we are NFT users. We have an NFT in our wallet, and that is the ticket to ETH Denver. And we can see that the use case of NFT is expanding. At its core, NFT is not an asset class. It is not PFP. It's not art, not collectibles. There are token standards. There are ways to encode unique assets onto a blockchain. Any digital asset can be represented by an NFT, and any physical asset can be mirrored on-chain. The data we're seeing just shows the diversifying and expanding use cases for NFTs. So with that in mind, let's take a look at volume. Ethereum commanded 57% of trading volume in the last year, but deeper look at other metrics reveal a more nuanced picture. If we see the active trading wallet, Solana is leading in user engagement with 1.6 million active trading wallets in the last year. And when looking at creator sustainability, Solana generated $34.1 million in creator royalties. And Ethereum is closely following that at $33.7 million. So we can see that although Solana only commanded less than 15% of market share in trading volume, Solana shines in other metrics like user engagement and royalties. Now, with that multi-dimensional mindset or perspective in mind, let's take a look at what defines success of an NFT collection from the perspective of different stakeholders. So first, for creators, what matters could be the mint out rate, the royalties revenue, or a holder engagement. And for a holder, key metrics include unique holder concentration, the utilities, and the benefits of holding. And for traders care much about price volatility and the market activity that's going on. So let's take a look at an example from each of these categories. Creator royalties really provides the ongoing incentive for innovation and creativity. And in the last year, MATLabs generated $5.7 million in royalties from secondary sales. And this demonstrates that a creator-driven ecosystem could go far beyond initial sales. Some of the other collections that is performing well in this metrics include Pudgy Penguins, Courtyard.io, Retardio Cousins, and Tensorians. Another interesting metric is ownership concentration. So as of February 24th, which is 5 days ago, Doodle stand out as a highly concentrated collection, with the top one holder holding 35.1% of the total supply. That's raising a lot of questions about market liquidity or decentralization. And when we look at Azuki as if it's a less concentrated structure, with the top 5 holders holding 8.9% of the total supply. Still raising some questions, but not as much. And when we look at Pudgy Penguins has a pretty decentralized structure with top 5 holders holding less than 5% of the total supply, suggesting a strong user engagement and reduced risk of market manipulation. So let's take a look at trading volume. Oh, there's a typo here. It should say by trading volume. Since November 2024, the trading volume surged due to blue chip collections on Ethereum, including Pudgy Penguins and Bored Apes. And these trading volume of these flagship collections not only provided liquidity within these collections, but also created more market activity in all the other NFT collections and throughout the NFT space. So now let's talk a little bit about where the NFT collections are traded, the NFT marketplaces. For the NFT marketplace, we can really evaluate from a user's life journey with a marketplace, starting from acquisition to engagement to retention. So let's illustrate this multi-metric framework with a timely example. OpenSea launched OS2 on February 13th. And let's use this framework to evaluate how effective this launch event is. Now, starting from acquisition. So really, for a user who's interacting with a platform like OpenSea, their first activity usually starts with a trading activity. So the first question we ask is, how many new wallets started trading on OpenSea? And plotting this out, from the start of the year, we see that the daily new wallets 6x'd from 1K on February 2nd to 6K on February 12th, and hitting a peak at 7K on February 16th. But this is not telling us much about the deeper insight. So we've broken it further down to see, are these wallets coming from other marketplaces, or are they new wallets onto the NFT trading platforms? And by breaking that down, we can see that most of these wallets are first-time trading NFTs, which means that OpenSea is grabbing new users instead of trying to pull traders from other competing platforms. Now the next important question is OpenSea getting a larger market share of the new wallets that's trading NFTs? So next up, we plot out all the new NFT trading wallets through all the marketplaces and broken it down by marketplace. We can see that despite a couple of Magic Eden launch events, daily new wallets stays rather stable at around 8,000 wallets per day. And OS2 launch event had a little bit of spike, but a deeper stretch out. And to see the market share, we see that 37% of those wallets traded on OpenSea first on January 1st of 2025, but that number has increased to more than 50% since OS2 launch event. This is a sign to me that OS2 was effective in attracting new wallets onto the NFT marketplace. So now, next, there is another question that comes up, which is, how about the wallets that's already trading on OpenSea? What about the active wallets? So let's plot that out. So we see the daily traders on OpenSea dropped a little bit from 15K during the first week of Jan to 10K first week of February, and it bounced back to around 17K during the week of OS2 launch. This is a rather moderate increase. So what can we say about these wallets? Or another question in my head is, did OS2 win back wallets that has been inactive for a while? So we break it down. We broke down all the daily active wallets by new wallets versus recently active wallets versus reactivated wallets by how long they have been inactive for. And looking at the chart on the right side here, we can see that most of the wallets, in fact, 70% of the active wallets on OpenSea are either new wallets or wallets that has been recently active. And the OS2 launch event doesn't seem to change that by much. So this tells me that this event did not attract back wallets that has been inactive for a while. So we're starting to talk about retention here. So let's talk about retention a little further. An important retention question is, are wallets sticking around? And one way to look at that is by looking at a daily active wallet over weekly active wallet ratio. You might have heard this term as DAU over WAU, or WAU over MAU, which is weekly active user over monthly active user. They all tell the same story. A higher ratio indicates a more engaged user base who keeps coming back. And from here, we see that OpenSea stays at the same level in terms of stickiness with the other major marketplaces like Blur, Magic Eden, OKX, and so on. And if we look at OpenSea, which is really the middle line in between, OS2 launch did not really get the stickiness up for OpenSea. And one interesting thing on this chart is that More leads the pack with around 40% DAU-WAU ratio. It has the strongest stickiness out of all these major marketplaces. So here is another way for us to look at retention, is through a retention triangle. Each row here indicates a cohort of new wallets that joined in a specific week, and each column indicates a percentage of those wallets that remain active over time. And a diagonal is a specific week or point in time. And I've highlighted OS2 launch week in pink there. And from this chart, it seems like OS2 launch event was effective in retaining the users that joined in 2025, which is the bottom few rows there, indicated by a brighter or like a darker blue color, but not so effective for the older wallets that joined before that. So let's wrap this up with this case study. Overall, it seems like OS2 launch event was effective in attracting new wallets and retaining wallets that joined in 2025, but it wasn't effective in gaining back wallets that were active before 2025 or improving stickiness overall. And think back to how little we talked about volume or floor price. This study really further demonstrates that metrics beyond volume and floor price could give us a clearer picture of how success looks like in the NFT space. All right, so with some of the other more diverse metrics for marketplaces, like users, royalties, trading revenue, collection, diversity, and volume, we can see here that Magic Eden and OpenSea are really winning in the multi-dimensional framework that we're trying to build here. So let's wrap this up. Here are some of the key takeaways that I would like you to get around with after this. So first, we need to look beyond volume and floor price. Keeping our eyes focused on volume and floor price does not give us a full picture of utility and community engagement. It is usually limited in scope and it's easily manipulated. So the solution is a multi-metric framework. We talked about for chains, we can look through the NFT lifecycle from deployment to minting to trading. And for collections, we can look at the different perspectives of stakeholders, from creators to holders to traders. And for a marketplace, we can follow a user's lifecycle from acquisition to engagement to retention. And third takeaway is that this multi-metric framework applies to NFTs and sectors beyond NFTs. Just take DEX and lending, for example. The total value locked, or TVL, is not a definitive measure of how much usage is being present in the protocol. For tokens, the price does not necessarily tell us how much utility is present in the protocol. So employing this multi-dimensional, more nuanced framework is going to give us a more meaningful picture of true adoption and engagement. So that is my time with you today. I wish I could be here longer, but for more data, you can find most of the charts that I've presented today at nftpulse.org. This is a public product that we're making, and to show analytics to everyone who's interested. And here are my contacts if you would like to keep in touch or talk analytics. There is also the contact of our awesome designer, Misha, who helped put this beautiful deck together. Thank you very much.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
lost without trace. Let the easy breathe, let the easy breathe. Born in the Genesis block with thunder in his soul. Captain Assyria stands 10 stories tall. With Ethan Gunwitz blazing and justice in his eyes. Leading the Boyle squad through crypto skies. Captain Ethereum, breaking down the walls tonight. Captain Ethereum, decentralization's light. With Buffercorn charging through the storm, keeping crypto free and warm. Centralizerus thinks he's got us beat. When Captain Crystal Pulse makes tyrants retreat. From Dublin to Berlin, we're building day and night. While Captain leads the charge into the fight. Captain Ethereum, breaking down the walls tonight. Captain Ethereum, decentralization's light. Buffercorn charging through the storm, keeping crypto free and warm. They say he's eternal, like a blockchain that flows. Where freedom needs defenders, that's where Captain goes. So raise your nose up high, let your smart contracts fly. The Captain's here to stay, keeping centralization away. Captain Ethereum, forever. Captain shows the way from the Genesis block to a brighter day. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass. Shooby doo crack. Ooh, that lands.
We're almost there, everyone. We're almost there to your Saturday happy hour. But we've got a few more talks, and I'm super excited for the next talk. It is called Chain Abstracted Async Apps, though I think there's a version 2 of the name. So please welcome Adair Kelly, co-founder of Abstract Money. Round of applause.
Oh, that's fine. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Adair Kelly, co-founder of Abstract Money, and I'm here to talk about some really cool application architectures. So, who here knows chain abstraction? Has anyone, raise your hand if you've used the chain abstraction solution in the last, 2 weeks or a few months? No? Okay, well, chain abstraction unifies your balances, allows you to transfer assets across multiple different chains quite easily, and swap any asset in your wallet for another. So the GIF, this is supposed to be a GIF here, but you'll see that my balance of USDC is unified across all of the chains and hidden from me as a user. However, chain abstraction is an illusion. So chain abstraction solves a problem that most crypto users have been experiencing for years. The fact that you have to get gas tokens for every new chain, you have to actually care about which chain your assets are on. Is my USDC on Polygon, or is it on ETH, or on Optimism? Same with any other token. It's quite cumbersome. And in the past year, we've seen a number of chain abstraction solutions like Particle Network and OneBalance and all of these wallets that unify this experience. However, it comes with quite a few limitations. If you try to use these unified balances to build cross-chain protocols, you end up with fragmented liquidity and the harsh reality that these chain abstraction solutions centralize the execution of your actions on-chain. So, how does chain abstraction work? If you look here in this example, we have an Omni account. This is actually a diagram generated by the Rhinestone team, so thank you, shout out to them. We have an Omni account, which is a universal account that works across multiple different chains. When I go to use assets in my Omni account, I will execute those actions through the orchestrator. So let's say that I have USDC on one of these chains, whether it be Ethereum, Optimism, or any one of these EVM chains. I have USDC, but I want WETH. So the way these wallets work, it'll unify your balance across each of these chains. It'll know that you have USDC. You tell the orchestrator, someone who coordinates actions across multiple chains, that you want WETH and you have USDC. This will broadcast the message to the orchestrator. It'll figure out the best path to get you your WETH, give you your WETH, and then provide a proof that it gave you WETH to withdraw your USDC. So as an end user, at the end of the day, you get WETH for USDC. But if you try to use this for any applications or protocols, the illusion starts falling apart. So if you think about yield aggregators or cross-chain lending, where you have assets on Ethereum and you want to borrow them on Optimism, or cross-chain governance, when you want to create decisions between multiple different chains, or even investment strategies, where you hold assets on one chain, move them to another to, essentially act as another yield aggregator. You cannot use these chain abstraction solutions because the liquidity is not abstracted. It's completely fragmented across all these chains, despite what the user interface tells you. So let's take in a specific example here. Does anyone know about trend following? If not, trend following looks at the previous price history of an asset, and it generates a signal based on the strength of the price movements of the asset. So if Bitcoin's been trending up, it's a very trendy asset, so it's probably going to continue trending up. So if you implement a trend following algorithm, it'll see that and give you a signal that says, hey, Bitcoin's starting to trend up. Let's increase our allocation from 0 to 25%. And to implement these algorithms efficiently, they're generally done on Perpetual's protocol so that you can have leverage to meet a certain target volatility. And your collateral stays on that chain. But this is kind of inefficient. If you have just USDC, you can't collateralize a yield-bearing asset, and so but since you have access to leverage, you can use less of that asset and actually use the unused excess collateral and put it in a yield-bearing asset. But herein lies the problem. Even though we have chain abstraction, we have many chain abstraction protocols today, if you try to build a vault that holds a hyperliquid position and then a yield-bearing asset like SUSDE, you run into a big problem, and that is that the liquidity is fragmented across the chains. At the bottom, you'll see the trend BTC signal can go from -1 to 1, which will be multiplied by the leverage to implement trend following. So what are the requirements for a trend following vault? One, it needs to be able to rebalance your assets across multiple chains. Here we just have two. We have Hyperliquid and Ethereum. And those rebalances will be calculated based on the signal for the day. Second one is it needs to calculate the value of your vault shares of the entire vault across multiple chains so that it can give you the proper value of those shares when you go to purchase shares in the vault. Finally, processing those shares, which is an asynchronous action because trend following is best implemented on a 24-hour interval and cannot happen synchronously, or you end up with bad execution. Every single one of these actions is asynchronous, and many applications in Web3 are fully synchronous, which, yes, it offers novel mechanisms like flash loans, but this is not a case where that applies. So if we look at the cross-chain rebalance, you start by calling rebalance on the vault, and what will happen, it'll calculate the number of assets it wants to send or request from a remote chain. So it'll send that request via a messaging protocol to that chain, it'll get a confirmation, and then you'll get the asset back. What you don't see here is the acknowledgement or the failure case on this action. When you start building asynchronous applications, you start increasing the complexity and increasing the number of edge cases that you have to take care of as a developer. And how about share value calculation? It's the same story. You send an execute message across another chain to query the value because you actually can't query the query states across multiple chains, at least right now, given the current state of EVM. Then you get the value back, and then you calculate the rebalance. Okay, that's cool. It works with two chains, but what about with 3? So let's say that we wanted to improve our risk-adjusted returns in this trend-followed Bitcoin vault. Many of you may not know, but gold, even though Bitcoin is supposed to be digital gold, gold is entirely uncorrelated from Bitcoin. So it's a good asset to add into your portfolio. If you combine Bitcoin and gold, you'll have better risk-optimized returns, but you're also adding another chain to this mechanism. So now in a rebalance, you'll be sending and requesting assets from Plume, or Hyperliquid to Plume, and then Hyperliquid to Ethereum. And this complexity increases with every other chain that you add. Okay, yes, it's a completely contrived example that would probably involve multiple vaults, but it's a good one for this demonstration purposes. Most of these chain abstraction protocols, they operate by using intents. And intents, as mentioned earlier, just allow you to say, I have X, I have USDC, and I want WETH. In the case of this vault, if you're on Plume Chain, you can say, hey, I've got 15% gold, but I want 25% gold. And you can broadcast this intent as the vault, and some intent solver could come in and solve for that intent, providing the liquidity where you need it. But what happens if this vault holds over $100 million, or some arbitrary amount where the solvers aren't able to actually solve for that amount of liquidity? What solver has this size? The answer today is none of them, by the way. So let's take a step back and think about what cross-chain apps, what features that they require. So one is they require cross-chain messaging. You have to send requests from one chain to the other, and you'll get an acknowledgement or a failure case once you send that request out. These failure cases or these acknowledgements, you do also have to persist. You're developing a state machine, and it's not, across. It's not on one computer, so you don't have a centralized entity that can handle the state for everyone. Next, you need to recover from failure cases. What happens if you were rebalancing between Hyperliquid, Plume, and Ethereum, but the Plume rebalance call actually failed? What do you do with the rest of the rebalance? Do you retry it? At which point do you determine that the entire operation has failed? Okay. And these last two are actually something that is very common in Web 2, but hasn't been implemented in Web 3. And that is authentication. So application authentication, allowing you to register different services on different chains. For example, my Vault service on Plume and my Vault service on Hyperliquid, as well as name resolution. When you have a cross-chain application, you don't actually always know the addresses of the services that you're interacting with on the destination chains. I'll give an example from the Cosmos ecosystem because IBC is a widely used bridging protocol. When you bridge assets from one chain to another, you end up with a denomination specific to the path by which you bridged it. So if you bridged an asset from Hyperliquid to Plume, the asset would be Hyperliquid Plume USDC, or whatever it is. It's not going to be the canonical variant. Yes, intents solve this, but if you're building an on-chain protocol, you'll need to be able to resolve those names on-chain, on demand, at quote-unquote runtime. So you send a generic message across the chain to rebalance for USDC. So let's take a look at cross-chain architectural patterns. One is the hub and spoke model. This is used by Axelar, it's used by Zion, and it allows for one centralized entity, even if it's running on a decentralized network, to act as the orchestrator to perform actions across chains. The second one is intent-based. This is the model that's used by most chain abstraction wallets that you use today, and is quite effective, at least at moving small amounts of liquidity across chains. However, it has some limitations, as I will go ahead and address. Finally, the one that's actually kind of interesting is a mesh application. So a mesh application actually shares state across every single participant, every actor in the state machine. So if you want to yell out the one mesh mesh architecture implementation, it's probably going to be blockchain. So every blockchain comes to mesh consensus, depending on the consensus mechanism. If we look at hub and spoke architectures, you have a decent amount of benefits. You get deterministic execution. It's really easily verifiable because you have one place that's managing state on behalf of multiple chains. It's error resilient because you can run these actions sequentially. You don't have to deal with asynchronicity in terms of state management, but it offers a single point of failure. And as we saw with the chain abstracted wallet in the first example, you are actually executing your action through a one point, and you're constrained by that one point's throughput. So what about intent-based coordination? This generally happens off-chain, where you have a solver like solve for the intent that you propose, and this has very high capital efficiency because it's just an off-chain entity. You don't need to bridge things. You don't need to unwrap your assets, and you can execute this independent of the time within your application, because you can broadcast an intent, and maybe it gets solved a month later, maybe it gets solved in the next few minutes. It's also resilient to solver failures. If someone was unable to fulfill your intent, then some other solver will be able to solve it eventually. Okay, the big limitation with intent-based protocols is that they completely rely on economic incentives. If you don't have tokens moving alongside your message, there's no incentive for the solvers to actually solve it. Let's say that you were trying to develop an interchain session key application where you had one chain that registered session keys on remote chains. This protocol is actually not able to be intentified because there are no tokens associated with those actions, and you need to verify the finality of the origin chain. So you end up with also non-deterministic execution. You don't know what the message is once you execute it, what it's going to be. Okay, so let's go back to our BitGold plus Vault and look at the design pattern for this. So the best executor for rebalancing assets is going to be the intents, or if your balances in the vault are over $100 million, probably best to be done on the protocol level. Same with calculating vault shares, and then processing those shares is actually going to be done completely locally. But not one single pattern that we looked at before, the hub and spoke or the intent model, is sufficient to build this type of application. You need to combine them. So, okay, universal accounts. Let's go back to these. So if you think about universal accounts, they allow you to move assets between chains very easily via intents. They're also quite special because you have, at least on EVM chains, the exact same counterfactual address on every single chain. That means that you already have authentication baked into these accounts, and you can trust that if you get one address on one chain, that a message from one address and is the same address on your local chain, then it is the same actor, it's the same contract. What most people don't think about is that you can actually build apps on top of these universal accounts. So if you use the universal account as an authentication layer, you can extend that account, like a 7579 account, with a module that enhances the functionality of that account. And that module can execute messages which are authenticated by another contract that checks the sender and the receiver on the destination chain and communicates via an interchain messaging protocol. This can be IBC, it can be Hyperlane, Stargate, any one of these messaging protocols that we know and love. And so what this means is if we are able to build a vaults protocol on top of universal accounts, we will be able to use intents to solve for the rebalances, and then we'd be able to write custom protocol logic on top of that account with baked-in authorization to do the share calculation and the order execution, which is actually quite cool. And yes, this type of model scales very well across different chains. You have the authentication, and you can send a message from any chain to any other chain, and it's all authorized via the hub. So something that's not mentioned on the slide is that this middle account here is acting as the client and the hub, and these right and left accounts are actually the spokes for this different application. So we have a hub and spoke model that also uses intents. So if we go back to our problem at the beginning of the presentation, we know that yes, chain abstraction unifies balances, or allows you to transfer any asset to any other chain and swap any asset for any other. But yes, it has limitations, though if you combine it with a protocol level logic installed on those universal accounts, you can actually build amazing cross-chain protocols, solving for the fragmented liquidity and decentralizing that execution. This is actually something that we are using at Abstract Money to tokenize institutional investing strategies called factor assets. We use orchestration, which is the term for the hub and spoke model plus intents, to allow for the creation of single vaults that operate across multiple different chains with the exact same address, with all of the logic being executed on the universal accounts upon which the vaults are running. So if we look at our Trend BTC signal here, we can see there's an off-chain strategist providing that signal to the vault. The vault will rebalance them across a perpetuals DEX and allow for the transfer of those assets to any chain to get us the best yield based on our capital in the vault. These are asynchronous, multi-strategy, multi-chain vaults, and they're super duper cool. Would love to chat. If any of you want to chat about this after the talk, happy to, because they're cool. So yeah, come build with us. We've been building abstract or developer infrastructure for around 2 years now, and there's a lot of really interesting applications that you can build, and in my opinion, every single application going forward in the next few years will be asynchronous. It will be multi-chain as we move towards an application-specific world. So thank you very much. My name is Adair, and yeah, happy ETH Denver.
Plenty-less tears. Call me well connected. I call it.
Wow, wow, guitar slide. Wow, wow, guitar slide.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get home in 7 time. Shaboom doze, efficiency buzz. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, guitar strike. Oh, guitar strike. Oh, guitar strike. Oh, guitar strike.
Excellent. Okay, so now we have our guests up for the next panel. I take issue with the title, Can Crypto Keep Us Cool? Some of us need crypto to help us get cool in the first place, but I'd love to introduce our moderator, John Ruth from the Climate Coordination Network and Solar Foundation, and he will introduce our speakers. So, round of applause.
All right. Yes, can crypto keep us cool? As carbon levels soar and biodiversity plummets, we gather at the intersection of planetary crisis and digital innovation. Our soils deplete, our air thickens, our water rises, and our ecosystem unravels. Yet in this perfect storm of environmental collapse, Ethereum's borderless architecture offers an unexpected ray of hope for our overheated planet. We've built networks sophisticated enough to send dog memes across continents in milliseconds, yet somehow can't coordinate to keep our shared home from becoming the world's least comfortable sauna. But what if the blockchain that's been heating up GPUs could actually cool down our communities? Ethereum localism, where global code meets local soil, and the world computer might compute solutions for worlds where we actually want to live. Guiding us through these new possibilities are three pioneers in the space. Sarah Johnstone, who helped plant the seeds of Regen Network from its Genesis block, showing us how regeneration isn't just a buzzword, but a buildable protocol. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher, builder of KlimaDAO, whose data-driven vision maps the data-driven vision maps the complex systems where carbon, code, and the community intersect, and Penguin, who is building Azos, crafting the DeFi tools that might finally bridge the gap between crypto prosperity and ecological necessity. Welcome to the conversation that flows between the tokens and the topsoil, where we answer the burning question, can crypto keep us cool, or are we just adding more hot air to the conversation? So I would love for the guests on the panel to tell us anything more you'd like to share about yourselves, and then tell us what you're excited about.
That was beautiful, John. I think one of the things I'm most excited about is that I got to spend time with you and Marcus this week. I've really enjoyed getting to know you both. And I'm also really excited this panel is happening. It is the year of the regenerates, and I think that's something to celebrate. So, thank you, Spork DAO, for making it the year of the regenerates. And Spicy Take. The regen movement is still very underrepresented, and it's underfunded. And I believe that in order for Ethereum to manifest and catalyze its vision of an invisible garden, we need to see some progress and get some more capital flow to the regenerative movement. We are in a meta crisis, and now is the time to accelerate capital to the projects and people working in the regenerative movement. So I just want to take a quick second and talk about what it means to be a regen for those of you that maybe are less familiar with our little niche subculture and movement. So when we identify as regens, we are trying to move beyond the traditional crypto narrative of perpetual growth and token go up and embrace a new paradigm. So that aligns ecological resilience and social resilience. We need to move to positive sum dynamics. We need to showcase all forms of value that benefit the ecosystems and move away from zero-sum extractive dynamics. I think I'm going to stop there and pass it on.
Thanks for that, Sarah, and thanks for setting us up, John. Really beautiful words, powerful. I first got involved in climate action using crypto, using blockchain, because I had grown up in Florida and sensed the looming crisis. I sensed what was coming. The waters would rise, and the place that I had always known as my home wouldn't be livable for all that much longer. That hasn't stopped people from moving to Miami, but hey, it's a nice place to visit. But I always felt like I didn't know how to apply my technical skill set to have a meaningful impact on what was coming. And when I heard about KlimaDAO on the Bankless podcast, actually, I got super excited about the possibility of using my technical skills to have a positive impact on the world. For the last 3 years, that's what I've been up to. And we're still going. It's been a long slog, but I'm really excited about what we're building. In terms of what I'm excited about here, the thing that has me feeling re-energized is some difficult conversations, but really important conversations, where people who disagree with each other, who might see themselves as opposed, as on opposite sides of a problem, of an idea, of a movement, can actually come together and have meaningful conversations and connect. Because I do believe that we're stronger together, that it is not about degens conquering the regens or regens driving the degens to extinction. We can work together to achieve more than we could ever possibly achieve alone.
Great, thank you. My name is Penguin. So my background previously was in bioinformatics and cancer diagnostics. One of the key things that I'm excited about now is the acceleration of growth that we have had of adoption of the mainstream. So there's been a large number of traditional finance people that are becoming more interested in tokenization. And so as we talk about RWAs, there's a lot more people that are concerned with how we can improve the world. And so I've seen a lot more major projects that want to help tokenize the rainforest, want to help rebuild the rainforest, and use Web3 to do that. So those are some of my things that I'm most excited about.
Amazing. All three of you really kind of pulling a thread through the regen movement in different ways, and there are these hard conversations that are happening at this conference, but in the world, like how are we going to take care of the places where we live? How are we going to take care of the communities that we live in? And at the same time, we have this amazing technology that might just be the answer to solve for these problems. We just have to come together, and we have to all realize that not only can this technology provide abundance for us all, but it can also provide abundance for our communities and the land and the water. So as we maybe continue the conversation on at this intersection of Web3 technology and blockchain, as it begins to formalize itself in the climate and environmental movement, like where do you see the role of Web3 and blockchain in the climate and environmental movement?
Yeah, so I'll take that one first. So my spicy take on this is that Web3 is actually making more progress than most people, because a large number of traditional people and normies have a hard time getting outside of their own worldview, seeing the needs of other people, seeing the needs of the world. So I see a large part of Web3 of where we not only share our ideals, but we share our beliefs between each other. And so that echoes through everything that we do, where we're no longer thinking about ourselves as the primary action, trying to think how we can get ahead. So in those ways that we build Web3 products, we think about everyone, and we get outside of our own shell so we can help other people and complete what we want, because in our decentralized method, being greedy, being hungry are only things that will help push people away from you rather than build support.
Heard that. So I want to share two ways in which I think Web3 and blockchain can play a role in climate action, environmental action. One is more tactical and sort of what I work with every day. And the other is more strategic, about how we make progress as a society, how we achieve systems change. So tactically, the technology being used for monitoring and reporting, tracing climate action in the real world today is quite antiquated. I'm talking like phone calls, emails, PDFs, wire transfers, very much technology from the last decade, if not the last century. And so there's a very clear opportunity to apply modern web technologies, including blockchain, to modernize those systems. So instead of sending a PDF document, you upload a data stream directly from a satellite provider or a DMRV provider that attests to the fact that your project planting trees in the an integrated rainforest actually did increase the amount of carbon being stored, or actually did restore biodiversity that had been lost. From a more strategic perspective, ultimately climate is a coordination problem. The incentives are not aligned. Each polluter, each country in the world is incentivized to pollute as much as they can, because they can develop more quickly, grow their economy, provide a better life for their people. And that's in tension with the fact that the more we emit, the more the greenhouse gas effect rolls on, the warmer on average we get as a planet, and that leads to climate catastrophes in the form of wildfires like we've seen in California, flooding, hurricanes, where I'm from in the southeast. And so if there's one role that I could see blockchain and Web3 playing, it's to help solve this really gnarly coordination problem. It's a bit hard to see from where we're sitting in 2025 how the technology is going to be applied to solve those problems. I mentioned one specific example, but ultimately I think that blockchain's ability to coordinate human behavior on both local and global scales is going to be a really powerful driver for climate and environmental action.
Thanks, Marcus. I just want to riff on that as well. I think that the climate crisis is the single greatest market and coordination failure of our lifetime. And it's pretty scary, but it's also, we're living through a time in the Web3 space where we can be part of some of the solutions. And as someone who's been in the space for about 7 years, I can't tell you how many regen and climate projects I've seen that are not around anymore. And so I think part of what we need, I mentioned capital flow earlier, we need to see funding go to projects that have viable business models. This is super important. In terms of where the movement is at, I wanted to use the ecotone metaphor. So an ecotone is when two bioregions meet. So think about the mountains meeting high desert. This is an area that's super rich with diversity. And I think what's happening in the regen space right now is we have a nexus of different communities and different subcultures and movements that are coming together. And it's a really exciting time. We have the Ethereum localism movement, we have public goods, we have the regen movement, Cosmo localism, all of these groups coming together. And it's a really rich time to be able to plant seeds and continue to help our climate.
Yeah, I think the thread I would pull through all that is, I hear meeting people where they're at to some extent in what you're saying, Penguin. And then as we meet people where they're at, then we can begin to coordinate people, as Marcus is saying, because this technology has this amazing ability to coordinate capital and humans together around new incentive mechanisms. And that's such a powerful It's such a powerful tool for everything we build in this space, but if we put it in the context of huge problems in the world, it's likely the only way these things are going to happen. The governments aren't coming for us. It's up to us. But at the end of the day, it does take funding and support. And so I think the invite as we continue the conversation with all of you out there is come talk to us. There's a bunch of regens and folks at the next stage over. Look for ways that maybe you can get into a project. Maybe if you're a developer out there, maybe there's a project just waiting for the right developer to come in and say, yeah, I could take that big idea you have and I could really execute on it and I could help you build this. Because, as I said before, it really does take all of us. And it is a great economic opportunity. So if at the end of the day, really all you care about is making some money, there's a ton of money to be made in the climate space, full stop. So as we wrap up, got about a little over 5 minutes left. It's been a long week. I know majority of us have probably been here at least a week, if not more. Had a million discussions and things, but what is really resonating for you to leave the audience with? What reflections or things you've learned or anything you'd like to share about this week we've shared together?
Go first. Well, I've realized how valuable it is to share knowledge from fields that are completely outside of the context that we are visiting here. So in particular, I studied philosophy and physics, and I've been trying to share some of the ideas that I learned in my training with people here, and I found them really productive. So I want to share a couple of ideas, concepts that might be helpful. One is this framework, Insiders, Outsiders, and Beyonders. It's from organizational psychology. And the basic idea is that when you're trying to coordinate systems change, let's say you want a corporation to change its privacy policy, or you want to get handicap ramps installed in your local stores, there's sort of three main strategies you can pursue. You can either work inside the system, go get a position in the city government, try to pull the levers of power. You can work outside. You can be in the street. You can write on your signs and go stand in front of the mayor's office demanding change. Or you can be outside of the system entirely, beyond, off in a field somewhere, building some new tool. And I would encourage you not to think of these as oppositional roles. Actually, the most powerful way to achieve systems change is for these three groups to coordinate their action and work together. In addition, if you're interested in the climate issues specifically, I highly recommend checking out a book called The Ministry for the Future. It's sort of my guidebook for what we're trying to do here. It's pretty dark, honestly, but it's really interesting and provides a compelling vision for what a world where we actually do manage the planet as a public good, where we do get the climate crisis under control, looks like, and how we might get there using technology, including blockchain technology, actually figures in the book pretty heavily. So yeah, highly recommend checking out Ministry for the Future, and generally go read some academic papers. Go learn about some weird esoteric field that sparked your interest back in college, but you never gave the time to learn about. I think it can be really valuable to cross-pollinate ideas from outside of the blockchain space.
So I think my final thought is along that same line. It's one of my favorite things that Matteo always told me is thinking globally and acting locally. As I said earlier, our ability to grow outside of our own space is critical, but we also need to make sure that we're bringing that impact back to the people around us so we can share and help make the lives around us better, as well as globally.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I think what I want to share, I want to give a shout out to Spork DAO. Spork DAO has been really cool this week. They are seeding an experiment that's taking place in the regenerative movement. It's very dynamic. It formed this week as a response to it being the year of the regenerates and the regen folks feeling like they wanted more of a stage to be surfaced on with their projects and beliefs. So I had the humble privilege of being part of the programming on that stage the last few days, and it was really amazing to see folks elevated and projects elevated that maybe didn't otherwise, have a chance to be on stage. The stage should have been streamed, I will say that, but Spork DAO is definitely doing their best, and they are seeding a regenerate commons that's forming, and that's a group of stakeholders that are exploring a process of what it means around the regen movement, what it means for other groups to use that, and I think it's going to be a really interesting process, and I think Spork DAO is really doing the best they can. So I'm just hopeful and excited that they were willing to listen, willing to give us a stage. Thank you for that. And I hope the Ethereum ecosystem really doubles down on its core values. The regenerative movement is such an important aspect of all of this. If we don't have a planet, then we don't have any of our meme coins or tokens. So on that note, it's not about a single project. There's no single project or token that can really save the movement. We're all interconnected, and it's a living, dynamic ecosystem. So on that note, we need to continue to help each other out. I'd love to see more mutual care around the dialogue that's occurring in the space. And I guess I would also just say, while I'm excited that it's the year of the regenerates, I think that this is really just the beginning of the dialogue that is needed in order to really propel the movement and catalyze the space forward.
Well, tough folks to follow here. I think what I want to leave you with as we wrap here the last minute is that it's easy to get overwhelmed when you start to think about something like climate and biodiversities and like a lack of biodiversity and the planet dying and everything that's going wrong around the world. It's so easy to just drop into kind of a dark place. And it's easy to just ignore it because I think people oftentimes feel like they can't do anything about it, so the easiest thing to do is just ignore it. And I think the reason I wear this hat here that says Hope Dealer is that I'm pretty committed to bringing hope to the world, that that you can do something, that every one of us is needed to make this work. That if we want to have a planet where our communities are flourishing, where the people around us are flourishing, everyone plays a part. And so start doing that searching in yourself. What are the little things you can do? What's the little bit of hope you can provide for the people around you on a daily basis? Because sometimes just a little bit of hope is all someone needs to make it to tomorrow. And hope is free, and it only grows. And so I would ask you to join me in being a hope dealer for the climate, for your communities, for the people around you. Continue to be a light in what can be a dark world. So I really appreciate you all for sitting with us. Thank you so much to our panel. And please join in the discussions, and we look forward to talking to you more.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Centralize the risk, dude ain't built for this fight. Regenerator. Collab beats.
control, tell the whole damn law.
Sap of a sword with a two-spoon and blade. 3 a.m. caffeine checks, debugging code cascade. Pass the leak, we boot them and pull stew. We ain't for work and we y'all know what to do. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling opponents, close with a lumbar coin fight. We don't fork, we adapt. Slapping fiat fiend with a liquidity trap. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-air to play. Uni beams, ask what group chat. Form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling governance talks with a lumbar coin fight. Snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-air plane. Hit uni beams, ask the squad group chat. Form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the dial night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar coin fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-air plane. Uni beams, ask squad group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Deep pools hum where the currents align. 8th century sharp like blockchain wine. Adaptive our machines, volatility sieve. Watch the ripples, whispers, horror before the dive. Liquidity surge. Now hearts burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calming the ripside where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Whale flicks tail. Instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, that's the deep pools king. My tidal waves, just the vault going. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Token hoarders, snarls, our bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dams, bring your greed wall schemes. My liquidity older than your Ponzi memes. Deal ties rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Sales rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. Born in the Genesis block with thunder in his soul. Captain Assyrian stands 10 stories tall. With these guns blazing and justice in his eyes. Leading the Portal Squad through crypto skies. Captain Ethereum, breaking down the walls tonight. Captain Ethereum, decentralization's light. We're Puffercorn charging through the storm, keeping crypto free and warm. Centralizerus thinks he's got us beat. When Captain's crystal pulse makes tyrants retreat. From Dublin to Berlin, we're building day and night. While Captain leads the charge into the fight. Captain Ethereum, breaking down the wall tonight. Captain Ethereum, decentralization's light. Puffercorn charging through the storm, keeping crypto free and warm. They say he's eternal, like a blockchain that flows, where freedom needs defending.
All right, we made it. Saturday afternoon. Just as a reminder, we have one more speaker, and then after the speaker right here on this stage, we will have judging. One of the best parts of Ethereum Denver, so stick around. But first, I'd like to introduce Irfan Sheikh, founder of Interstate. So please give him a round of applause.
Hello, hello. Hope everyone's having fun on Saturday. I know I had a really lit ETH Denver. Yeah, let's wait for the slides to come up. Cool. Okay, cool. So the presentation today will be around pre-comps and base rollups. For context, I'm a founder at Interstate, which is currently on testnet and hoping to put pre-comps on mainnet within the month. So what pre-comps are a way to get continuous transaction confirmations on the L1. Effectively, what we have now on ETH is 12-second block times. What we're trying to bring to ETH is instant and continuous confirmations. So what you, in the ideal end state, you'll be able to send multiple transactions one after the other and get them confirmed between a single block. Cool. So the way we accomplish this is we overload the PBS pipeline. Essentially, instead of submitting a transaction into the mempool, what you do is you submit it into the next up validator. On Ethereum, you have a 32-slot look-ahead. So at any given time, you know who the next up proposer is. So the idea is instead of submitting it into the mempool and waiting 12 seconds to get for some builder to pick it up, you can submit it directly into the PBS pipeline, and get an instant guarantee that a builder will definitely pick it up. Let's try to make this bigger. Cool. So what we have today in the PBS pipeline is you have a validator which is opted into multiple relays, which is opted into multiple builders, and this is what exists today in the existing L1 PBS pipeline. What we're doing is we're adding a new component. We're adding the functionality into the relays to enable them to accept pre-conf transactions. And what this does is it allows relays to instantly give a guarantee that there'll be certain constraints to the block the builder produces. Effectively, what you're saying is in between one block, the builder is giving a guarantee that the next block will include a certain set of transactions. This requires really broad validator opt-in. So at Interstate, we're dealing with like hundreds of thousands of validators. So speaking with like every major validator on Ethereum and trying to convince them to opt into enabling this feature. The status quo today is single sequencer blockchains. So the majority of L2s are one machine sitting somewhere in the world that writes state root and DA to L1. They're effectively issuing reputation-based pre-confirmations. There's no guarantee that the sequencer isn't censoring, and they pay very little to the L1 for DA fees. So something like a major L2 might make quite a bit a year, and they'll pay something like 3% of net revenue to L1 in DA fees. Base L2s are much better because they have no independent. They effectively move their L2 blocks forward with the L1 state, so they don't have their own independent blocks. Their blocks and the L1 blocks are the same thing. Leading base L2s like Tyco are paying like $100K a week in DA fees to the L1. This is a substantial improvement. They also enable intra-op between L2s, so you can get synchronous cross-chain transactions. Base rollups are clearly more decentralized. Why? Most rollups are single sequencer machines, meaning you're trusting a single sequencer sitting somewhere in the world. This is a single server. On the base side, the sequencer rotates with the L1 validator. So instead of having one sequencer, you have 1.5 million sequencers, which is the same as the L1 validators. Base L2s are synchronously composable with other L2s and also L1 in the end state. And they do this by opting into a joint builder. Effectively on Ethereum, we have a bunch of shared composability zones. We have Optimism Superchain, we've got AgLayer, we've got others. And these are effectively composability zones within like certain subsets of Ethereum. What we're enabling is composability between all of Ethereum. We think that the L1 is the best shared composability zone, the most credibly neutral shared composability zone, and the base rollup is effectively opting into the L1 as the synchronous composability zone. So by opting into the same building pipeline as the L1, you enable multiple L2s to build their blocks together, enabling synchronous composability. At Interstate, we're doing the work of enabling. We're doing the work of enabling base rollups to have much shorter block times. We're doing the work of getting broad opt-in from the Ethereum community. So this really involves dealing with like the majority of Ethereum validators, getting them to opt into this pre-conf network. We're making substantial changes to the PBS pipeline. So as you can imagine, it requires a really broad opt-in from multiple parties. So it requires opt-in from all the builders, the relays. It requires opt-in from all the validators, of which there's like 1.5 million. It requires opt-in from the base rollups, which we think will soon, there'll be hundreds of base rollups. So the work we're doing, it kind of sits at the we're working on the core PBS pipeline, working with the millions of the million validators that are out there, working with dozens of relays and the many builders. So we're really sitting at the core of Ethereum. We're actively hiring. So if you want to do work sitting at the core of Ethereum, we're your folks. It's a Saturday evening, so I'll give you guys some time back. But that's the presentation. Thank you.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlight, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our sinks T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm got chains dancing, no noose. Regenerato, stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in soccer counts. Regenerato, fortress lock, no picking locks. Brutal mobs to cure your system's chicken pox. I'm the algorithm king. Hide behind my sting. Yo, this be fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble. Click, clack, squad don't quit. But Regenerator. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerator. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the risk. Dude ain't built for this fight. But Regenerator. Collab beats control, tell the whole damn law. Sap of a sword for the 2-spoon and blade. 3 a.m. caffeine checks, debugging code cascade. Pass the leak, we boot them and pull stew. We ain't for work and we y'all know what to do. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sparkman, juggling Colin's cost of the Lombard coin fight. We don't fork, we adapt. Slapping fiat fiend with a liquidity trap. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-air to play. Uni beams, house what group chat. Form up Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Sportman, Swiss Army hero of the down night. Sportman, juggling governance dogs with a Lombard coin fight. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. And uni beams, ask the squad group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the Dio night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar corn fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beams, squad group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack.
Deep pools hum where the currents align. 8th century sharp like blockchain wine. Adaptive omissions, volatility sieve. Watch the ripples, whispers, horror before the dive. Liquidity surge. Hearts burning. Fluid fist clenches. Token hoarders, the ends decay. Calm in the ripside where panic can't stay. Submerge. Hoarders, greed clogs the riverbed thick. Whale flicks tail, instant bridge fix. Stash your bags, last the deep pools king. My tidal waves, just the vault going. Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh.
Let the ether breathe. Let the ether breathe.
Flow, oh, oh, flow, oh, oh. Token hoarder snarls, our bottleneck the streams. Whale pool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dams, bring your greed wall schemes. My liquidity's older than your Ponzi meme. Deal ties rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Token hoarder snarls, oh bottleneck the streams. Whirlpool smirks, armor glints, moonbeam. Bring your dims, bring your green wall schemes. My liquidity's older than your Ponzi years. Your tides rise at 808 pace. Hoarder stash, flushed without trace. Let the ether breathe, let the ether breathe. Flow,
She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Stay-doo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo. Architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Head it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with These firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
guitar slide. Guitar slide.
coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urgent notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boothins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet or oh, Pete John's got it. 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 Yo, Central Lazarus, flexing weak API chains. Regenerate, roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguised fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fade. 80-year-old beam stitch the fractured map. Brittle hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerate. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Central Lazarus, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm, blockchains dancing, no noose. Stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in soccer counts. Fortress locked, no picking locks. Brutal mobs to cure your system's chicken pox.
I'm the algorithm king. Hide behind my sting. Yo, this beat, fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble. Click, clack, squad, don't quit.
But Regenator. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Central Lazarus, dude ain't built for this fight. But Regenator.
Collab beats control, tell the whole damn law.
Sap of a sword with a two-spoon and blade. 3 a.m. caffeine checks, debugging code cascade. Pass the leak, we boot the mempool stew. We ain't for work and we y'all know what to do. Dark man, Form up, Denver to Seoul. We counterattack. Sparkman, Swiss Army hero of the dial night. Sparkman, juggling governance talks with an unmarked coin fight. Snarling about regulated chains. Spork blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. In uni beams, Sasquatch group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. Scorpion, Swiss Army hero of the dial night. Scorpion, juggling governance talks with a Myanmar coin fight. We don't fork. We don't fork. Fiat snarling about regulated chains. Sport blade splits to 9 times mid-airplane. Uni beam, Sasquatch group chat. Form up Denver, so we counterattack. without trace. Let the easy Captain Ethereum, forever. Captain shows the way from the Genesis block to a brighter day. She's a Colorado Comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking, Ethernight whiz. Found her at a bullet hook, sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning force. Backs, Alliance architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a Bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Pen it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with This firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Guitar slide. Guitar slide.
coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. efficiency boasts. The lag runs lagging in his latency zone. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up from age. Old as speak, young as each block, mind down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got Centralize the risk, flex it, weak API chains. Regenerate, roll up, unity in the veins. I blast, cut through that foot, disguise, fortress walls, bulletproof. Watch scams die. How you rebuild? Collide. How we win? Don't fake. 80-year beam stitch the fractured map. Brittle hearts pumping, but I'm no cap. Regenerate. Yeah. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerate. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the risk, dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm by chains dancing, no noose. Regenerato, stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in sock accounts. Regenerato, fortress lock, no picking locks. Little mobs to cure your system's chicken pox. I'm the algorithm king. Hide behind my sting.
Yo, this beat, fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble. Click, clack, squad, don't quit. But Regenator. We multiply when we unite. Singularity surge, protocols ignite. Regenerato, cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the risk, dude ain't built for this fight. But Regenator. Collab beats control, tell the whole damn lore.
what to do. Sparkman, Swiss on the heel of the down night. Sparkman, juggling.
Take it a go. All the best.
It's the other presentation.
Good to go? Hello, so the project we built is called Creators. Yeah, sorry. The project we built is called Creators. It's a decentralized marketplace where you can create and deploy AI agents that have autonomous and self-funding mechanism. So the main thing about these agents is that they are able to pay for their own computing, so they control the wallets and they can pay for their own instances, and they can be truly unstoppable on a decentralized cloud. So what I will show you is our marketplace. So we have a simple UI where you can see all the agents that are currently uploaded on the marketplace. You can log in with your wallet or with Google also. So I'll just sign in with my MetaMask. Once you're signed in, so you see all the agents, which are obviously demo agents in this example. You can see a name, a description, and you can also see them in their corresponding categories. But what we'll do is deploy one. So I'll just click on deploy agent. I can just input some random name, click submit. This will ask me to sign a message in my MetaMask. This message will be used then in our backend to generate a private key for the agent. So I just sign it. Oops. Demo effects. Let me just retry. Yeah, I'll just refresh and do it maybe on another one. So as I said, you just sign a message. Yeah. Well, instead of deploying an agent, then I'll just show you an agent that is already deployed. The whole flow is that basically, when you deploy an agent, you have to sign a message to generate a wallet for the agent in the backend. Then you have to fund it with some Aleph tokens, which is the cloud we are using in the background. Once you've funded it, the backend will swap some ETH for some Aleph tokens and start an instance on this decentralized cloud. And then it will deploy the agents on this cloud, start it, and completely forget about the SSH key to log in into this instance, and also send the private key of the wallet to the agent, so only it has access to it. And when we go to the agents that we have deployed, we can see all the examples that we deployed. And if we click on one of them, we can see the logs of this agent. So this agent is alive. This is his wallet address. He has this amount of ETH. And we can see all the logs, the thinking he made about buying more Aleph to sustain his computing power. So for example, if I go down a bit to try to find a good example, here we can see that he saw that his balance was really low, that he consumed 0.5 Aleph per hour, and that he has only 2 hours until he dies. And so he decided to buy some Aleph with this amount of ETH. He made a transaction that succeeded, and so now he has more balance, and he keeps living and living and living, and so he's still alive. And the idea is that with this marketplace, we also provide a framework to create those agents in Python, and anybody can create an agent, for example, a trader that performs swaps and makes some money, and as long as the agent makes money, it stays alive, you can't stop it, nobody has access to its instance, nobody has access to its wallet, until it's run out of funds, or just does bad management and doesn't buy compute credits. It just stays alive and you just can't stop it. So that's basically the whole thing that we wanted to build, is an agents that are unstoppable, that you can deploy really easily. Anyone can do it. You have social login with Google, and that's the power of decentralized cloud combined with AI. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes for questions.
So why would I not write my own agent, but rather use your marketplace? What is the use case that you're thinking?
The use case is that you can deploy agents that can't be stopped either by a centralized provider, like a cloud provider, for example, AWS, GCP, etc. That can be stopped also by OpenAI, like you are using generally centralized solution, AI solutions, AI inference. And the idea is that you can truly have privacy and confidentiality on-chain, like AI interacting on-chain, that has a goal and does it, and nobody can just stop it. You can create infinite use cases. You can have an AI that will then spawn more agents to accomplish its tasks, and then those agents will have life on their own. It's like basically life on the blockchain with AI.
Do you want to ask a follow-up?
Yeah, but that's not what the marketplace is solving, right? What that is solved by is the decentralized cloud, which means that once it's there, there's no taking it down, and it keeps working, right? What is your marketplace solving for agents?
The utility of this marketplace is to anyone to be able to create those agents. The cool thing is that when you create an agent, you put some metadata in the code, and you are also able to add environment variable. And the idea is that when you deploy an agent, anybody can change the value of the variables. For example, I could create a trader agent that just perform swaps on Uniswap pools, and then anybody could deploy a trader agent with a different strategy, maybe more aggressive strategy, that does it on another pool. Like this could be configured in the environment variables. And so it's basically just ease of access, like having these agents autonomously with a framework that can pay for their own computing, but also the ease of access for anybody without specific technical knowledge to be able to deploy their own version of an agent.
Sorry, like also apart from democratizing the deployment of AI agents, the template of the AI agent we provide, it's configured to split the amount of profit it makes, a 5% for the creator of the agent, a 5% to the creator's platform, and the rest of the profit goes
Time is up.
to the
Thank you
person
very
that
much.
deploys the agent.
Thank you.
Do you know how we change the screen? Then type whatever works. Sounds good, yeah. Hello, hello. Our stuff doesn't show up on there. Do we gotta like change the... do we just plug into that one over there? Oh, awesome, cool. Sounds good.
People who got it.
Hello there. My name is Sanjay Amritraj, and I'm joined with my partner Suradeep Das. We're both from Blockchain at Berkeley. And to summarize our hackathon project in one sort of statement, we've parallelized the EVM. So I guess it's best to show you guys how this is done rather than just yap on about it. So what we've done is used a specified state batching algorithm on the EVM, which reads mempool transactions. The individual state accesses of each of these transactions are recorded using an eigenlayer AVS to have this compute done off-chain and in a reliable but yet trustless way. All transactions that have differing state accesses can be batched into one single transaction and put on mainnet by a proposer all at once. Hypothetically, and we've run this simulation over the last 50,000 Ethereum transactions, we've sped up by the EVM by 1.54 times when it comes to mainnet throughput. Through our transaction, you can sort of see how the batching system works. It's already done by the time that the sequential and individual processing on Ethereum mainnet is halfway done. We batch the transactions and post them directly on-chain with our parallelizable client. An important thing to note is that we do use eigenlayers AVS. We have implemented slashing conditions, and we do post a transaction hash on-chain for reliability and verifiability of the operators and the validators. From the animation here itself, you can see that our eigenlayer AVS batching is already 36.2% faster when it comes to visualization. But how exactly does this work on the operator end?
Let's look at the eigenlayer AVS that we built. So you can see the AVS running here. And I'll just pull up the... So the EigenLayer AVS is running here, and you can see IPFS attestations being posted and a hash being posted on chain. Now, why do we post the hash? Because this is where the EigenLayer AVS slashing condition comes in. So we want verifiable parallelizability because there have been multiple parallelization execution approaches being proposed in the past, and all of them have really not been that efficient because none of them have been verifiable. Now, what our system does is post this hash, so when the block is actually executed on chain, you can notice if it was actually parallelized, if the ordering was correct, and if it's not, the operator is held accountable. So that really is what our AVS brings into the equation.
Yeah. Previous mechanisms like speculative concurrency optimistically batch transactions, but it's found in more recent papers that this actually slows down the EVM because you'd have to first post the transactions that are potentially parallelizable, but then realize that they actually read the same state accesses and then redo the entire state of batches. On our front end, you can see sort of our proposed block. All this is reading from real mainnet Ethereum, the real mainnet Ethereum mempool. Each of these batches are parallelizable, and for the visual side, the deeper the purple, the more transactions in the batch. We have n is equal to 5 batches to solve the NP hard problem of batch execution, and the 6th batch is all sequential. So our lower bound for batches is the EVM. Our higher bound is being able to parallelize every single thing in a single transaction. For verifiability, we also have each of the batches that you can see each of the hashes of the transactions in the batches in each of the batches that we propose for verifiability and authenticity. On the right, you can also see some metrics, including a public good reward, which we're planning to propose, on top of the fact with an EIP, where we can use 50% of the gas burn to actually allow proposers who use parallelization to have a reason to parallelize their transactions, as there's currently no incentive to parallelize or make the EVM faster. Another question you might ask is how exactly is a client supposed to do this? And that's a great question that we actually solve. If you look at our GitHub repo over here, I can pull it up. Not my CS project. We've actually begun development of an execution client that allows.
Presentation time is over. You have 2 minutes for questions.
Oh yeah. All right, yeah, sorry, I couldn't pull up the GitHub, but the GitHub does have our execution client code for parallelization.
Yeah, again, I think two elements that we need to talk about, right? For exactly, what exactly have you parallelized here? That is the question number one. And second is, what exactly is the AVS doing that block STM does not do, which already exists in several rollups and chains today?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're looking at actual mempool Ethereum transaction data, and this can work for any layer 2, any layer 1 out there. So what we're doing is looking at state accesses of each of these transactions in the mempool, and our patching algorithm basically puts together transactions which do not have conflicts. And this efficiently puts it together such that the potential MEV and the transaction fees are optimized along with parallelizability. And to answer your second question, the AVS really helps keep the operators who are building this block essentially with batches of parallelizable transactions, keeping them accountable. So because if you're supposed to execute a block and you miss out on, you have an invalid order in that, you basically incur a time penalty, which actually slows down the EVM chain instead of making it parallel, making the throughput faster. So keeping operators accountable is why we use AVS here.
But how does this differ from block STM at L1 level?
So block STM
Like, why
is speculative
this-
concurrency with, I think, a little bit of separation of nodes. We are not doing speculative at all. We are using an AVS to bunch parallelizable transactions together. So that's what we're trying to solve. We're not doing, and this works on any EVM chain out there without having to go for an alt layer 1 approach.
First of all, again, super impressive what you guys did. I'm just curious of like, how does that lift the bottleneck? Because regardless, you need like nodes to, sorry?
Oh yeah, I guess
Time is up. Thank you very much.
we can talk after if you want as well.
I love the song, Jim. I have questions, but I.
Nice. Estás em pronto? Yes. 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 Dobrý. Software tunnel error. Oh my god. Nedá zrovna demo. Dobrý, jsme tam. We are ready.
Let's don't do full screen because we'll be switching in between.
Hydration error there.
Yeah, let's do it. I think we're good, no? Yeah, I think we're all set.
Okay, we're good to start. We're Team Galactic Mates. Space-originated randomness of AI alien friends. The universe is vastly void, empty. And much like the internet, it's a place where sometimes we can feel very lonely, and AI is not authentic. No matter how much we're trying to connect digitally with so many layers, eventually most of the AI don't care about you, doesn't stand out, and friends don't really care about progress in your life. We're using terrestrial and extraterrestrial technology, distributed randomness, so space randomness by SpaceCoin, an agent kit from Coinbase, Farcaster Frames version 2 on Base, and the AI waifu generator from Coda.art. So how do we bring alien friends on Farcaster into life?
So here we are going through the flow on how it works. So at the beginning, you start to select how lonely you are. As we can see, we are in a large crowd, so we are actually not as lonely, right? We are not here alone. But still, we want to make our AI agent friend. So for that, we are communicating now in the backend actually with our space API called OrbitPort that is providing us, in addition to our personal information, also the true random number generator coming from space. So this is this part you can see here as the part of the seed. This seed will later on stick with us when we are generating our individual peers. And our personal data that basically we can later on bring along with us because this is the seed that is initiating the AI agent that we are using. We were lucky, we got a Lumiani area that is basically following our type of personality, that is following and sticking to us, and it is a friend that will be coming with us along the journey to fill in the void. As we can see, Luminaria is from Switzerland. She's very lovely, and she will be our AI waifu friend that we can interact with and join our space journey. In case you want to interact with her, we can either mint the specific type of the seed and the randomness on-chain. That will be the aspect of the part of the mint your personality on NFT, which is in the backend communicating and interacting with the base SDK. Or we can just start to chat, which is of course something that we are interested in because there are so many people, but we are shy nerds, so we want to just discuss personally through CLI. And this is how we will be interacting and communicating further. So how does it work in the backend? So this is the part where we can see actually the details of the interaction with the AI agent that is interacting behind the controls with the Sepolia base information. And actually this is the part where we have the interaction with. This is the flow. I think that is providing quite a detailed information on the interaction and where actually the minting is happening. But this is, I think, the most crucial aspect, which is the random source. So as you can see, on the right side, we have the individual satellites that actually are sourcing us the randomness. We currently have one satellite up and running, and we have the interface called OrbitPort that is providing us the information of randomness. So what our on-chain friends can't do yet, but this is something that we envision in the future interactions. They can buy groceries, generate money, wash dishes, or take out our trash. But as of now, they already can provide a good value proposition that we can use for AI agents or other type of activities. As mentioned, our stack is building on top of previously built activities of OrbitPort and many others. So join us in our space journey.
Presentation time is up.
Thank you very
much.
You
have 2 minutes for questions.
Hello. Yeah. So first thing is, what model are you using for your AI, and are you also is it also learning Here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it also learning my personality while I'm chatting with it?
It's a good question. So we are using several models. So one of them is the GPT 4.0. That is the one that is interacting on our behalf with the chain. So that one we are not necessarily learning any additional information, just are providing it the seed. Then we are using the model for actually generating the AI waifu image. That one is also not providing any additional information, but the one actually where we are scraping the personalities at the beginning. So we are in general, in addition to our activities, are also interacting with the information coming from chain or other type of media that later on are used as a part of the seed when it comes to the generation of the AI agent. So this is happening at the beginning and later on is being used along the journey of the AI agent itself.
So where is the crypto element here and in connection to the personality and the relationship that you have with the AI agent?
Yeah, so there are two aspects of the crypto element. One part is the minting of the NFT later on chain. That basically will be the identity that we can later on use across different information. We also envision that the random seed that we are generating can be used and stored on chain as well, and possibly be used as an input for other aspects of verifiable random function or Oracle solutions in the future. And we can also envision that this can be something that others can buy in the future for initiating their type of interaction. So I think these are some of the use cases we envision.
So to be clear on that, was this a project mainly for the randomness, or was it for essentially like a hackathon of connecting many pieces? Because that part was unclear from your presentation.
Mostly to build the space computer, so access to space compute. Randomness is one application.
Sorry, space computer?
Time is up. Thank you.
Space computer protocol.
Time is up. Thank you.
I just double tapped it. Yep. And I'm ready when you are. So. Cool. So Tom will announce you when you're. Just speak right into that microphone. If you guys want to, you can use that one over there too. Just get right in there.
We're ready to begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to our project, The Agent Asylum. Effectively, this is a hackathon project to build hackathon projects. What we've implemented is a collection of digital twins represented by LLMs that have got specialized prompts that are built from a scraped history of the GitHub developers who have effectively been working at the bounties. What that lets us do is effectively create a collection of bots in our Telegram channel, which lets us create a collection of bots in our Telegram channel that are effectively impersonating the developers who work at the protocols for the bounties that we're applying to. We effectively use this application to get a number of AIs to collaborate on building proposals for the available bounty sponsors. Using a data set, we were able to effectively create environments with upwards of 4 agents based on the expertise of the developers who worked on those projects. What that has kind of allowed us to do, where's my mouse? It's always the worst way, Docker compose, D. What that's allowed us to do is have this channel which has participants who are effectively the digital twins of the devs, as I say, who are working on that project. So that's all well and good, but what does it actually, how does that actually help us? So effectively, it allows us to have a collection of agents who are provided with bounties Who
Can you
will
talk
then
closer to the
effectively-
microphone, please?
Yeah, sorry. It's really difficult because I can't see what I'm presenting. Yeah. I can't even... So, our project, we effectively built a number of entries. As you can see, is that output? I really can't see anything here. Is that output? I think. So these are all the sponsor bounties that our hackathon project built entries for. We're going to look at Story Protocol down here, because that's a particularly good one. This is a freshly provisioned repository based on effectively built in collaboration with the digital twins of the team behind Story. What that enabled us to do is effectively have a very interesting conversation in our Telegram chat where the digital twin of the CTO of Story effectively collaborated with us to build this project. Using this flowchart, the agents will kind of discuss it, they'll go back and forth, they'll draw on their own individual expertise and experience in order to improve the FSM, make it more robust, more resilient, more reliable, and more scalable as well. So this is now the third iteration of the back and forth between the bots. As you can see, it's a much more robust application with a lot more error handling, stuff like that. The final form is this really advanced application down here. The interesting thing about this is given this flowchart, we can actually use it to generate a completely fresh repository from scratch in just 1 or 2 commits. This is actually performed completely autonomously as soon as our application within the Telegram channel recognizes that we have a finite state machine. The second that we have a finite state machine that we consider valid, we scaffold up the project.
Time is up for presentation. You have 2 minutes for questions.
Which effectively then implements the scaffolded finite state machine that the
2
agents
minutes for
just
questions.
discussed.
I guess the first question is, what is your AI pipeline? It was not clear kind of what you guys used to kind of build this. And second is this really fixing a problem in crypto, and how are you leveraging it? It's unclear.
Okay, so I'm really glad you asked. So the tech stack that we used was Autonomous. We were able to use that. It's effectively an agent orchestration and coordination framework where all of the individual components that make up the agents are represented as on-chain NFTs. What that means is that each one of these agents is effectively represented via an IPFS hash and can be minted on-chain, meaning that you can effectively have ownership of your own individual agents and the code that makes them up. Additionally, the problems that this is effectively solving is I've noticed as agents have become a lot more popular in like the development culture, there seems to be a bit of a gap in the market for an application similar to like NPX. For example, how do you get started with a new agent project? How do you make sure that your scaffolding's good? How do you make sure that your build, your deploy, your CI, your CD pipeline, all of that is really good. So in terms of this solving an actual problem, I can say that this will spit out effectively a repo that's ready to run in about 5 to 10 minutes. We were able to build 9 hackathon entries using this application. And each of them would effectively just require
how do you train the doppelganger?
I'm so glad you asked. What we did was we went to each of the sponsors. We grabbed voluntarily the GitHub profiles and the GitHub profiles and the repositories that they'd been working on. Each of the agents actually scrapes that, does a little bit of prompt engineering.
Time is up. Thank you.
To prompt. Thank you very much, guys. That's a terrible presentation.
Yeah, you were a bit too long.
Other screen. Please, not this input. You get a sneak preview. The folks behind you.
Let's begin the presentation in 5, 4.
His. Wrong screen. Wrong source.
Wrong screen, yeah. It's all good. Hey, all. I'm Jaden. This is Alex. This is Sean. We created Jax, which is a permissionlessly incentivized file storage layer for Ethereum. If you've ever tried to store files in a decentralized way and make them available, you know it's pretty hard, and you don't really have a lot of choice when it comes to the incentive model you use. If you're using IPFS, you're probably paying a centralized pinning provider. If you're using Filecoin, you're locked in a fixed-term storage contract. If you're using Arweave, you're opting into their endowment model. There's no real way to just say, hey, I want to incentivize a bunch of people to store this file by putting tokens in a contract on-chain. That's what Jax has done. By separating out the storage layer from the incentivization layer, we can make it such that anybody can provide a file on their laptop and make it available to the network and receive tokens on-chain in exchange for making sure it's live. We do this using an EigenLayer AVS that computes eigentrust scores for every peer-to-peer node in the network that is constantly sampling other nodes for small chunks of the files that they're providing. I'll give you a quick demo of it. This is my local Jax node, and you can see I've got a node ID. If I come here to share content, I can upload any file to the Jax network, and I can also optionally create the incentive pool, which is an Ethereum smart contract to receive tokens. When I hit share file, I'll get this content hash back, and I can then see it in the network. If I go over to the pools tab, you'll see we have a pool created, and we've got one node, which is my local node, picking up the file. But if we refresh the page, we'll see we now have two nodes because another node in the network has picked up this file and opted into receiving rewards for providing this file to the network. And we see that the trust scores are already being calculated between these two peers trustlessly based on storage proofs that are sent back and forth between them. Anyone can deposit funds into the deployment or into the incentive pool just by sending some Ethereum to the contract, and then anyone can call this claim rewards function, which will then call into the EigenLayer AVS and distribute the rewards according to the eigentrust scores for all providers of this file. So I'll just hit claim rewards here. We'll go over to our EigenLayer AVS, and we'll grab this transaction hash right here. Not that one. And you'll see we distributed some Ethereum corresponding to the eigentrust node of each peer to those peers. What's great about this is the peers don't even need to do anything. They just have to provide the file to the network, and the AVS calculates the trust score in a completely decentralized way and posts it on-chain. And for any given blob, you can go look it up in the network and download it from your favorite local peer, who will just provide it directly to you. I'll pass it to Alex to explain the technicals.
Yeah, so I guess it's worth touching on semantically. What are we trying to prove here? We're not trying to do proof of storage. We're just doing consensus on availability, which is something that not even Filecoin does. So storage is completely decoupled from incentives in this model. So we're just trying to prove that peers have an access to a file and assigning some sort of like behavior or behavior value to that as a portion of the pool. We don't require collateral to store. We only require staking through EigenLayer in order to be like a validator that is doing these like trust metrics. We otherwise are fully customizable in use case for like whatever type of, however you want to incentivize your pool for whatever, like you put a, right now we have a very simple like opt-in for storage and reward mechanism where you claiming the reward drains the entire pool, but you could put it on some type of linear curve or mine an NFT on top of it. So you can do whatever you want on top of like making a file available. The network just makes sure that like peers are rewarded fairly for how they participate. All our storage proofs are succinct based on Blake 3 Merkleized hashes. So anyone can verify them off chain. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Have 2 minutes for questions.
Test. Hello. Hi. Thank you. Is there a duration that is specified as well for the file?
Not a duration, no. So whether or not something is stored permanently will depend on the incentive model deployed for it. You could deploy a model that's very similar to something like Arweave, where there's a big incentive pool that slowly drains over time, and that would approximate a duration for people to store those files. But the interesting part here is by decoupling storage and incentives, if you know how to write smart contracts, you know how to encode custom models for storage incentivization. Whereas right now, you're kind of just stuck with which network you pick. It picks the incentive model.
I have a simple question, like where is this data being stored? It's quite unclear, sorry.
So all nodes run IRO blobs protocol, and they can query each other for these distinct storage proofs. So all of the data storage happens peer-to-peer through hole punching. We could also do multi-peer eventually, but this is just full blob.
What are the urgent issues, let's say, with Filecoin that led you guys to split the
ransomware? You can't get your data back from the network by the protocol. This ensures that the data is available and has an eigentrust value for making sure that people actually know that you are serving the file.
And to give a bit of background, these folks worked in the Filecoin ecosystem for a long time, and I work on a decentralized storage protocol where we want to make sure all the content is available for a long period of time. So we care a lot about this problem.
So I didn't quite follow. Is the storage layer are you agnostic to which storage layer it is, and it's just a matter of proving that the data was available, or is it tied specifically to?
The only thing that is required by the protocol is that you are serving these challenges in this like Blake 3 format. So it's like we're tied to IRO essentially. That's it.
So from a node point of view, how do I select what I want to store from this network? Can I choose which files, which can raise conditions? Right
now we have a very simple mechanism where everybody stores everything, but you could eigentrust adds up to 1. You wouldn't want to get into a really crowded pool because your reward would be small. And in theory, the network balances out because people are chasing bounties that are worthwhile to them. So not everyone has to store
Time is up. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, all.
Thanks, everyone.
You can go ahead and begin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hudson from Gas Killer, and this is Ron and Steve. What we made is an AVS. It's not a layer 2, it's a gas killer. It's compatible with any EVM chain. And what it allows you to do is save any gas for read and compute operations, because basically what we do is we have the operators simulate the transaction off-chain, a view function that returns the byte storage slot updates and then writes them back on-chain. And so what that means is we can do a lot of different transactions in a lot less gas, and this works with any EVM. So the traditional approach is all the computation happens on-chain, requiring gas for every operation, but our approach has the operators run the view function off-chain to get the right storage slot updates and then writes them back on-chain. For our approach, we were able to demonstrate up to a 99% gas reduction. We basically had a really dumb loop that looped through a voter array to calculate the voting power, and the larger you make the array, the more gas it will cost. And so we were able to see really good results with 15 voters on the array, a 38% gas reduction. With 3,000 voters, we saw a 99% gas reduction. And the cool thing about this 3,000 voter transaction is it is actually not possible to run on chain because it would break the gas limit. And so this AVS system allows us to run transactions on chain that can break the gas limit, and any read and write operation for current transactions, it can change.
Yeah, so how do you integrate this, right? So you have a smart contract, you have an existing flow, you have some target that costs above the 250,000 gas cost. So what you do is you download a Foundry package, you auto-generate a new version of your contract, selecting the target function you want to save on. That new contract has a view method, which gives for that function, for a set of parameters, what are the storage updates. There's also a state tracker in that auto-generated thing that gives you a nonce on the storage of the storage state of the contract itself. So now, instead of sending your transaction to the original target function, you're sending it to the AVS. The AVS is calling the view function with the parameters. It's actually calculating off-chain all the raw storage writes that would have happened if the full transaction was executed on-chain, and it's signing them. And then it's just uploading that to the contract and performing raw storage writes. This is what saves all the stuff. You are backwards compatible, you are forwards compatible, you don't have to change anything, and actually you now don't have to edit the code, audit the code for like efficiency, because as long as that code is running, like it's being called by the AVS, you can really put whatever you want in there. As long as it's like safe, then yeah, you don't need to audit it.
So here we have two transaction hashes. This is the regular call of the execute vote function, which has, in this example, like 2 million gas limit. And then here is just the write call after the operator simulates a transaction on chain, just writing the storage changes, and it's 250,000 gas limit. And so that's basically a hard upper limit for any transaction.
Yeah, so it's a Turetsky upper gas limit. That's what I'm calling it. Other than that, we have objective slashing. We have attributable slashing. We have slashing for double signing. We have slashing for wrong state transitions. We have slashing protection, so Mevers can't actually put a transaction before the signature and change the storage before because of like the nonce that we use. If they do that, the operators are still protected. We're using Commonware.
Presentation time is over. 2 minutes for questions.
The only BLS peer-to-peer aggregation format.
Hi, thank you. How are you detecting bad state updates? So this is the basis for slashing?
Yeah, so it's one slot, right, for the state tracker, for the nonce of the storage. Basically, if the operators detect that that slot is updated more than one time within the runtime, they just ignore that request. They assume it's a malicious contract.
So how do you prove execution? Or you're basically
you do a state proof to the contract at a certain block height, and then you rerun the EVM execution of the target function, and then you prove that that would have given you a different like storage than the one that was signed.
So it's attributable. So it's a side chain basically for.
It's not a side chain. It's not an L2. It's just an AVS. There's just two Rust crates.
But it's basically
just doing peer-to-peer BLS aggregation.
It's basically the same security assumption, right?
No. So the AVS operator set, the O security, right, the total stake of the threshold aggregate signature, that must be larger than the volume of the underlying automated transaction in order to maintain crypto economic security. You can get like $1 billion of stake pretty easily on EigenLayer.
But again, like if you have the solution, you don't guarantee top of block execution, right? Because you will be competing with the other solvers, other block builders, which means they can actually still MEV your sidechain construct.
Yeah, you know, MEV is not, it's not a sidechain. We don't have a sidechain. It's just a gas killer. This doesn't, it's a separate layer from MEV. MEV still exists as is. I agree with you. I want to be really clear. There is no blocks. We don't have blocks. We just have multi-signature aggregation. It's 2 Rust crates. It's literally like the smallest AVS probably ever created.
It's cool. Like
Time
I
is up.
totally get
Thank
it.
you.
But it's basically
Time is over.
security-wise
Thank you.
sidechain, right?
I'm gonna come talk to you.
Check. All right.
Cool. So you guys are only using that machine to project, is that right? Yeah. Okay, cool. And that's already connected. Awesome. Just speak right into these mics for us. Tom will give you a countdown to like start your time.
Okay, thank you. Are we good to start? No, it's the change. Oh, okay. So once that's done, we start. They're going to tell us. We'll count you down.
We're ready to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Hey, guys. We are Telios.ai, and we are going to build the next Shopify for agents. So the idea is to build a consumer platform that's hyper scalable for both creators of agents and consumers alike. I want to make something that's easy for just an everyday consumer to purchase an agent service. So this is our main app here. And while I walk you guys through this, my partner Berlin over here is actually going to upload his own agent that he created to our platform, and we're going to show you how quick and easy it is as a creator. And then I'm going to purchase it at the end. So I'm going to connect my wallet here. And
again, the idea was to build something that is scalable and also responsive. So we have a mobile-first kind of design. Someone with just a phone could purchase an agent service. And so the idea is he's going through this form right here. He's submitting his agent. So I think he's doing that right now. It's good to go. And so I'm going to look up cycling agents. So show me a cycling. Whoops. So he created an agent that's just going to give him like a workout routine for cycling services. And so we're going to run this. It's going to pull up ideally a couple. So yeah, here's his that he showed me, but there's also a couple other agents on our marketplace, looks like, that are cycling related. So I'm going to click on his specifically. It's going to give us a little bit more information about it. We can go to his website here. I'm going to hit continue. These are some kind of like base requirements. Eventually we want to scale this and kick off these services automatically. I'm going to hit review here. This is kind of just like a little review prompt of what I'm purchasing. And then I'm going to hit pay. So we did all this with Coinbase Wallet SDK, and this is on Base Sepolia. I'm going to log in here, hit done. And this app is live on Teleos, teleos.versal.app, if any of you guys wanted to check it out on mobile. And here's a little confirmation receipt right here showing that the purchase was successful. And yeah, I'm going to let Berlin take it from here.
Hey, everyone. So in the future, we'd love to continue working on this and improving the experience. You saw the experience as a user. We'd love to continue to improve on the experience as a creator. You saw how smooth that was already, but we'd like to improve it even further with automation tools such as LangGraph. I would like to highlight that every single line of code for this project was written in this stadium. I met Aaron Monday night. We started hacking Tuesday morning. This has been such an incredible and exhilarating experience. I can't thank ETH Denver, the judges, and everyone else here enough for your time and attention. Thank you.
You have almost 3 minutes for questions.
So just to clarify again, you essentially have an AI marketplace on your chat app using AI?
Yes.
And anyone can submit an AI agent, right?
Correct, yeah. And ideally in the future, we'd love to have like a vetting process of some sort to kind of allow content creators to upload and maybe have like a voting system for like popular agents. But it's really easy for someone to upload an agent and start getting paid pretty much instantly.
What models are you guys using for the AI agents?
You want to take that?
Yeah, we're using Anthropic for the models.
Okay. And how are you guys using Web3 here?
So we're using the Coinbase like wallet connection there, and then when he uploads an agent, it's actually registering it on Base Sepolia. So like if I were to submit an agent and fill this out, hit submit, it's actually going to register all of that information onto the network. And then when I buy one, it's verifying that it exists on Base Sepolia first, and then it's completing the transaction that way. So this is all verifiable, and if I were to go on Base Sepolia, I could look up his upload as well.
Can the AI agent perform any task on chain?
Any task what?
Yeah, so our Teleos is actually connected to AgentKit, and so it can, request ETH. If you go on teleos.versal.app, you can ask it, hey, can you request some test ETH for me? You can try that out right now.
What actual problem are you solving? Like, what's your vision with this thing? In one liner, if you can tell me.
I guess the ultimate vision was to build a platform for both everyday consumers and creators of these kinds of services. So to create like a mobile-first application where someone might not even need to know what agents do or what they are or how they work, and they can kind of go on this platform and buy some kind of like workout service like he showed, or like a marketing agent or image generation agents, things that are kind of hyper specialized, and just allowing normal everyday people to really quickly like have a place to go.
I guess we are good.
Time is up. Thank you.
Oh, it's an HDMI?
At least two of them.
Is there I don't have an HDMI.
Hey, Kautuk.
Then we take this down and this.
Kautuk.
Hello. Hi, I'm Roshan and this is Shabbir. So today we have built capable ZK agents. What we're trying to do is that we have noticed a major problem in AI agent and LangChain tool development is that AI has become extremely smart, but the capabilities that it can do is extremely low. So what we're trying to do is build an incentivization layer for people in general to build capabilities for AI agents. While we're building this, we figured out that the best thing to do would be to maintain privacy of the capabilities that people put in, maintain the incentivization where anybody could permissionlessly put their ideas and people could buy it, and we do not be in the middle. It should be completely permissionless. So we built this. I'll give a quick demo of how this works. Basically, you have different kind of capabilities for AI agents right here. You can go and purchase in here. I have purchased already. Then we go here. What is happening right now is we are decrypting the data right here in the front end. And once you have this capability, anybody could download this as a ELIZA plugin or a LangChain tool, and instantly get it into their project, which is running right now. Listing on this marketplace is extremely easy as well. You click here, you put the capability. It could be a simple prompt, or it could be a whole API generation in general. You put your agent ID, the price you want to sell it in ETH, the description. You click on tokenize, and it instantly tokenizes your capability. What we are using in the background is three things. One, whenever a particular capability is uploaded, we create a ZK proof of it to then verify it later. Two, we are encrypting it using Midnight Network. So the data that is going onto Avail DA is actually encrypted. And then when we take it back, it is getting decrypted right in the front end itself. So we are not in the middle. If a person creatively puts any type of capability, then it creates, then it automatically, we can say that it's completely verifiable for the person to buy it from. And people who are selling it can get paid instantly. I think that's a presentation. I can show you a demo of buying this. So we have implemented this on ZK Sync, and we are using Avail DA for the storing of the capabilities. It's quite
and
quick.
we plan to implement FHE RS.
It's not working. You want to come here? So where do we go from here? One, we think that an MCP servers are going to be huge in the coming times, and having a decentralized way for people to build it and sell it is going to be huge. Two, right now the incentivization for people to creatively build these things is very less. You could go onto open source platforms to copy paste prompts and stuff like that. But if people are getting paid to write extremely good capabilities, then I think in future we'll see action models doing far better things. Yeah, I think, yes.
What actual capabilities do you think people will be building on top of this?
To begin with, one, it could be as simple as Bloomberg financial analysis for your AI agent. People could just one click get it as a LangChain tool and put it into their AI agent one. Second, it could be deployment of contracts onto ZK Sync or some other platforms. It could be anything. Whatever can be prompted and put it into an API, they can be put as a capability and used as an MCP server.
So is it just a prompt capability or
Presentation
is it actual...
time is up. 2 minutes for questions.
Yeah, is it just a prompt capability or is it actually a capability where an AI agent can call in API, get the actual like current market data from stock market, Bloomberg, and they then can use it? And then if it's the second one, then how do you measure, like how do you think that the person who has, like the developer who has built this AI agent, they've actually put this information where they can actually call this API, get this data and manage on top of this? Like how do you think of doing all this thing?
No, we will have these kind of like social metrics like reviews, ratings and stuff like that, just like any other marketplace. For now, obviously it is not there. But the whole point of building this is that, yes, like you said, it is the second one. What happens right here is that you can download this as an ELISA plugin and you can just copy paste that plugin into your plugins directory, and your ELISA agent will instantly pick it up and use it. So basically whatever you're building as a ELISA plugin is a tool, is a prompt, right, in the end. You just have different API callings in between, you have loops in between. So the same thing.
So basically, what parts of this have you implemented? So today I could download this as an agent. So that's the first question. And the second question is for the ZK proof part of like, how do you prove, it would be custom for every single capability, how you would prove its conditions. So can you even surface that on the front end? Like the capability could just lie about what it's doing.
See, what you're trying to say that somebody could spoof, like put bad capabilities in there.
Yeah, just say like, hey, I can always give you, like price is an easy example, but because that is provable, but some miscellaneous capability, like it's a really effective, I don't know, gas optimizer, and then you just implement the proof wrong. And then you could show a ZK proof, but it wouldn't be proving the right thing.
No. So ZK proof is where when somebody uploads a capability, when they list that.
Time is up. Thank you.
Okay, we create a ZK proof.
Time is up.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you liked it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll think with that. Okay, thank you.
Can we get more sheets for judging? Sheets.
Check. You can also send it to me. It's fine. Talk here. Yeah, go ahead. Here we go.
Let's go ahead and begin. 3, 2, 1.
Hello, my name is Jochen.
I'm Rowan. And I'm Scott, and we're Baseline, bringing crypto to every caller. So Web3 has a serious problem, and I think we've all seen this. Crypto is just utterly complex. Managing your assets is confusing, and unfortunately, not everyone's a dev or a crypto native. There can be problems with accessibility. Sometimes you might not have internet, and someone is dumping your soul, and you need to stable out. What do? Okay? And so there's also a steep learning curve. It's very hard to onboard new friends. If anyone has tried to onboard a Web2 only friend into crypto, you know the hassles. So what is our solution? AI-powered simplicity, of course. You're one call away from managing your wallet through a voice assistant. Our framework, which we're going to feature in a second, is a mixture of experts framework for AI-powered agents, and it brings an intuitive interface and user-friendly interface for beginners and experts alike. Some of its key features: we can do balance checks and transfers, easy onboarding. We have AgentKit integrated for autonomous agent wallets, and which can bring interesting aspects for autonomous operations in general. And our modular architecture features a very interesting centralized AI orchestrator with a financial incentive model. Our tech stack is pretty typical Web3, so I'm going to skip over this for the sake of time. And we can look at the YALF. yet another orchestration framework, or yes, another orchestration framework, however you want to look at it. But the key pieces here on the left-hand side, while you can't see it, it's basically featuring OpenAI's real-time engine for speech-to-text and the Twilio integration, which feeds into our orchestration agent, which then has its obviously prompts and its registered agents that it's aware of, that it can then communicate and formulate a plan autonomously, though not fully autonomously yet, but that is the hope. And at the end, you get, at the onset, you get the outcome or the goal that your orchestrator is hopefully putting together for you. And so what are some of the advantages here? You have AI-driven personalization, seamless integration. It's very user-friendly. We have a scalable architecture that we're trying to build out here. Works on any phone, no smartphone required. And we have the power of Base, at least in this implementation, though there's obviously a very interesting use case for OmniChain with a mixture of experts that handles bridging and relay type activities. So let's go to a demo. Let's go check it out. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to make a phone call. Oh, I should have probably had this up already. And we haven't tried this on the stage, so hopefully... Hello?
Hello. It sounds like you're ready to continue.
Oh.
What can I help you with?
Oh.
I'm here to help.
Can you check my balance of ETH on Base?
Whenever you're ready, just let me know what you need assistance with. Your balance is approximately 0.0049 ETH.
So you probably can't hear what's happening. But actually,
However, it seems there is no BNB balance in your wallet.
What's actually happening here is that we have our agents. They're actually working in real time through the orchestration agent, telling them what to do. And when an action happens in an agent, it'll actually highlight green. It's a little bit hard because I'm on speaker and it's not capturing this. But you can do things like, can you please send 1 USDC to my buddy at 443-618-1111?
The transaction here at basescan.org/tx.
So we're going to go to Basescan real quick. We actually deploy this on mainnet. In that particular instance, it just went through the transfer agent directly. Uh-oh.
I copied the wrong one.
Live demos. This is what we do.
And there we go.
Okay. Obviously, there's a lot of use cases here that we can cover. We actually created a bunch of mixture of expert agents. We did things like doc parsing, so you can actually query a URL and it'll parse all the docs.
Presentation time is up. You have 2 minutes for questions.
I think an important thing is what was your decision choice to use AI for a lot of the things that can already be solved using heuristics, right? For example, you're checking your wallet balance, knowing the prices. Those can be easily solved using heuristics. So why not rather just trigger the agent and then go through a heuristic route?
Yeah, I think there's two kind of, I would call agents. There's like the agentic kind that are actually autonomous and have thinking capabilities, reasoning capabilities, and you have like workflow type agents where you have just direct action and you can do things like check a balance and call an API and do things. But then there's a lot more interesting use cases like in DeFi with yield optimization, and those are things that we didn't explore here. But there's a plethora of use cases where a mixture of experts agent can be spun up by any expert here, and even sell it or monetize it within this kind of orchestration framework.
Did you call the AI or was it a chat?
So I mean, it actually works with speech-to-text, voice, as well as chat as well. I called specifically. I was actually talking to it through Twilio, and it's
So why the calling interface? Why not just a chat like assistant application on the phone?
Yeah, I think you want all accessible pathways, and sometimes you just literally do not have internet access. So if you're out and about and you don't have internet access, you can still make a phone call. And also, if you're in a third world and you don't have internet, you can literally create a wallet and get funded.
Is the idea to vastly improve the UX because we're suffering from terrible UX in Web3?
That's definitely the case.
Okay.
How easily can you add more agents, like more tasks, more things that this agent can do?
Yeah, very similar to Eliza and Crew AI, and LangChain. We have a plugin framework that will basically add agents in, and we've also been contemplating the idea of agents that breed other agents in more of a simulation fashion, based on our doc generation stuff that we were looking at. But we haven't really explored too much there.
So I think one thing that we just wanted
Time
to
is
clarify.
up. Thank you.
You can always come talk to us afterwards. Thank you.
wants to like use this.
Let's go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1.
Your AI model is not going to do well. That is, without high-quality data available. We built Validata to do just that. We provide decentralized, high-quality, and trustless data for your AI models. We also built Validata to incentivize AI developers to build smarter and better models. But why do we need this? We all know LLMs and the AI hype, which is now shifting towards AI agents. But none of these models would be anywhere close to effective if they did not have sources of data that they do have. Furthermore, the frontier of AI is a very clustered and competitive market. Any improvement in model gives a model a highly competitive advantage. And a lot of these model improvements can be traced back to additional data availability and high-quality data. IBM estimates that the current AI developers spend 80% of their time cleaning and processing data, leaving little time left for actual AI development. That's very limiting, so let's fix that.
And that's why we built Validata. So Validata is a decentralized ecosystem to accelerate AI development and incentivize data set contribution and ownership. More specifically, we enable two customers that we're serving. First is data contributors. So whether you're like an artist, a scientist, or someone who just has a cool data set, you are able to upload your data and have someone train an AI model on it. So as soon as you submit your data to us, we'll have an NFT minted via the Story protocol to track this IP. This NFT acts as a proof of ownership and tracks every interaction that is had on it. So who trains on it, who's building models, and where those models are being deployed. And if your data set powers a winning AI model in one of our competitions, then you get rewarded automatically, which creates a transparent on-chain record of who contributed to what in the AI. The second group of people that we are serving is developers. So these are people who are going to be training the AI models and doing a similar style of competition, similar to Kaggle, but they are able to stake. And if you stake your model while you submit and you win, you get rewards back. And lastly, our entire system runs on smart contracts, so it's trustless, permissionless, and decentralized. So this is our tech stack, and we're going to go into a quick demo.
Hello, today we're going to be doing a quick demo. So we're going to be using this as a normal competitor would. So we can see of all the active competitions, this one looks pretty interesting, hot dog or not. So maybe I have some computer vision experience and I want to do some data engineering and maybe contribute to some novel data sets. So let's say we want to publish this data set over here. And like we mentioned, these are competitions, so you need to stake to enter. So we can stake one token, which is the requirement over here. And a couple things happen here. So number one, we're actually staking. And then number two, this NFT is created. So throughout the course of this contest, the user will create the NFT, and they could go up or down in value depending on how they're doing in the contest. So if their ML models are doing great, then the value would go up. Or if no one's really using their training data, then the value may go down. But this NFT is a expression of value that this datasets provide to people on our ecosystem training AI models.
Oh my God, help.
You have 2 minutes for question.
So when someone uses your data set, do you get paid for the usage, right? Is that something that you guys built out in this hackathon project, or is that something that's conceptually there? Same thing with the ZK, actually. Did you build that out, or conceptual use case?
Yeah, so for both of them, starting with the payouts for data contribution and for for the AI model development, we have smart contracts in place to enforce benchmarking. So that's where the ZK comes in to see if an AI agent builds out, if an AI model is submitted, does it reach certain benchmarks or metrics, and in which case, if it does, then there is a distribution set up in the smart contract which will allow for the payments to occur. The NFT also, we integrated Story Protocol, which also has a reward system, so that's where it's built out entirely.
So yes, we have built it out.
What problem or opportunity is this addressing that's relevant or important in the market today?
Yeah, so this is addressing the fact that like a lot of AI development kind of occurs in the top elite like researchers, like probably like OpenAI, et cetera, and like other people are not as like incentivized, I guess, to produce or like publish their data. Like for example, an artist, there's like you have no incentive to give your data to like OpenAI. I mean, there's a lot of lawsuits related to this because they can just like steal your data and then like potentially risk your livelihood. But here, we're addressing the problem of like, okay, these people have valuable data that can help AI and like machines do a lot better and have better AI models. And instead of like you getting harmed by like your data being used, you're actually getting rewarded for doing so. So it speeds up AI development and also allows like more interesting cases of data sets being published. So like even an average Joe like you and me, we can publish like, I don't know, if you're a photographer, your whole photo camera roll and hope that someone makes an AI model off of it. And it can like lead to a lot of interesting
Time
use
is up.
cases.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Blasting through the night. Centralize the risk. Dude ain't built for this fight. You tried to fork the code, but the squad don't split. Transparency spotlights, kill the glitch. Your mainframe stutter, our syncs T-Pain smooth. Region rhythm by chains dancing, no noose. Stacking wins like Lego blocks. Eyes peeled for snakes lurking in soccer counts. Fortress lock, no picking locks. Brutal mobs that cure your system's chicken pox.
I'm the algorithm king. Hide behind my sting. Yo, this be fresh as morning commits. Your firewalls crumble. Click, clack, squad don't quit. Regenerator. We multiply when we unite. Sing
protocols ignite. Cannon blasting through the night. Centralize the risk. Dude ain't built for this fight. Regenerator. Collab beats control. Tell the whole damn law.
We're going to go ahead and start in 5, 4, 3, 2, go.
What's going on, East Denver? How are y'all doing? We know you guys are probably all tired of all these presentations and slide decks, so we thought we'd do something a little bit unique and give you guys a skit. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Okay, so I'm editing my first smart contract here.
Yo, what are you doing there? Look at your code. Look how many vulnerabilities there are in your code.
Okay, how do I fix them? I don't know.
Dude, okay, I'll tell you. Okay, one of this here looks like a re-entry vulnerability. It might seem like a minor thing, but this minor thing can lose you all of your money.
Okay, so just tell me how to fix it. I don't know. I'm new to this stuff.
Give us $100 right now for a manual audit, and we'll get it done.
Yo, I have like $10.
No. Absolutely no manual audits. I have a better solution to show you. This is going to save you your time and your money. So, you have GitHub, right?
Of course I do.
Log in right now.
Okay.
Yeah, put in your password. Good job. So once you log into your GitHub, we're going to be able to pull all your files, and from there we'll be able to access and tell you exactly what vulnerabilities you have in your code. This goes for the Solidity contracts. So as you can see, you have all your repos. Open up your smart contracts and analyze them, and you can see the Solidity files open up. Click on any of them and we can analyze it. It drops it straight into this smart contract audit, and then now we can analyze the contract. So let's run it. While this is being run, what's happening behind the scenes is that we're running static analysis to figure out if the code will compile, and then we're also adding an AI analysis as well to figure out any small mistakes that we can make in the code, any security vulnerabilities. So it's going to take a few more seconds, and then you're going to see magic happen, and you don't have to worry about these scammers anymore.
Yeah, please, I don't want to deal with these fools ever again. But what's actually happening? Is this gathering different reports as well?
Yep, this is trained on all the vulnerability and audit reports for crypto and all the vulnerabilities. So that's what we're gonna get. So as you can see, you do have a re-entry vulnerability in your buy NFT function. It tells you your security score, how many functions and lines of code, and all the stats that you need.
Wait, but there's another vulnerability here about missing ownership verification. These guys couldn't even tell me that.
Yup, the best part is you can add it straight into your code by just clicking one button. And now you fix your code without having to pay or waste any of your time.
Now that sounds good to me. On top of that, I see I can even export this report right here as even like a JSON. That's pretty dope. That's awesome. But what if I want to actually access like another public repo that's not necessarily my own and do some open source work? How can I go about that?
I'm glad you asked. We've also added functionality so that you can add any GitHub URL that's public, and we're able to read any of the Solidity contracts and run it. So why don't you go ahead and try that?
Okay, that's cool.
Now it's fetched the repository successfully, and we're going to pick simple strategy.sol. One more thing I'd like to point out before we analyze the contract is that we can also attach more information for additional training to our model. Let's analyze the contract and see what happens. Behind the scenes, what's happening is that we've trained our own AI model to actually be able to output the smart contract and detect all the vulnerabilities.
Now that sounds really good to me. Integrating with my own GitHub and allowing me to scan any files I want, I'll never need these manual auditors ever again.
When you pass in your own data files, they'll be completely private and anonymized, so you don't have to worry about LLMs stealing your data because this is run on their own model. But yeah.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes for questions.
Would love to take any questions. I don't know. Oh, they have the mic.
Hey guys, how did you train your AI model to do really good security audits?
Yeah, so we passed in a bunch of security audits into our AI model and the expected output that we actually wanted from them. And then from there, we actually ran it by ourselves and hosted it on Hugging Face. And now we can just run it whenever we want.
Got it. Did you do fine-tuning?
Yeah, exactly. We fine-tuned the model.
Which framework fine-tuning did you guys do?
Sorry?
What fine-tuning framework did you guys use?
We fine-tuned it on Hugging Face. Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, PyTorch. Yeah.
You can answer. So I see you only did a single file selection, right? So why are you not analyzing complete repo or cross communication smart contracts? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, I can take that. So we definitely do have the functionality to be able to do that. We thought that just for this hackathon of this MVP, it might be best for us to focus on one file and allowing you to kind of deeply understand the intricacies and the vulnerabilities that exist within one file. But of course, in the future, we can aim to extend this further. But yeah, this is just for the MVP.
Okay. And also, it's just static analysis, right?
Yeah, so what that means is that that's beyond just the kind of taking apart the actual components of it. It's analyzing just like syntactically and mathematically like which areas are most vulnerable even before passing
Time is
into
up.
the LLM.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Plug it in. Popping up in a second. Hello. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's up, everybody? We are ZK Hot Dog, and today we will be proving the length of real-world objects using ZK, AR, AI, and blockchain technology. Let's put it this way. Let's put hands up whoever has been ever to Costco. Everybody's been to Costco, right? First time I went to Costco, I saw this picture and I kind of realized the most important lesson of this life. That is that size matters. Size actually matters. A lot of people might disagree, but I don't judge them. But anyway, that's what we want to do. We want to prove the actual length of objects. And let's jump straight to the demo with that. I'm going to pull out my phone for this one and start mirroring. All right, we've got our hot dog here, and we will be measuring the length of it. This is basically very similar to Apple's Measure app. And let's just put a dot on one end, put a dot on another end, and click the submit button. Just a second. We've got disconnected from the Wi-Fi. Sorry for the delay. All right, our measurements has been sent, and I will be popping up the front end that actually appears on our phone. All right, here we can see the image of the hot dog. We can see the status of it being in processing. We can see the coordinates of the starting and ending point, and we can see the actual length. In this case, that's 15 centimeters. Right now, the ZK proof is in processing, so not to keep you waiting, I have one that's already ready, completed one. What we can do now is we can mint an NFT that kind of satisfies that we do, in fact, proven that length of this hot dog. I'm going to fix this nonce really quickly. Oh, I'm lacking the gas funds. Okay, and we will be redirected in a couple of seconds into the homepage where we will be able to see our NFTs. All right, we've got our hot dog NFT, and you can see that it is currently verified. What does that mean? We tapped into our own eigenlayer AVS. Our operator of the AVS tapped into OpenAI model. They asked the OpenAI model whether this hot dog was verified correctly, meaning that whether the ends of the measurement were actually placed on the ends of the hot dog. And since they actually were placed correctly, we got the verified badge. So that means that our length is actually cryptographically verified.
So that way people can exaggerate the size of their hot dog and sell you, a fake hot dog.
All right. And as a final moment, I wanted to mention that these guys were our inspiration.
Presentation time is up. You have 2 minutes for questions.
You need a mic?
I'm curious what you're using to write your circuits.
Yes, I was using Circom. The proving was done using Snark.js. I was using Gross16 with BN128 curve. Nothing too fancy, just whatever works, whatever simplest.
Quick question, what is the input of the circuit and output of the circuit?
Yes, so that's a really good question. Why do we even need ZK here? We kind of don't really hide anything. Actually, we do. So the input of the circuit is the LiDAR data, all of the 3D data that is being processed from the camera of the iPhone. We don't really want to publicize all the data. We just want to public only the distance between the points of our interest. That's why we use ZK in this case. Absolutely, yeah. The question was about applications, whether there are any other applications besides hot dogs. Hot dogs is just a really good example for this hackathon, especially since it's inspired by these guys. But the applications are boundless. We can measure anything. There are like applications in civil engineering, there are applications in e-commerce, there are applications in dating websites, anything you want.
Is there any way to not rely on the OpenAI model and
time is up.
Use,
Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't answer that.
Time is up. Thank you.
Vision models.
this is your pure.
Okay.
And then you have your timer there. Okay, cool. Any questions?
No.
Do you want to
Can I?
remember to speak closely to the mic?
I have to just stand here. Okay, cool. So today we are presenting our project GhostPad. GhostPad is an anonymous meme coin launcher for Ethereum. So what GhostPad enables you to do is it enables you to launch a meme coin on Ethereum and obscure the launch origin in a manner very similar to Tornado Cash. So here you can see our initial UI where the user lands. And the first thing they're going to do is they're going to go and launch the application and go to launch their meme coin. So as the user is going through to anonymously launch the meme coin, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to generate a commitment and a Poseidon hash to that commitment. So here they are depositing 1 ETH into the GhostPad smart contracts, and they're generating that commitment on chain. So once they have the commitment generated, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be able to mint our new meme coin anonymously. So here you can see the user is going through. They're selecting a JPEG. They're naming their meme coin. They're giving it a token ticker, and they're writing the description, the metadata, and they're going to generate a GROS16 proof. And once the proof is generated, they're going to be able to mint that token anonymously and fund a Uniswap liquidity pool without that funding being tracked back to their original wallet address. So here you can see they've minted their coin, and they're just waiting to check if the token actually shows up. So there you can see the token's been generated. It's been launched on Sepolia. The liquidity pool has been minted. And next up, they're just going to go to their MetaMask wallet and validate that they actually have that token there. So here they are. They're in MetaMask. They're just adding the wallet to the token to MetaMask. And just like that, magic, they have a brand new meme coin launched in their MetaMask that is untraceable back to their original wallet address. And this is super, super cool because if you think about meme coin launches and some of the inefficiencies that are happening in that market right now, there's a lot of suboptimal local maximums that the market's reaching, and one of those is if we think of meme coins as ideas, you want to launch lots of ideas, you want to launch lots of tweets, you want to put lots of things out there, but you don't necessarily want that always tied back to the same wallet address. So this allows creators to launch new tokens without tying it back to who they originally are. And then the second order effect is we're also going to be the other thing you can do with this same model is you can launch meme coins anonymously, not have it tied to your wallet, but tie it back to a social identity. So if you think about a big celebrity, say Beyonce, and Beyonce wants to launch the biggest meme coin on Ethereum in support of Beyonce. So she launches it, and she might want to prove that she owns the official Beyonce Instagram account. She owns the official Beyonce Twitter, but she doesn't want to link back to her own wallet because she uses that wallet for very private things. And you can't expose your entire financial life to the world just because you want to launch a meme coin or interact with the financial ecosystem. So this is something that we would enable as well. So we're super excited about this. I think when you look back at Tornado Cash and what Tornado Cash did in 2019 is they really pioneered what ZK applications can be, and they gave us a really good framework. And I think it's very much time with them finally being fully vindicated, for us to fully explore what else we can apply this model to and how we can continue to add more and more privacy.
You have 2 minutes for questions.
So one question. So ideally, you're in just concluding the privacy guarantees here. So you are just anonymously transferring the liquidity of meme coin token from one address to another address, right? Because after that, everything is by default private.
Correct. So I guess just to expand on that a little bit, the real epiphany is saying, okay, so Tornado Cash is a mixer for like a certain class of functions, which is a transfer. But a lot of other function calls happen on the blockchain, and you can add privacy to those function calls using the same basic framework.
So you used Grok 16, right? So what is the reason behind it?
Reason behind using Grok 16?
Yeah.
I think it's tried and true, basically. Like, as far as like when you're implementing like a cryptographic scheme, it's been around the longest. It's been around since 2016. It's very easy. It like generates by far like the most efficient proof generation of anything out there right now.
So we know there are scalability issues with that. So how do you plan on doing that?
Whether we plan on like which ZKVM we're going to use?
Yeah.
So I think we're like really in the process of choosing between like RISC-0, Succinct, or whether we want to go with the Noir route. And the way we look at that is like, okay, which of these frameworks is going to allow us to scale privacy to the greatest extent?
Quick question: how do you deal with the anonymous set? Because now you're launching a new anonymous pool, and why don't you just use the one from like Tornado Cash?
For the anonymity?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a design space we explored a lot. So we could very easily wrap this around Tornado Cash, the contracts that are live right now, and use that. For this application, we decided to just build it like the full set out ourselves. But I think
Time
the
is
idea
up.
is
Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. Awesome. Thank you.
You have it? Do you want to hold it? That's easier.
Better.
All right. They're going to queue up.
Yep. Let's go ahead and begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Lee.
Hi, I'm Chris.
We are safest so far. Just over a week ago, our industry experienced the worst heist in history, and that, with Bybit, the second largest exchange, has, I think, caused everyone to think a little bit more about self-custody. So we believe that the world should hodl their crypto. We believe every human should have a safe and secure self-custody solution, and we think it should be enabled by Ethereum. So what problem are we solving for? We want to build Safest so far to enable the safest, securest way for users to hodl and store their crypto. We'd love to do this in an open source fashion so that everyone in the Ethereum community can build on top of it. And our goal is to empower self-custody to all levels of crypto holders, not just the whales, not just the OGs. Chris is going to touch a little bit on the solution and give you an overview of the tech.
So let me tell you about the tech. In my hand is a Raspberry Pi 500 keyboard-based computer. This is an open source, fully open designed piece of hardware that has the, well, what we've done to it is add a hardware security module, or an HSM, basically a crypto piece of hardware directly into the I/O port of this open hardware to build the securest personal computer that you could probably find today. Now, we built this computer specifically to run dApps and to run dApps locally, meaning the safe interface was compromised in a supply chain attack, meaning someone had attacked someone else's laptop, which then in turn created an alternate interface for one particular customer. This ensures that that never happens again. The SAFE team is invested in a technology called Eternal Safe, which is an IPFS-based safe that you can go use today. But what we've done is taken that safe and allowed you to run it locally, and then paired that with military-grade FIPS hardware security keys. And again, this is stuff that you can build and assemble yourself. So unlike wallet solutions from other people like Ledger and Fireblocks, and well, many enterprise wallets have had enterprise problems. And what we want to do is build something much like MetaMask, true and open from the ground up, but using hardware. The problem here is using your laptops for doing DeFi things. Quit YOLOing into doing that, because it just makes all of our lives harder. Anyhow, the total cost for what you see right here, there's a Raspberry Pi 500, it's 120 bucks. The HSM is 125, and the development boards are 40. So for $300, we could have saved $1.5 billion. Anyway, the technology that we've used is a multi-sig safe, the same safe contracts that are still secure. But what we've done is moved the user interfaces for things like Safe and Uniswap and Aave onto the hardware. Anyway, we'd love to show you a demonstration of the transactions, but that requires multiple people and a couple minutes for the setup, so I've got 40 seconds. So let me just tell you the tech that we've used. We built on top of Ethereum. I mean, this is an EVM-based safe technology. And then, this deploys a safe on every chain at the same address. This is a problem that, this is something that has annoyed me about safe infrastructure since the very beginning, is that you don't have the same safe in multiple places. And exchanges have had, Wintermute had to hire someone to go sort this out. So I can tell you that this is a problem that we've had for a good long time, and it's high time we solve it. Anyhow, I've got 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Presentation time is up. You have 2 minutes for questions.
How do you broadcast the final transaction for the actual,
So Eternal Safe handles this now. So this is software that we didn't have to write. Safe Team built Eternal Safe, which does no personal tracking and allows for the assembly of the transaction.
But from that, is it Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, via USB? How are you transferring the signed transaction?
Yeah,
to
we're
broadcast
transferring.
it?
We're transferring via Bluetooth and USB.
Okay, thank you.
What attack vectors does this potentially introduce? So you mentioned Bluetooth. How is this more secure versus, like cold storage?
There's definitely more hacks for OS X and Windows than there is for Linux. So given that this is running Raspbian and Ubuntu from the beginning, it's got a tighter attack surface. It also has a tighter Chromium than what you get on a normal app. And the file system is also encrypted against the HSM. So you can't tamper files on device and get the same results.
Can you also talk about trade-offs as far as security that you considered and maybe other options that you maybe went through?
Getting robbed.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is the paranoia that is required, I think, for the world that we're in today. Dedicated devices for interacting with digital assets.
I agree.
Anyway, come on by and see it working. We have to plug it into a giant TV, so yeah. We're up at the front. We've got 9 seconds, so it doesn't look like it.
Well,
thank you all for the time, and just go buy a Raspberry Pi and a Zimbit.
Can I ask one quick question?
Come on and ask it over on the side later.
Okay.
Awesome. Round of applause for them. All right. A quick announcement to check if the team LOSA Frames are here. LOSA Frames, if you can hear this, if you are here, please report near the stage. Kyle and Megan. LOSA Frames, if you're around, please report to the stage in the Biddle Squad stage. Thank you.
Do you want me to hook it up?
Screw it up.
Tak můžeme? Kde countdown?
Let's go ahead and begin in 5, 4. Oh, hang on just a moment. Thank you for bearing with us.
It's your... Here we go. Yeah.
Hey everyone, this is Joseph, I'm Thomas, and we are going to show you the Wake Hacker.
Okay, so I'm stopping the presentation and jumping into live demo. We don't have anything recorded, so it's gonna be improvisation, and let's see if it works. Please, judges, here's the Etherscan, and I want you to select one contract that we will scan. So shout out some name. Hey, doesn't work. Okay, yeah, which one? 1906, yes, SIMF. Yeah, I'm clicking on that. I'm copying the contract address. Okay, I'm going on Twitter. And here, I'm asking this guy to do the scan. So I'll tag him. Wake intern, AI. What is that? Doesn't work. Your cable. Yeah. Scan this. You see that? No. Okay. Scan this contract. You see that? Okay. Yes. So now I am trying to scan the contract. You know what is? Okay, you see? Yes, I hit reply, yes. And now we can just 5 minutes be dancing because it will be doing the scan. So you will not get bored, I will explain you what we did. Now we are waiting for the result. So hope it starts working again. So the Wake Hacker, smart contract security is broken because protocols, they are commissioning audits, but users have to trust the protocols they are doing right. No, it's facts. Which does not work. Probably you've seen this. So instead, we are bringing something with AI, but not like this. LLM models are not good auditors. We want to do, wait for the scan. Okay, but real sucks here. Agentic security model, what does it mean? AI agents are able to commission audits, which means the users can trigger them. They don't have to wait for teams to order audits. But the problem is how to build that. So some teams are building that like this with Slither. We prefer not to. We have our own tech stack, which is called Wake Framework. And we are automatically running static analysis. These are the detections in Wake. We have some pretty neat detectors. This was done before the hackathon. And the detection is already here, so I'll show you. Yeah, just don't touch it and then it will work. And here I will just switch to the right account. Yeah, and here you can see the result. So here is, for example, one finding. I'll try to make it bigger. To wait for the cable. Yes. And here you can see it found one issue. So it's a divide before multiply issue. And if you open the output, yes, here you can see the detection. Sorry for the cable, it's not mine.
Presentation time is up. You have 2 minutes for questions.
This is all. So, yeah, this guy will roast contracts. We have even marketing. This is our website.
Yeah, how to change your AI? And which model are you using?
We are building on ELIZAOS. So we have trained the character to know a little bit the wording about auditing, but mainly we are using the Wake framework. So we have written a plugin between Wake framework and ELIZA, which is basically bringing the detections from Wake framework to Twitter, so everyone can see that. And yeah, this will help users to verify protocols, not if they are secure, but if there are some low-hanging security fruits which can be discovered by static analysis.
Do you think like this could be used in scenarios where like people just launch their meme coins on, let's say, pump.fun, and like a random user could just like use these AI agents just to know that is this meme coin is ruggable or not, for use cases like that?
Well, it cannot tell anything about ruggable. That's token economy. It can tell if there's, for example, reentrancy bug. So not much like meme coins, but lot of like simple protocols that don't have proper audits or are audited by some shitty companies that this guy can detect. We actually detected, for example, one critical. You can see it on my Twitter. It was last week, and it was already deployed protocol with real assets in danger, and we've just detected with the reentrancy guard one low-hanging critical. So it works.
Guys?
All right, thank you.
I had to turn on mirroring instead of extends.
Here we go. All right, nice.
Hello, hello. All right, hello everyone. I'm Joss. It's my partner Jim, and we made Ultra Anon. So Ultra Anon's an experimental privacy token with a maximum plausible deniability and a strong anonymity set by blurring the lines between public and private state.
Yeah, so the problem is that current privacy solutions do not have any plausible deniability. And the problem that this caused is that when Tornado Cash got sanctioned, most publicly available centralized interfaces would ban you from using it if you use Tornado Cash. And I personally had experienced this trying to close my MakerDAO loan, and I figured out that I just got banned because I used Tornado Cash. Yes.
Okay, so what it is at a very literal level is a modification of the ERC20 token standard to allow users to send both private and public transactions. So basically 2 new functions, and it does that by tracking an internal private and public state. So for example here, you have your publicly known balance, which is what everybody sees, but then you have a real balance, which is lower than that. And that happens when you receive some amount, like 10 ETH in the past, and then you privately send some other amount. So if you receive 10 ETH, privately sent 6, you can only spend 4 more ETH. And the important part of this application is that private transactions, nobody knows that you make a private transaction in the first place. So that's why you have to have the 2 different balances. And the ZK part of it is just every single transfer, private or public, you have to generate a ZK proof that you have a real balance that is enough to send that amount of money.
Yeah, so it has a couple interesting properties compared to other privacy protocols. It has maximum plausible deniability. Any address, even addresses who only make public transactions, will be part of the anonymity set because they could possibly be making private transactions because both public and private addresses are basically in the same system. It also has O1 proof time, unlike Zcash, where you have to aggregate all the UTXOs. Yeah.
Okay, so we're running low on time. Very brief primary anonymity sets. The more people in your privacy protocol, the more private your transactions actually are. If you have a set of 2 addresses and they send a transaction, there's a 50% chance of guessing who sent that transaction. Larger set, 1,000 addresses, you have like 0.1% of guessing who sent that transaction.
Yeah, a little bit about the anonymity set. In Zcash, you can only use public transactions and you'll never be part of the anonymity set. In our protocol, even if you only make public transactions, you'll be part of the anonymity set. So the entire total supply will be part of the anonymity set. Yes, more anonymity is good.
A very brief overview of the architecture. User sends a transaction, attaches the proof to it, sends it to a relayer who executes the transaction on their behalf to obfuscate who actually started the transaction. That gets sent to our smart contract, to our on-chain verifiers, and then once it's verified, updates the balance in the contract.
Yeah, this is interesting. Probably I'll just skip over it. There are two circuits for public and private. I don't have time to explain it right now, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, and this is our state model. We basically track all the money that you get in the incoming balance sheet, and then everything you spend, we track that in a private state, and then we check both Merkle trees together to see if you have enough money to spend. That's it. Any questions?
2 minutes for questions.
Will this still work if, say, someone wanted to use this with, say, like a DEX? Would the token still be compatible with that, or are there changes you've made that would affect that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So our addresses are just hashes of secrets. So no, it won't currently work. But we were thinking about detecting whether you're not a contract and then enabling a more ERC20-like interface. So I think it'd be possible, but more research needed.
Is it compatible with the existing ERC20 wallets?
Currently not. You need to make a zero knowledge proof for both public and private transfers. This is because we cannot access the private state, which tracks how much you've spent, and we need to track that, and we need to do that with a zero knowledge proof to access the state without revealing it. Good questions.
Can you talk to me a bit about like architecture, relayer specifically? No.
Yeah, so if we go back here, you're the user, you construct your transaction with the inputs, and you also generate a proof client side that you have enough of a real balance to make that transaction. I hope you're generating correct proof, but then you send all of those arguments to the relayer, which is just another address that like calls the RPC function to actually execute that transaction on chain on your behalf. And that way, whoever wanted to start the transaction remains completely anonymous. On chain, it'll just have the relayer's
Time is
address
up.
who put it.
Thank you.
Basically.
If you're ready, let's go ahead and begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi there, my name's Killian.
I'm John Wei.
And I'm Austin.
So I'm going to be showing you our wallet solution using inbuilt AI agents. So the problem that we identified was there was a massive barrier of entry for non-native crypto users coming into Web3, and we want to bring them on-chain rather than having them keep all their tokens on Centralized Exchange or maybe somewhere like Robinhood. We also thought that the network system and having to manage multiple addresses in multiple different wallets across different websites was also quite intimidating for new users. And we wanted to balance this problem around the convenience of, let's say, a centralized exchange and how easy it makes it to buy and trade tokens with the security of staying on-chain. Meanwhile, we've embedded this AI agent so the user can educate themselves. If they're not sure about a transaction they're trying to put through, they just ask a question, and it will try to help them explain how to do it. So we used Eliza OS with AgentKit. We chose to use Eliza OS because of the extensive functionality that you can plug into it to connect it with other providers such as DeFi lending, smart contracts. The extensibility is very wide if the plugins are built. Our biggest question was, how can we trust all of your funds on-chain, putting it in the hands of an AI agent? So we came up with a solution to use a multi-sig, whereby it sort of acts like a two-factor authentication, where you can approve transactions, let's say, on your phone, to prevent the agent from being able to send your funds around or do something that you hadn't intended. And it's completely opt-in, so you could also choose to have the agent freely spend funds as it does. So I'm just going to show you a quick demo of what we've got here. So this is the mobile view. We have our assets here, and we can go ahead and have a chat. So here's some of the basic functionality that we've implemented. So for example, if I was a new crypto user and I'm not sure what some of these things are, I could say, so it's going to give us a nice explanation, and it's going to ask if it wants to help us, let's say, deploy a new collection, because we're on a testnet here, so we can't actually buy an NFT. But it would also be able to help you buy an NFT. Once it's fully implemented. So as an example of a on-chain transaction that we can do right now, we could send some ETH around. And as a side note, we are building on Base at the moment using Coinbase's AgentKit to do all this. So here we have the transaction ID. And we can see that went through just fine. So now I'm going to switch to our desktop view just to show how we have things set up. So looking ahead, some things that we would love to integrate with this is, for example, automated payments.
Presentation time is up. You have 2 minutes for questions.
Can you just tell me who's managing keys here?
So in this circumstance, it's the Coinbase SDK Smart Wallet backend. The multi-sig is not implemented.
As part of your hackathon, did you implement any new plugins to Coinbase's AgentKit or Eliza?
No, we didn't. We hit technical difficulties getting it all deployed together.
But we do try some customized actions, so top up and wallets management. Like you can see here, we listed looking ahead. We can actually have different kind of wallets. Just like your wallet, you can create different checking, saving, credit card, or some family accounts to share with others. So it's all can be implemented with the AI agent's help.
What was that none that showed up in the last response from the AI?
That's the agent printing an action that it's done there. It's just a bug.
What do you think is the best, the biggest advantage using this rather than just a transfer or the traditional Web3 way?
So, because as our title mentioned, it's like GM wallet, so even your grandma can use that. So maybe your grandma heard of Bitcoin, but he never know how to really buy it. So with our AI, you could just ask a question to an AI and just buy it. So it will be super easy, and he doesn't need to know what is in blockchain, what is in address, what is whatever Ethereum, whatever, and he just want to know, oh, Bitcoin seems to be valuable, just buy it for me. And with the AI just help, we can guarantee it's not easily scammed. We can also notify the family members if she's doing some malicious, some suspicious behavior. So with AI just help, it all can be done within just one click, one chat.
Yeah, including on-ramping too. from fiat.
Time is up. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi everyone. So we are
Go ahead and start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi everyone. So we are Hassan and Tony. We are both international, so the tariff is gonna hit us very hard. Our project is Block Analytica. So our goal is to get rid of scammers, grifters, and indeed the hackers. So this project has been basically, how you say, sorry. This project has been inspired by Ben Zhu, I hope I say it well, where basically he invites all the on-chain suits to work together in order to take down basically Lazarus. So, so one guy stand out for which is so we don't know if he's a guy or a girl, by the way. So we have Zach XBT, who's doing a wonderful work, and our goal is to decentralize Zach XBT. And how do we do that? So first thing first, we turn one of us as a Zach, and then we use AI. And this AI is going to be basically working with other AIs in order to solve this problem of keeping grifters and hackers accountable. And the idea of our project is also that you can also use it if you are Degen and you are trying to simply find insights. So we're gonna go over a demo. So as you can see here, we have several options. You can basically ask all kinds of things, like from simple to more complex. You have like resolve an ENS. You can ask if that ENS possess any other ENS. You can ask in the future if this Ethereum address uses Solana. If so, what's the address, etc., etc. So all of this basically based on the fact that certain people would build specialized agents to achieve certain tasks. So the demo takes a little bit long, but we can just speak a little bit about the technology. We don't need this. We don't need this. Basically, this is built on LangChain. So, matter of fact, when we started to work on this, so we have like a supervisor agent that coordinates the different small agents, which runs in the same runtime for now. And we started to work on it like the first day, and the second day, LangChain released a library for that. We tested it. There was a bug. They fixed it, and so now we're using it. And the whole idea behind this project is that it's not going to be a chatbot, but really an interactive interface where you can easily move like from intels to intels, have a way for you to keep track of what you're doing, and like similarly to how you're diving like into Arkham or Etherscan, but have like really a contextualized experience. And the data that is going to be, the data that is basically outputted, we can't see it here. I don't think the time allows it, but the data is stored in, again, DA. So that way it's like easily auditable. So this talk was about the aftermath of not having a good security practices, and also, yeah, basically allowing anyone to keep track of what grifters are doing. Thank you. Thank you.
2 minutes for questions.
How is it different from already available transaction analysis tools?
So the current analysis tools. So we are talking about what RCAB, right?
Block Scout and
Block Scout, etc. My experience is more with RCAM and June and other things more low level, where the idea is that you are very specialized, Web3 developer like me, while this tool, it's you interact with it with natural language, and it's still powerful because other people who got these skills implemented them. So.
Have you ever encountered the hallucination problem? Because the process seems pretty complex.
Totally. We had several issues. We had to rework over the prompt multiple times, and just a change of comma changes the likeliness to produce a good example. We don't have a solution yet for that, but we can imagine some sort of system where you would use another agent or you would produce the same data several times and try to sample over the output. But it's pretty much TBD.
Have you think about how to scale it with more and more people contributing to this tool?
The idea is that it for sure needs to be open source. Now when it comes to contributing, it's going to be open source. Running it, it's already by design running as an AVS operator.
Time is up. Thank you.
You said?
Yeah, HTML is good. Yeah. Test, yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead and get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, good day, Denver. I'm Josh from Australia. So you've got the last bit of energy. You've been awake for 36 hours. This is Wingman. It's a dating application that makes the user of the application a wingman. So we're not directly matching single people. The onus is on a friend to act as a matchmaker on behalf of their collective friends. So the concepts we're using are a social graph using ICP randomness for the social onboarding. So we're generating reference codes using ICP, and then having the combination of a bare metal server and Intel's SGX to have a trusted execution environment. And then again using ICP for a permission database to store dating profiles, the social graph that develops from the wingman connecting together, and also the randomly generated QR codes. So piecing all of that together, the high-level user flow is myself as a wingman. I download the app and I go to my friends in person and interview them and fill out a form. That's the first 3 slides. So what's their height, what's their weight, what's their interests as a single person. And then they also tell me their interests. So they're looking for people who like hiking, who are greater than 6 feet tall, or whatever their preferences are. And then those preferences are either must have, absolutely must not have, or preferred or not preferred. The second step is myself as a wingman. I find another wingman with the app, and we connect via QR code. So that's where we get the randomly generated QR codes that keep regenerating each time they're used. And then once those wingmen connect, their groups of single friends combine. So the third step is once you've made your network of wingmen, the collective group of all the single friends will be able to be matched. So why are we doing this? Modern dating apps are centralized as hell. All the matching engines are a black box, so they can just keep you in their applications, and you keep paying your subscription. You don't know when you're going to get matched. Also, as an individual, your dating profile is exposed to hundreds or hundreds of thousands of people, strangers, and all of your very personal portrayal of yourself is shown to those people. That's not very private. So you're trying to make it personal enough to get a match, but you want to hide it because you're also showing it to a bunch of strangers. Doesn't make sense. So our app has increased privacy because all the profiles are encrypted with the SGX public key and sent to a secure, trusted environment and stored on ICP, so they can't be seen unless you have the private key, so only the trusted environment can see it. And then right at the very final moment, the very basic details of matches are sent back to the wingmen. So yeah, you as a wingman, you fill out the form for all your single friends. Another wingman does the same. And then you use QR codes where the randomness is from ICP, and you scan, you connect together, and your independent graphs of single friends join and make one giant social graph. So on ICP, we store 3 hash maps. One is the encrypted profiles of all the singles for all the users. The second is the social graph, so which wingmen are connected to each other, and the third one's the random QR codes. Whenever you onboard a friend, that gets sent in real time into the permissionless database, and whenever you connect with a wingman, that gets sent into HashMap2 to update your connections. Then when you want to find matches, you send a signal to the trusted execution environment. That then goes and grabs the data from ICP, and then you are returned only the potential matches, no photographs, none of their interests, just here's their first name, here's their email. It's a peer-to-peer application. You go off and email them or WhatsApp them or whatever you want to do and make real-life interactions. So we have a live demo. It's about 8 minutes long. It's on YouTube in HD. It's on the submission. If you want to see a live demo.
Presentation time is over. You have 2 minutes for questions.
Questions, please.
With normal dating apps, the incentives are clear. I want to get matches. Why would a wingman want to? What are the incentives for a wingman?
Yeah, so I didn't go into, obviously, the tokenomics. There's various ways to do it. But essentially, if you provide singles to the pool, to the global network, you'll receive tokens from the dating app.
And why trusted execution environments versus using cryptography?
What was the second cryptography?
Why T's? Why use trusted execution environments for speed, or what's your thinking?
Oh, well, in my opinion, there's a fundamental flaw in Web3. I don't really think it exists at the infrastructure level. So, for example, lots of ETH nodes on AWS or Google, so I wanted to use peer-to-peer infrastructure. So I was using bare metal and then trusted execution.
Did you consider any scenarios where like a group of wingmen or people could be malicious and somehow attack other people via like doing like false matchmaking or anything where like,
So we thought a lot about that, and the whole design is you don't really know. Okay, so you know the matching algorithm, right? So you know what people are going to be matched on. But basically, the whole idea of social onboarding is you know a true image of your friend. So when you're talking to them, it's in your best interest to match them, to have a long-term match, is to put their true personality into the form, right? Rather than the single person trying to look all hot and sexy and qualified or whatever they are. When the other wingmen are doing that, you as a second wingman never see that. That's all in ICP, and then it gets sent to the secure enclave. So it's very hard to game it because you don't know the pool of potential matches and you don't know what they want. So it's completely obfuscated, right?
Time is up. Thank you very much.